He logs into life as an adventurer, but wait, he's inside the game he mastered. While everyone chases flashy S-rank gear, bros skipped rarity and went straight for exploits. Low rarity, broken synergy. The kind of equipment devs forgot to balance. Pure meta abuse in a fantasy world. No legendary destiny, just game knowledge, min-maxing, and pure efficiency. What happens when a gamer plays reality like a speedrun? Let's go. And again, Jinfrey Vanride felt that feeling. Although he was seeing this sight for the first time, he felt a strange nostalgia. But this feeling wasn't the first time. He had encountered this often, and no longer knew if it was the first time. It was as if he had lived here since birth. He was distracted from his thoughts by the girl at the reception desk. She apologized for the wait and clarified, he had come here to register with the Adventurers Guild, right? He approached her and confusedly confirmed this. After which, she entered the information into the computer, and he had the feeling as if he had seen her before. After a few seconds, the girl smiled and said that he could now see his status window. A system appeared in front of him. To authenticate, he needed to wave his right hand, and then his eyes widened. He again felt that strange feeling of deja vu. He remembered everything. Noticing the confusion on his face, the girl asked what was wrong, but he didn't answer her. A bunch of memories of exploring this world flashed before his eyes. This place is a game he played all the time. He was even considered a professional player. The world of the Grand 7 game. Adventurers travel across 7 continents to achieve peace between countries. It's an online game in the style of a fantasy kingdom. That's where he is now. But he refused to believe it. He didn't understand what was happening at all. Why did these memories decide to appear now? After all, he was an ordinary young man who dreamed of becoming an adventurer. He came here for the money to support his family. But the world in which he was born and raised turned out to be a game he had played in a past life. You would think he would go into shock now, but on the contrary, he was only happy because this was a very good opportunity. The girl worried about him and asked, "Is everything okay?" He was shaking all over. He apologized to her for making her worry. Then, with a smile, flexed his fists and said that he was simply burning with impatience. To be honest, this surprised him. Why did his memories awaken now? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find an answer. But if he used these memories, he could rise high. With a wave of his hand, he logged in and looked at his stats. Since they were still unknown, he could only see his general characteristics. Flexible, but not paying much attention to detail. The girl awkwardly wished him a safe journey, after which he passed through the portal and found himself in a truly fairy tale place at the baptismal altar. He was amazed by the beauty here, and noted that everything here looked just like a location from the game. He glanced at the main island. This is where 5 new adventurers usually gather, and for now, all the events from the game are repeating themselves. But he should remember that now this is his reality. He doesn't have an autosave feature, and if he dies, he won't be resurrected. But if he uses these memories wisely, he could become a true adventurer. Afterwards, they announced that the baptism ceremony would begin in 30 minutes, and they should all prepare their weapons. Jinfrey smiled and noted that it was the same in the game. He teleported to the main island, and all the adventurers immediately scattered, searching for suitable weapons. Fights quickly broke out. They began arguing over who got their weapons first, and those who had already made their choice simply had theirs taken away. Watching these fights, Jinfrey noticed that the same thing happened every time. The forced profession selection system. At the baptism, the player is given a choice of professions to learn, but this list is limited. Newbies were foaming at the mouth, trying to get something cool for themselves, while he tried to approach his profession selection responsibly. The man who had been arguing with the girl over a spear finally managed to take the weapon from her and bragged about it. Jinfrey ignored him, and noticing his indifference, he immediately called him an upstart. MC approached the remaining weapons and wondered what to choose. Of course, he chose the dagger, but its stats were very poor. The guy laughed at him and asked if he seriously wanted a dagger with only attack power. He hoped he wouldn't regret his poor choice later. He only smiled in response. Of course, a sane adventurer would hardly choose such a weapon, but in this world, the concept of common sense is distorted. The opinions of ordinary extras don't apply to real people, which is why he chose an ordinary dagger. The loudspeakers announced that the baptism ceremony was beginning. They had 5 minutes to kill as many monsters as possible. After that, the island was surrounded by insects, a type of insect that only appears in the altar's location, the honey centipede. The MC knew their poison could easily destroy a person. The guy told him to try not to die, then smirked, and he wondered what he'd ever done to him. He'd continue to ignore him. There were similar NPCs during the baptism as well. The trial began. The monsters immediately attacked, and Jinfrey noted that they behaved exactly the same as in the game. This meant their weaknesses hadn't changed either. When one of the centipedes pounced on him, he told it not to underestimate him, then pulled out his dagger and delivered a swift blow that split the monster in 2. The system informed him that the honey centipede had been defeated, and the other adventurers were simply shocked by this sight. MC landed a direct hit on the honey centipede, which the guy envied. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to kill the insect with such a weak weapon. But every game has a bug, and this one is no exception, though it only works in this location. If you hit a honey centipede's weak spot with a regular dagger, it will die in a day with 1 hit. The game itself had a similar bug, but only Jinfrey knew about it, and he was now taking full advantage of it. Meanwhile, the others were struggling to fend off these pathetic insects. The guy swung his spear, killing 2 at once, and laughed, bragging to the others about his abilities. That's what it's like to be a spearman. MC glared at him, thinking he was taking the time to shout. It was only drawing attention to himself. It wasn't exactly a popular profession among players. At that moment, a centipede attacked him. He quickly dodged the blow, stepping to the side, and it flew past him. Then he dodged a second blow and looked at his opponent with a smile, thinking that this was much more fun than in the game. When another insect attacked him, he braced himself and then dashed forward, instantly destroying this evil monster. Finally, the ceremony came to an end. Based on the results of the baptism, they will be given a profession suitable for their skills. The guy who killed 7 monsters was given a choice of only 3 professions: hunter, potion maker, and shield maker. Because of this, he was a little upset, as was the girl next to him. She wanted to become a summoner. The guy with glasses couldn't kill anyone, so he didn't pass the adventurer registration, but that upstart guy killed a whole 15 flying idiots and chose the swordsman profession. He glanced at Jinfrey, who was staring thoughtfully at the system window and approached him, inquiring about his choice. When he saw his system window, he was shocked. All professions were available to him. After all, he had killed 33 monsters in all this time. This made him nervous and stepped aside, saying that he had done well too, even managed to become a swordsman. MC praised him and thought that with 15 kills, the probability of a swordsman appearing in the profession list was 2%, so he was quite lucky. In this game, the strongest professions are swordsman and summoner, so of course, he decided to distinguish himself and choose something else. The system informed him that since the profession was selected, he would have access to starting equipment according to his specialty. Now his profession is potion maker with the special skill synthesis. The notification about his profession choice came to everyone. They stared at him in shock, and the guy exclaimed, "What is he? An idiot. How could he choose this?" He just smirked in response, then went into his inventory, thinking that it was a bad profession to be so effective in the hands of an experienced player. He hadn't killed 33 monsters for nothing, so he definitely got something. His inventory contained 5 honey centipede stingers, 9 wings, and 3 vials of blood. All of these items can only be obtained in this location. The guy stared at him in surprise, not understanding what he was even thinking. He had used the synthesis skill to create a new weapon. By combining the stinger, wing, and blood with the dagger, he created a weapon capable of destroying this world. Now he held a dagger called Centipede. Rank unknown, attack power 66, durability 1500. He has 3 skills, 2 of which will only unlock under certain conditions. Now he only has access to the active skill Perception, with the help of which he can inflict triple damage to the enemy's vulnerable points. An adventurer's strength is determined by their profession and level. Equipment is merely a tool used for attack and defense. However, in this world, there are also special types of equipment that manifest their power regardless of profession or level. Among professional players, such pieces are called hidden weapons. After the ceremony, he went to the first continent, to the city where all the new adventurers gather. He looked around and thought with a smile that he had finally reached the first continent, and everything was the same here. A woman offered him an apple, and he took it and stepped aside to think. He had already received his profession, crafted a weapon. Now he needed to think through a plan of action. The goal of this game is extremely simple. Each continent has an S-class dungeon, and the player's task is to kill all the bosses on the 7 continents. But to do this, he needs to become stronger, so it's time to head to the dungeon. Dungeons are also divided into ranks, with adventurers starting with the lowest, rank F. But since he wasn't a beginner, he immediately went to the portal to the rank C dungeon, the forest where guardians live. There, he needed to defeat the main boss. When he teleported to the forest, the system informed him that he wouldn't be able to leave the dungeon until he fulfilled the clearing conditions. His current stats were HP 122, Mana 30, Strength 21, Defense 27, Intelligence 30, Agility 19, and Luck 11. He looked around and figured that the recommended level for clearing the dungeon ranged from 17 to 30, so a beginner wouldn't be able to do it. He didn't even have proper armor with him. He decided to check if it was really dangerous and immediately stumbled upon a level 17 devil plant. He pulled out his new dagger and thought that the 16 level difference was certainly intimidating, but he would kill the monster with the first strike. The system warned him that the devil plant had launched an attack, and he immediately jumped, dodging the blow. The monster was fast, but he already knew all its attacks by heart. Its weak point was in the bud. He jumped high, and then swung his sword downwards, cutting the bud in 2. The system informed him that he had struck the monster's weak point precisely, and his perception skill had been activated. The devil plant was defeated. He smiled at his victory, and his level immediately increased to 10. For killing one plant, he had leveled up quite well, even a little too quickly. In this game, health and mana points increase automatically with each level, and for each new level, 5 additional points are given. He currently had 45 points available, and he invested them all in defense, as he already had plenty of strength. Afterwards, he happily hugged his dagger, as it had raised his level and stats. The centipede had the perception skill, and his weapon's attack power was currently 66, so he could clear B-rank dungeons without a problem. But the dagger's true potential would only be revealed with time. He smiled, already anticipating this, and then decided to hunt for experience points, as it was too early for him to take on the boss. Time passed, and eventually, he was surrounded by 3 level 20 snakes. The chance of encountering 3 such snakes is 1%, which made him nervous. When a snake pounced on him, he immediately jumped aside and noted that they were still just as ferocious. At that moment, a second snake crept up behind him. He jerked his upper body back, dodging the blow, and then broke into a run, thinking that first he needed to pull himself together and not panic. He had fought them before, so he knew their weak points well. He rushed back toward the snakes, and thought that there was a soft tissue in the neck area. Piercing it would deal triple damage to the enemy. He wanted to strike, but one of the snakes protected the other, leaving him very confused and surprised. The third snake had already begun to act. It sank its fangs into his shoulder, and he cursed, then swung his dagger, cutting off the monster's head. His level immediately increased to 13, and the system warned him that he had low health points left. He needed to immediately leave the danger zone and heal. One bite took away almost all of his health, but Jinfrey had foreseen even this situation. It was worth it, after all, that he'd invested all his points into defense at level 10, and even though he had very little health right now, he still hadn't died. All the conditions were in place to activate the dagger's second skill, Centipede. His agility had skyrocketed to 190, allowing him to immediately deal with the monsters that rushed to attack. The second skill, a passive one called Divine Speed, increases agility tenfold when the user is on the verge of death. As the monsters' heads fell to the ground, the system informed him of his level increase to 17, and he glanced at their bodies, saying he wasn't going to die that easily. After that, he decided to rest. Settling down under a tree, he sighed heavily and thought he'd leveled up quite well, though he'd almost died. It would be nice to restore his health, but then his skill would stop working. Giving up such a bonus would be a shame, so he needed to hold out a little longer. However, it wasn't worth taking any more risks. Then he went hunting again, this time encountering a a bizarre monster that he quickly killed. He glanced at the pile of bodies around him and smiled, noting that everything was as he thought. Killing monsters had become easier with this skill, and it was worth activating it. Now his leveling up would go faster. After killing the boss, he would be able to use a new synthesis. For this, he would need water, thorny grass, a large blueberry cluster, a caterpillar, skull jelly leaves, a blood flower, and a chestnut seed. Synthesizing a D-rank item requires a lot of ingredients. While he was pondering all this, a bear attacked him from behind, but he dealt with it without much effort and continued thinking. The number of ingredients made him feel like he was cooking something from real life, and such aspects spoil everything. Since grumbling wouldn't help matters, he moved on. He needed to have time to gather everything before meeting the boss. Near the waterfall, he found the first 2 ingredients, then the third, a bunch of blueberries. He smiled, thinking that the work was going quickly, and suddenly someone called his name. He turned around and saw 2 guys coming out of the forest. He immediately remembered one of them. They grew up in the same village. The guy grinned and said that it was really him. He didn't believe that the loser Jinfrey became an adventurer. He remained silent and thought that it was Julius. He became an adventurer 2 or 3 years ago. But it's strange that he still wanders through such dungeons. The guy asked so he really chose the profession of potion maker? It's so funny, and his weapon is bad. His friend asked, who is this? Is this his acquaintance? He confirmed it and said that he has known him since childhood. His family was the poorest in the village. Let him ignore him. He was always strange. His father died long ago. His mother is bedridden. His friend said he was unlucky, while MC was wondering why he met him of all people. His father died when he was little, and his younger sister still looks after his mother. He became an adventurer to make money. Julius called out to him and asked angrily, is he even listening to them? They were even talking about him. And what's with that look? Apparently, he hadn't been beaten for a long time. He grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him towards himself, and he wondered what he should do with him. Suddenly, someone roared loudly. They immediately turned towards the sound, and Julius's friend looked up, nervously saying that it was a monster. The boss of this dungeon, a level 31 Cyclops, appeared right in front of them. Julius worriedly called out to his friend and asked, why is he standing? They needed to get out of here quickly. Jinfrey said that he had already become his target. After which, the Cyclops pounced on the poor guy and finished him off with one blow of his club. Looking at what was left of him, they both fell into shock, and Julius fell to the ground in fear and screamed. The Cyclops immediately turned its attention to him, and the system showed Jinfrey that this monster had an all-seeing eye. He thought that fighting a boss with such a difference in levels was extremely dangerous. His defenses were too strong. If he didn't hurry, he would suffer the same fate as that guy. Without taking his eyes off the club rapidly approaching him, he dodged the blow and thought that, in addition to everything else, the Cyclops had a skill that allowed him to focus on only one target. At that moment, the system notified him that he had become the Cyclops' target. Because of the all-seeing eye, no prey would escape him. Realizing he had no choice, he drew his dagger, and at that very moment, the Cyclops attacked him. He jumped aside, avoiding the blow, and thought that the Cyclops knew all of his movements, and thanks to his divine speed, he could dodge his attacks. Julius, watching him, thought, is this really Jinfrey? How does he do this? Meanwhile, he rushed to attack, as he couldn't defeat it by running alone. Climbing onto the club, he ran toward the monster's hand, and it growled, trying to grab him. But he managed to jump high and end up above it. Since the monster's neck was exposed, he decided to attack, and as soon as he struck, all his fears were confirmed. No damage was dealt. Feeling the blow, the Cyclops immediately swung its club, and he quickly jumped to the ground, and noted that it was hard to fight with such a difference in levels. Meanwhile, Julius hid in the bushes, but didn't leave. He decided to watch Jinfrey and thought that he was somehow fast. Could he really have some kind of buff? He dodged another blow at that moment and thought with annoyance that he wouldn't be able to create it this way. He already had a large blueberry cluster, thorny grass, and a blood flower, and the other ingredients could be found nearby. If it weren't for the boss, he would have found everything long ago. His gaze fell on Julius, or rather, on the bushes he was hiding in. The 3 remaining ingredients were right in front of him. He immediately rushed to the guy, who exclaimed in fear, "Where is he running?" MC quickly collected the 3 ingredients and ran on. Luckily, there was a lake nearby, which meant his last ingredient, water. He went into the water and immediately used synthesis, creating an E-rank poison. If the poison enters the body, health will gradually decrease with each second. Seeing this, Julius exclaimed, doesn't he know that the Cyclops has high resistance to poisons? His low-rank poison won't work on him. He replied that he knew this very well, so his goal was to synthesize this ordinary C-rank poison that he got from the snake with it. So he created a highly potent D-rank poison. The boy was amazed by his abilities, but that wasn't all. Now he had synthesized the poison with the dagger, and the weapon acquired the poison attribute. Jinfrey swung it, smiling at the true power of his weapon, while Julius was still in shock. He had just synthesized poison 3 times before his eyes. Suddenly, the giant's roar was heard. He had found them, and MC apologized for the wait and suggested they begin a second round. The Cyclops attacked him without further ado, slamming its club into the water, but since it couldn't hit him, it began swinging it randomly in all directions. Jinfrey deftly dodged each blow, stealthily approaching the Cyclops' neck and swung, knowing that its body clearly remembered all his movements. After that, he dealt several blows to its neck. The poison immediately penetrated its body, and the system indicated that the Cyclops had been inflicted with severe poisoning. Its health would decrease significantly with each second. Suddenly, the Cyclops swung its arms sharply, removing the poison from its system, and MC immediately began a new series of attacks, saying that he would inflict poison on it with each blow. As soon as the poison spread throughout its body, it immediately removed it from its system, and Jinfrey began attacking again, and so on in a circle. Because of this, he was able to greatly exhaust the monster, and it was time for the final blow. He jumped high and aimed at the Cyclops' eye, and when he struck it, the system informed him that he had attacked the monster's vulnerable point. The perception skill was activated. The Cyclops screamed loudly in pain, and when the skill did its job, it collapsed to the ground. The system informed MC that he had killed the Cyclops and would now be awarded experience points. Meanwhile, Julius, hiding behind a tree, looked at the guy in surprise and wondered if this was really the Jinfrey he knew. Noticing his gaze, he flinched in fear and then took off running, begging him not to kill him. He watched him go and then checked his status window. He was now level 23. As soon as he accumulated 90 points, he would immediately distribute them. But for now, he needed to do something else. He opened his inventory. As a reward for defeating the dungeon boss, he received 350,000 gold and a D-rank Cyclops Fang. He was very happy and had already decided to send half the coins to his mother, thinking that he was so comfortable playing alone without having to share anything with anyone. And finally, he got what he came here for, a C-rank Cyclops eye. It certainly looked strange, so MC didn't stare at it for long and thought with a smile that he only had one last ingredient left, and then he could create a new weapon for himself. After that, he went to the Flat Plains, a D-rank dungeon. He warmed up and thought that he remembered this dungeon very well. The player's main goal is to clear high-ranking bosses on all continents, and first he needs to deal with the first one. But to do this, he needs a new weapon, which is stored there. To solve the riddle of the fallen goddess, he needs the Cyclops eye and one more item, which is what he came here for. But training, of course, can't be cancelled. As soon as the monsters discovered the stranger in the dungeon, they immediately attacked him, and he, having quickly dealt with them, moved on with the thought that he would cleanse the world of all monsters, achieve a peaceful existence for people, and provide his family with everything they need. He will shut the mouth of anyone who previously disbelieved in him once he becomes stronger and achieves his goals. After defeating the hounds, his level was significantly increased. Meanwhile, in the newcomers' town, the Adventurers Association announced that today's main star was a newcomer who killed 33 monsters during his baptism, thereby setting a new record. This event became the most discussed topic among the other adventurers. According to the guild, this guy's name is Jinfrey Vanride. He has black hair and blue eyes, and right now he is in the starting adventurers town. It's time for other news. A group of suspicious adventurers was arrested for excessive hunting of cobalt birds. Meanwhile, MC slew another monster and thought it was strange. He had been walking around here all day and still hadn't encountered one. He collected a lot of materials, but still didn't find a cobalt bird, although they weren't that rare in the game. There are 7 dungeons on each continent, ranging from F rank to A rank. There's also a C rank dungeon where the boss himself lives. The birds should live here, in the D rank dungeon. He decided not to waste any more time here and instead go find out about it in the city. When he arrived, he immediately went to a store, which just happened to be robbed. Several men carried a couple of bags out of the store and pushed Jinfrey, who was blocking their passage, after which they ran off, rejoicing at their large haul. MC watched them go and wondered, are they robbers? These rude men were so overjoyed at their impunity that they started pushing everyone around, and a woman with a little girl fell under their heavy hand. She flew down the stairs and screamed loudly in fear, but before she hit the hard floor, Jinfrey caught her and glared at the guys, who had already run away, afraid of the consequences. The girl's mother thanked him for his help, and then began to calm her daughter, and then the shopkeeper approached them and hissed curses through his teeth. Those were the dregs of the mountain hounds. MC asked what he was talking about, and he told him about the new guild. They had taken over the entire district, and were now demanding payment from shopkeepers for their work. They had even taken all his goods. He had also heard that they were responsible for the mass extermination of cobalt birds. Now Jinfrey understood what was going on, but he was very surprised at how quickly he had gotten the information he needed. The man sighed heavily and said that the worst thing was that they lacked any sense of honor. They were ready to maim even children and women. At this rate, he would have to close his shop. After that, he left, and MC thought about those guys. This is bad. The guild is a group of adventurers. He can't stand up to that many people. But since they cause trouble for innocent people and exterminate cobalt birds, he became furiously motivated to teach them a lesson. Now he has a personal grudge against them. He rushed after the guys to give them a couple of good kicks and found their lair. One of them was just now bragging to his friends about what and how he stole from the store. The man said that the master said that it was time for them to expand their influence, and Jinfrey, meanwhile, thought that they really are a guild of thieves. Where do they keep the cobalt bird feathers? He saw them moving things, and among them was a box with jars with feathers inside. He gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought, is it because of them that he couldn't find a single bird? Meanwhile, the man turned to his friend and asked if he'd heard the news from the association. Some guy had killed 33 monsters in 5 minutes. It was probably all a lie, just empty gossip. The others agreed, but MC wasn't listening at all and was wondering how he could get the feathers. Suddenly, a guy's voice came from behind him, pointing a knife at him and asking what he was doing there. He immediately turned around in fear and thought that it seemed like they all had the thief profession with a special stealth skill, so it was no wonder he didn't notice him at all. He nervously raised his hands and told him that he was just passing by, but the guy, of course, didn't believe him and said that a couple of days ago a spy from another guild said the same thing. Will he figure out what happened to him himself, or should he tell him? He smiled nervously and looked away, after which the guy attacked him, and he dodged his quick attack and then took out his dagger, hit him in the leg, causing him to fall, and hit him right on the back of the head with the hilt, causing him to lose consciousness. His body fell with a crash right onto the boxes. The others heard this and went to check what was going on, and seeing Jinfrey, they immediately became aggressive. The man exclaimed, A spy from another guild came to them again? He immediately started denying everything. He said that he didn't want to fight them. He just wanted the cobalt bird feathers. And then he realized that the weapon in his hands said otherwise. He immediately fell silent, and the man asked, was he following them? What did he do to their comrade? MC lost his patience. He said that apparently they wouldn't be able to talk, and so he would have to do it the old-fashioned way. After that, the guys attacked him. He immediately parried the swordsman's attack and hit him back in the face. He grabbed his bleeding nose and exclaimed that he broke everything, and he asked him not to lie. If he doesn't deal with him quickly, reinforcements will arrive, right? It's like fighting alone against an angry mob. It irritates him. The guy attacked him from behind, calling him an idiot, and he immediately crouched down and then kicked him in the chest, pushing him away. Then another guy attacked him. He ran at him, spear thrust forward, and Jinfrey grabbed his weapon, stopping him, and then struck him in the stomach. The system told him that he had hit his opponent in a vulnerable spot, so the perception skill was activated. Realizing how painful it was, MC apologized to him, after which another guy attacked him, shouting a curse word beforehand. Jinfrey ducked and then slammed the hilt of his sword into his lower jaw, causing him to immediately collapse to the floor and say that this is why he didn't want to fight them. He had caused so much chaos. He just wanted the cobalt bird feathers. He didn't notice a man sneaking up behind him. This time, the opponent was smart and didn't yell anything before attacking. But MC isn't some simpleton. He immediately sensed his presence behind him and blocked the blow, and the man noted with a smile that not everyone can parry his attack from behind. He looked at him warily and wondered if he had activated his stealth skill again. After all, he was the one who pushed that girl. After that, the man took a step back and said that he was the deputy head of the mountain hounds, Suv Masuo. Had he heard that name? Jinfrey replied that he hadn't heard anything like that and asked what was so cool about that. This made the man angry. He pounced on him and said that he remembered him, since he was the one who blocked his path back then. He should have dealt with him right away. Easily parrying his blow, MC noted that they steal so much goods, but can't even afford decent weapons. He just smirked in response and said that he was under 20 and was a pretty good fighter. Was he lucky to get such a cool weapon? He continued to distract him with all sorts of questions and said that weapons are just a trinket. Everything depends on professional skills. Does he understand? Jinfrey told him that it was clear without him, after which Suv delivered another blow, which he immediately dodged. He said that you can already tell what profession he chose by his appearance. This is the basic clothing given to you when you choose the potion master profession, right? His profession is certainly bad, but the weapon is very rare, so that's why he's still standing. MC became wary, realizing that he wanted to take his weapons, and he, summoning several daggers at once, asked, he's never fought against adventurers, right? He pointed all 3 daggers at him, then threw them at him, and he swung his weapons, parrying each blow. Sov said that in these battles, the one who first recognizes the opponent's profession wins. His only skill is some kind of synthesis, so he wins in terms of physical strength. But what about him? He doesn't even know his profession. Jinfrey asked if he was a thief, but he used the stealth skill. The man became very agitated when he recognized it so easily and immediately began to deny everything, saying that he was actually a summoner. His words only confirmed that he was a thief, and he thought that fighting against them would be quite unpleasant since they had the stealth skill. He would be offended if he took his dagger, so he couldn't hesitate. After that, he immediately rushed to attack, but before he could strike, 2 guys appeared behind him and immediately pounced on him. He realized that they were using stealth skills to approach him unnoticed, and immediately began to dodge their attacks. He had to increase the distance between them, and by pure chance, he struck the guild leader's groin with the hilt of his dagger, and the system informed him that he had just struck his opponent in the most vulnerable spot, activating his perception skill. Then the guy felt unimaginable pain. His loud scream caused the windows in the nearby houses to break, and then he fell unconscious. His comrades immediately rushed to his aid, and the sight of his rolled eyes and foam at the mouth made them very uneasy. MC apologized to them, saying it wasn't intentional, then approached them and pointed out that the battle wasn't over yet. If they didn't want to end up in his place, they should give him the cobalt bird feathers right now. The guys were terrified, then immediately rushed for the box with feathers, but reinforcements arrived just in time. The guy, who had brought a bunch of other people with him, pointed his finger at Jinfrey and told them that he was the one who killed everyone here. He was definitely a spy from another guild. The MC nervously exclaimed that they had gotten it all wrong, and then the entire angry crowd pulled out their weapons. One of them said that it took a lot of courage to attack the mountain hounds. His comrade noticed a guy lying at his feet foaming at the mouth, and when he realized it was the deputy leader, he panicked and exclaimed, "What's wrong with him?" But the deputy leader didn't react at all. He was still unconscious. The guy said that he couldn't believe that he managed to defeat Sov himself, and his friend exclaimed that that couldn't be true. He probably overdid it with the drink again. That's why he lost. No one would have defeated him sober. The MC smiled nervously and thought that he was sure he hadn't been drinking. He was just overconfident. Finally, the guild leader appeared. He came to the noise to find out what was going on, and the guys immediately crowded around him and started telling him everything. Meanwhile, Jinfrey wondered if this man was really the guildmaster. The man asked who had attacked them, and his subordinates, pointing to Jinfrey, said it was him. He had even beaten up Suf. The guildmaster sized him up, assessing him, and then said that his guys were certainly ignoble. But what had they done to the other guild so much that he had beaten them up? MC told him he wasn't in the guild, and he smirked, so he beat up all of his guys single-handedly. When he confirmed this, he laughed loudly and invited him to join his guild, which even made him a little confused. The guys excitedly called out to the guildmaster, as they disagreed with this decision, and he said that under normal circumstances, he would have beaten him up and made him apologize, but since he could even defeat Suf, it was a sin to let him go. He walked up to him and put his arm around his shoulder, asking, "What's wrong with him?" He was so overjoyed he couldn't even speak. They should probably go to a bar and celebrate his joining the guild. Jinfrey was fed up with this, aggressively shrugged his arm off and asked, "Is he kidding? He only came here for the cobalt bird feathers. Who would want to join a third-rate guild anyway? If they've already allowed it, then let them just give him the feathers, and he'll leave." His words about a third-rate guild really hurt the man, and he asked angrily, "What did he just say?" He confidently repeated that his guild was third-rate. They only attacked attack the weak because they're no match for the strong. Immediately after that, the man lunged at him, swung his weapon, and MC managed to jump aside just before the powerful blow, which left a dent in the floor. The man was very angry. He took back his words and said that he was the first one who was able to dodge his blow. He would not kill him, but he would beat him to death and then sell him into slavery. Jinfrey immediately realized that this devastating force definitely didn't belong to a thief, and then another fight broke out. The guild leader attacked, dodging deftly as always, then increasing the distance between them and thinking that he didn't want to see his professional skills, so he needed to deal with him quickly. He then rushed in, ducked, dodging his blow, and then jumped behind him and struck. The man immediately began to examine the impact site, but the fact that there was no wound there confused him. The attack was quite powerful, but he struck him with the back of his dagger. MC turned to him, watching his every move. After that, the man put away his weapon with a grim expression, causing MC to begin to guess his profession. When he used the skill Massacre, which doubled his attack power for 3 minutes while equipped, he realized he was a fighter. Seeing this, the guild members rejoiced and began cheering for the guild leader. The man glared at his opponent, then pounced on him with his fists, but instead of hitting Jinfrey's face, he hit the wall behind him as he had managed to dodge. Meanwhile, he thought about how dangerous his skill was. If he got hit, he wouldn't escape alive. Suddenly, the man appeared in front of him, swinging his fist, wishing him death, while he raised his dagger above his head, then swung it at his opponent's weak points, causing increased damage. The guild leader immediately fell unconscious to the surprised looks of his subordinates, and they stared at Jinfrey in confusion, unsure what to do. Someone even suspected that it was the new guy from the news. They said he was wearing a basic potion maker's robe and had black hair and blue eyes. Since MC matched the description perfectly, they became very nervous and exclaimed that this couldn't be true, that it was blue-eyed Jinfrey. Jinfrey had just opened his mouth to say something when the guys ran away in fear, and he stared after them in surprise, wondering how they knew his name. Had they really decided to leave their leader behind? After that, he scratched the back of his head in confusion and wondered why it mattered to him. He came for the feathers after all. He would have to return the goods to the store. After all that, he went to Sigrun Falls, a B-rank dungeon. There, he killed the dungeon boss, a level 35 Baphomet, and was slightly disappointed. The Cyclops battle was much more challenging. Now he finally went to the fallen goddess. He approached her statue and looked at her lost eye. If he solved the riddle, he would receive new cool items. He took the Cyclops eye and feather from his inventory, saying that he would help her return what she had lost. It didn't take much thought to figure out what she was missing. Of course, many guessed that he needed to insert the Cyclops eye into her left eye socket, but few noticed the gap in one of her wings, which is where the cobalt bird feather came in handy. After that, the system informed him that he had fulfilled the fallen goddess's wish. The statue immediately began to glow. A tear fell from the eye, and the system said that the goddess could not hold back her tears of gratitude at this gesture. Her tear fell directly into the golden goblet, and then he received the second secret weapon, Lucifer's Celestial Halo. This weapon increases luck by 100 and durability by 2000. The first skill is passive, mind reading. The second passive skill is Tyrannical Sense. With it, he can detect any creature within a 5-kilometer radius. The third skill is unknown. It will unlock under certain conditions. MC took the halo and said that it certainly wasn't easy to get. He looked at the weapon with a smile and thanked the goddess, then used the halo, and it immediately appeared above his head, making him feel like he was dead. He waved his hand in irritation and thought that he didn't want to stand out too much, and with the halo, he would be considered a weirdo rather than a cool adventurer. Since he got the weapon here, it was time for him to go to the S-rank dungeons. When he arrived at the dungeon gates, he discovered a problem. It was an S-rank dungeon, Agni Volcano, and according to the guild rules, only a group of 7 people could enter. So now he needed to assemble a group. In the game, after clearing an S-rank dungeon, the demon can be reborn again, but in a different part of the map. After completing the first dungeon, the player is awarded a title, a direct ticket to the second region. He would like to go there as soon as possible, but admiring voices suddenly rang out behind him. One of the adventurers told his friend to look. It was a fire mage's party. Jinfrey turned around, intrigued, and his gaze fell on Freena Ashbury, a level 45 adventurer with a mage profession. He immediately activated his mind-reading skill and felt desire radiating from her. She wants to enter an S-rank dungeon, but she needs 1 fighter. He smirked, noting that the halo had immediately justified its cost. Meanwhile, the girl stood up and said that she had decided everything. They would be parting ways today. MC immediately approached them and said with a smile that he would like to join their party. As he saw, they were 1 member short. Their gazes immediately fell on the halo. He noticed it and smiled wryly. Even without mind-reading, he understood that they were laughing at him. The guy told him that he didn't know why he thought that, but they decided to stop searching for the other party members, so he should look for partners elsewhere. Using mind reading, Jinfrey felt concern radiating from him. He was worried about the injured party member, who was currently in the hospital. Apparently, their partner was injured during the mission, and now they were 1 member short to enter the dungeon. He glanced at the girl, saying that first he would like to hear the opinion of the party leader. She looked worried. If she wanted to get into the dungeon so much, then why was she turning him down? She told him that it was none of his business, and he felt uneasy again. She was worried about her father, who left for an S-rank dungeon a month ago, and his party never returned. Now, he understood what was going on. She was also concerned about his health. Given the halo above his head, he knew it. Everyone was laughing at him. Pulling himself together, he said that he should have introduced himself right away. His name is Jinfrey, and he also wants to go to an S-rank dungeon. The girl immediately found his name familiar, and the guy from her group pointed at him in surprise and exclaimed, "Is he the same Jinfrey they talked about in the news? He's a newbie who killed 33 monsters at the baptism, but he doesn't look strong. There must be some kind of mistake." He smiled wryly and thought that now he understood what was going on. He ended up in the adventurer news. He didn't think he would stand out so much. Freena, meanwhile, was wondering if it was a coincidence or not, but she had a feeling he was reading her mind. She's not one to believe the news, but this guy doesn't seem like an ordinary adventurer. It's like he's already seen all the chaos of this world and knows what's what. Because of this, she has strange feelings. At that moment, the system informed Jinfrey that Freena felt a thrill. She felt excitement and anticipation looking at him. He immediately looked at her, and she said that she would take him into the group. Her comrades were very surprised by this. Then she got up and headed for the gate, saying that if he bothered them, they would leave him right there. MC was very happy that everything worked out for him. He would finally be able to enter the dungeon. Very soon they found themselves inside, right next to a hot volcano. In the end, Jinfrey was put in front. This is not the best position, especially in case of an encounter with a monster, and that girl followed behind. One of the team members whispered to the leader if everything would be okay. He didn't trust him. She told him not to worry. The main thing is to point him in the right direction. In a worst-case scenario, they would use him as bait. The guy walking second called out to Jinfrey and asked if he was really the guy from the news. Since he hadn't been listening to the news, he didn't know what to answer and frowned suspiciously. The system immediately told him that Arthur was in disarray and didn't trust him. His comrade told him not to believe all the rumors and to let him look at him. Does he look like the guy from the news? A halo doesn't say anything about his strength. MC was starting to get fed up with all this. His halo might look stupid, but it was actually very useful. And then the halo's second skill activated, and a suspicious movement of magic was noticed. Sensing the monsters from the top of the mountain descending right here, he thought it couldn't be. He immediately turned to his team members and asked the mages to set up defensive barriers. They looked at him in confusion, after which he told them to act quickly. An eruption was about to begin. The man looked at him with irritation, and when the volcano began to erupt, they realized that he was right, and Jinfrey told them to act faster. The collapse had already begun. Looking at the falling debris, the man immediately used reflection magic, raising a protective dome over them. MC thought it was a rain of stones, and that they would have to wait until it died down. The squad leader ordered everyone to stay put, then stepped forward and cast meteor breeze, causing a huge fireball to appear above her head. Swinging her staff, she sent the ball toward the falling debris, protecting her comrades. Jinfrey glanced at her and mentally noted that she possessed the element of fire, and yet she had so easily reflected all the stones. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet cracked. Arthur immediately fell into the resulting gap, but MC managed to grab his hand. Arthur looked down into the abyss in fear, just as the stones under Jinfrey's hand, which he was leaning on, collapsed, sending him plummeting down along with the man. By a stroke of luck, they landed on something soft. It turned out there was a downy bat at the very bottom of the chasm. MC sighed with relief and thought they were lucky. As a bonus, the halo adds 100 points to luck, but the bat wasn't exactly happy that someone landed on it, and when the monster looked at them, Jinfrey knew they had to get away. As soon as they got off the bat, it immediately became angry at them, and MC said that the monster absorbs all incoming attacks, and then reflects them back at the enemy, so they should be more careful. Arthur exclaimed irritably that he knew this, after which MC warned him that it was about to attack. The bat roared loudly, and Jinfrey immediately rushed to the guy and grabbed him, running away with him, thus saving him from the rocks flying at him. After that, he threw Arthur against the wall and exclaimed in irritation that he had told him to be more careful, unless he wanted to die here, of course. He prepared for another attack, and Arthur, looking at the depression left on the wall by the stones, realized that if he hadn't pushed him away, he would have already turned into a pancake. And this monster is not yet S rank. As soon as the bat rushed towards them, MC immediately swung his dagger, instantly dealing with the monster, and Arthur looked up at him in shock, thinking, did he kill the monster with one attack? Meanwhile, Freyna used her magic on the rift, which shows vital signs, and her comrade worriedly asked what was there. She answered him that everything was fine. Arthur was alive. She remembered Jinfrey and thought that this strange guy took a risk to save him, and he also felt the earthquake before everyone else. Her squad members said they would go down there too, but she forbade them. They still had a battle ahead of them, so there was no point in wasting their energy on that. Their goal was to kill the demons and bring peace back to the continent, so they would continue on to the top and meet them along the way. They shouldn't worry. Arthur was her brother. She had trained him personally, but she was very worried about him and silently asked him to reach the top safe and sound. She also hoped that her father was okay too. Meanwhile, MC learned that the squad captain was Arthur's older sister and that they had come there to search for their father. He decided to continue on, and Arthur followed him, asking where he was going. The demon was at the top of the mountain, after all. He turned to him and asked if he was really going to challenge a demon of that level. Did he want to die? The guy remained silent, and he said that he was going to the monster's lair. The system informed him that Arthur was experiencing conflicting feelings. He was thinking about his desire to become stronger. He took advantage of this, and told him that if he wanted to become stronger, then he should follow him. When they arrived at the monster's lair, Arthur laughed nervously and asked, so this is where all the evil spirits gather. There was a whole flock of level 41 phoenixes around them, which would make anyone nervous. He looked around and thought that their levels were higher than those of the downy bat. At that moment, MC took out a dagger. He immediately rushed into battle and began chopping down the phoenixes, and Arthur looked at him in surprise and thought that a one-on-one fight was still okay, but against the whole flock it would be hard for him. At that moment, a bird pounced on him from behind. He noticed it in time and crouched to the ground, dodging the hot flames. Immediately after that, he stood up and took out a dagger, and the phoenix took off and began circling above him. Realizing he couldn't win in close combat, he pulled out his bow and arrow, deciding to find a good position and start shooting. He fired, hitting the phoenix in the head, and then told Jinfrey there was no need to mess with him. He definitely wouldn't lose one-on-one. He turned to check on him, and was, to put it mildly, surprised to see a pile of dead phoenixes around him. In all the time he'd been fighting one bird, Jinfrey had already managed to fry some meat and eat it. Arthur looked at him in shock, and wondered if he'd already dealt with all the other monsters. MC continued eating the phoenix meat. It tasted like chicken, but suddenly he felt sick. Apparently he'd overeaten, but it doesn't grant any buffs. At that moment, his skill detected a stream of magical power heading this way, and he, putting a piece of meat in his mouth, turned around and thought, why now? A level 45 salamander, the main boss of this dungeon, emerged from the darkness, which Jinfrey clearly wasn't expecting. He felt really sick, causing his stats to drop, and he vomited, and Arthur worriedly exclaimed, what's wrong with him? Wiping his mouth, MC told him to be careful. The monster boosts its stats by eating people. Those creatures aren't worth anything near a salamander. At that moment, the monster attacked with its tail. Arthur managed to block most of the blow, but was still wounded. Jinfrey worriedly called out to him, asking if he was okay, and he spat out blood, telling him it was too much. MC stepped forward, saying he'd handle it himself, and that he should hide somewhere for now. The salamander had already started drooling all over him, probably thinking about how to eat him faster. He smirked and asked, does this one have stomach problems too? But nothing else would fit in this one. Seeing the monster start shaking, he wondered if it was sick too. Indeed, the salamander vomited a foul-smelling liquid containing all sorts of clots, human bones, and even treasure. Among it all was a sword, which Arthur immediately recognized as his father's weapon. Jinfrey decided to get it over with before he too vomited. The boy fell to his knees and said that these clothes and sword belonged to his father. The system informed the MC that Arthur was angry, wanting to avenge his father and kill the salamander. The boy looked menacingly at the monster and vowed to kill it and avenge his father, then drew his weapon and rushed to attack. Jinfrey anxiously asked him to wait. They couldn't take such risks. One lash of the salamander's tail was enough to knock Arthur back, but he still didn't give up. He stood up, vowing to kill it again, and before he could make another reckless attack, MC tackled him to the ground and yelled, didn't he hear him? He told him to wait. Arthur furiously told him to let him go, and he exclaimed, did he want to die? The salamander can't be defeated alone. He asked how he knew that, and he yelled, is he completely crazy? What about his family? What will happen to them if he dies here too? After these words, his mind returned to clarity, and Jinfrey told him to finally understand this is not an opponent that can be dealt with one-on-one. He burst into tears and exclaimed that he understands this, but this won't make him retreat. His father is dead. The system told him that Arthur is angry with himself, since he is powerless in this situation, and he let go, apologizing to him for yelling at him. He looked at the salamander and asked, he is a hunter, right? Not the most suitable class here. Does he have anything in his inventory? He replied that he only had arrows, healing potions, and downy bat hair. He was surprised by the last item since he clearly didn't take it. MC smiled and said that it was thanks to the hunter class's passive skill. Why wouldn't a hunter take something useful with him? Arthur didn't understand what he meant and suggested that they talk about it later. Let him listen to him carefully. He had a plan. The two of them would finish off the salamander, and it would be their secret. Since this monster is a difficult opponent, they would have to use stealth. They both prepared for battle, and when the salamander began to approach, Jinfrey asked him to cast a buff on it. The guy cast a spell and cast a battle inspiration effect on him, which would last for 5 minutes. During this time, his muscle strength and speed would be increased by 30%. Noticing that he had become stronger, the salamander became agitated, while Arthur pulled out some bat hair and asked, they'll use this later, right? He confirmed it and thanked him for the buff. Now he had a healthy stomach. Telling him to just follow the plan, he charged, and the salamander prepared. He swung his dagger and thought that since the monster had so many hit points, he needed to deal damage to it many times. He swung his dagger several times, causing the salamander to be immediately poisoned. The plan was to distract the monster while it fought the poison, allowing Arthur to launch an attack. The arrow pierced the monster's head at high speed. MC turned to the boy and mentally told him that it was now his turn. He needed to strike the monster's weak spot, the forehead. It was good that he went with him. It would have been difficult for him to strike at such a distance. Arthur, meanwhile, drew new arrows, took aim, and when Jinfrey poisoned the salamander again, he fired several times into the monster's head. It let out a weak roar, indicating that their plan had worked. After that, the monster entered rage mode. Now the beast's stats increased by 30%. The fire on the monster's body flared up more intensely, and the heat even began to reach Arthur. At that moment, MC rushed to attack. He smiled and thought that in this mode, all of the salamander's stats were increased, which is where the bat fur would come in handy. As soon as the salamander attacked with its tail, he extended a tuft of fur forward and blocked the blow, grinning, noting that it was good that they were prepared. In this mode, the weak points change. If before it was the forehead, now it's the front legs. He had told Arthur about this beforehand, and now he aimed directly at that spot. As soon as the arrow pierced one of the legs, Jinfrey severed the other, and the poison quickly spread throughout the monster's body. The system informed him that the mind's eye had been activated, and when the monster screamed loudly in pain, they began attacking it from all sides. Now victory was assured. The salamander staggered, barely standing, and Arthur, noticing this, immediately stopped his attacks. MC approached the monster and noticed that the flames around its body had weakened. The monster was currently on the brink of life and death, but if it managed to absorb the surrounding fire, the recovery process would begin. The system notified him that self-resurrection mode had been activated, and the salamander's health was gradually recovering. The fire began to intensify, and Arthur thought it would be difficult to defeat this monster, because if it managed to recover, they wouldn't be able to kill it in 5 minutes. Therefore, they needed to act now. He took aim and warned Jinfrey about this. Jinfrey, meanwhile, glanced at his opponent and smiled, saying that he understood everything. He rushed to attack, suggesting that they finish this lizard quickly, and the salamander rushed towards him. He stabbed it with his dagger so that its mouth opened, and when that happened, he tossed a furball and told Arthur to act. He replied that he already knew this, and as soon as the furball was level with the lizard's mouth, he fired, piercing it, and the arrow flew straight into the monster's throat. When the furball was inside the salamander and nothing happened, Arthur became nervous, but suddenly MC started counting down. As soon as he counted to 1, The monster's body swelled and then exploded. The fur of a downy bat absorbs damage, then releases it, tripling its power. The system informed him that the effect of the fighting spirit buff had ended, thanks to which the stomach debuff was removed. The salamander's body collapsed with a crash not far from them, and the system informed him that since the salamander was defeated, he received experience points. After that, they went to the top and waited for the others. When Jinfrey saw them, he removed his halo, and Freyna called out to her brother in concern. He immediately told them the bad news, then approached his sister and showed her their father's sword. He trembled, holding back tears, and said that the salamander had spat out the sword. After that, his sister hugged him tightly and said that it wasn't his fault. He had tried hard. He burst into tears and said that Jinfrey had done it, and she immediately turned her gaze to him. At that moment, he was digging in the ground, and everyone immediately realized that he was digging a grave. They decided to help him, and Freyna burst into tears. After which they placed the sword between the stones and said goodbye to their father. MC stepped aside and, watching him, remembered how he played with his sister as a child, and their mother ran into the house, telling them the sad news. Freyna distracted him from his thoughts. She said that she wanted to thank him for both her father and Arthur. He replied that he hadn't done anything supernatural. Arthur is able to defend himself. The guy said he wasn't an idiot and understood the level of his skills. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be here now. He turned out to be much stronger than they said. The man said he couldn't even believe it, and Jinfrey decided to change the subject, saying that the main problem now was at the top of the mountain. There was a creature that ruled the creatures on this continent. A steel bear. Freyna, with a grim face, said that she would kill this beast, after which they began to climb. Along the way, they encountered many monsters, but they easily dealt with each of them and successfully reached the top of the volcano. They looked around in search of the demon, and then the lava in the crater of the volcano began to bubble, and then a column of fire rose upward. The squad members stared at the beast that emerged from the fire. It was a huge, three-headed, level 50 steel bear with the special skill, Steel Waves. All three heads roared at once, the sound so loud that they all had to cover their ears. They immediately realized that this monster was incredibly strong, and it turned out that it could speak. The bear laughed and asked, "Have they come for their deaths?" MC immediately ordered everyone to retreat, its first attack being a fiery breath. His words were immediately confirmed. Freyna saw fire in the central mouth and ordered everyone to obey Jinfrey, to retreat to a safe distance. They broke into a run, and she, noticing that Jinfrey had remained in place, exclaimed, "What is he doing there?" He only smiled in response, and then the monster spewed flames from its mouth, completely engulfing it. The others, meanwhile, took cover behind the barrier. The flames even reached them. Not seeing Jinfrey near them, Arthur called out to him worriedly, but nothing could be seen because of the smoke that had risen. The bear laughed and said that one of them hadn't managed to escape. The temperature was too high, and not a speck of dust remained. Meanwhile, the squad emerged from under the barrier, thinking he had died. But MC isn't that easy to kill. When the smoke cleared, the bear saw him standing in the same place, very much alive, and this greatly surprised him. Thanks to the phoenix meat he had eaten, his fire protection had worked, and that's how Jinfrey had escaped. He smiled and teased the monster, asking what else he could do, and the bear looked at him closely, noting that he was an interesting guy. Arthur was overjoyed that he was alive, while Freyna, meanwhile, was surprised that he seemed to have escaped the attack. This could only have been avoided with fire resistance, which was why MC had eaten so much meat. Eating 50 units of phoenix meat grants fire resistance for 7 minutes. It didn't protect him completely, but it minimized the damage as much as possible. Now he's on the verge of death and can use the skill Divine Speed. He pulled out his dagger, his stats increased sharply, and the bear remarked that he wasn't so simple. He hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Suddenly, the volcano began to shake. It turned out the monsters had used a skill, causing them to be hit by hot air. The system informed them that the fiery waves had inflicted the burn status on them, causing their health to decrease every second. Freyna told everyone to hide behind the rocks. If the heat affected their armor, they would take additional damage. They quickly hid, and Arthur thought that they had everything they needed to survive in the volcanic zone, but it wasn't enough to defeat the demon. Despite this, Jinfrey was very calm. Thanks to fire resistance, the damage from the burn status was reduced, and MC told the enemy he was prepared for it. The steel bear remarked that he was different from other people. He thinks he can withstand damage from his fire? If he's so arrogant, it's time to teach him a lesson. The fire immediately flared up, and he plunged back into the lava, and one of the squad members remarked that it looked like it was starting. Jinfrey, meanwhile, prepared himself and, without taking his eyes off the lava lake, thought that the main thing was to watch its movements. Suddenly, a huge beast jumped out of the fire, its claws flashing past its face, and he realized it was a special attack. He quickly blocked it, and the shockwave reached the squad's cover, and Freyna noted how fast it was. The monster glanced at the man and said that this attack could be countered to advantage. He was intrigued. After that, he jumped out of the lava lake and said that he was already bored with all this, so he wanted to create a little shakeup. He returned to the fire and asked if he could repel this attack. Since the voice came from underground, the squad members became nervous, and Arthur asked Jinfrey what was going on. He ignored it and closed his eyes, concentrating, and then the bear suddenly jumped out from underground and pounced on him from behind. Seeing this, the squad members were very worried for him, but he dodged thanks to the detection of magical power. Everyone was very surprised by what they saw, as was the beast. MC turned around, sizing the beast up, and noticed that it was thinking quickly. He told him that it wasn't that at all. He just knew all its moves. The bear got angry and told him not to get cocky. He was just lucky. He returned underground and said that luck couldn't last forever. He could continue to defend, but he wouldn't give him time to counterattack. Jinfrey told him to stop chatting and get started, and then prepared himself. With power detection, he could find out where he was now, and with divine speed, he could quickly counterattack. He closed his eyes and told himself to remember. He had played this so many times before. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and Arthur became worried, but when the bear emerged from underground, he was very surprised not to see Jinfrey. It turned out that he had already jumped up and was heading straight for him. Swinging his dagger down, he delivered a sweeping blow. This was unexpected for the beast, so he didn't even understand it at first, and MC asked, "Who said that they wouldn't give him time to counterattack?" The beast didn't know what to say to this, and Arthur exclaimed that he was so cool. The beast pointed a finger at him with displeasure and said that there was only one attack, so he shouldn't get cocky. He wouldn't let him stand in his way. He was surprised because he had never heard this line, and when he dived into the lava again, he closed his eyes and thought that now was not the time to think about it. He needed to pull himself together. As soon as the monster emerged from underground, it immediately dealt a critical hit. Cursing loudly, the beast thought, how did he guess where it would hit? Jinfrey smiled. Good that he had an inner sense, and at that moment, the poisoning took effect. Feeling a sharp decline in strength, the bear became very angry, and MC said that he was not the only one who knew that he had no resistance to poisons. He also saw nothing wrong with taking advantage of an opponent's weakness, since that's how battles work. A man from the squad remarked that he was strong, and Freyna thought that even in large squads, many were afraid to fight demons, while he stood there with such pride. Jinfrey told his enemy that he had better hurry any more and he wouldn't be able to attack him. Thanks to the poison, he wouldn't be gone anytime soon. Immediately after, the bear growled in rage, and a volcanic eruption began with him. He told him not to tempt fate, and a wave of heat hit the squad members again. Arthur told them not to approach, and Freyna ordered him to retreat, otherwise he would take too much damage from the fire. They would retreat to a safer place. The boy was upset that he couldn't fight alongside him. Meanwhile, the monster, enraged, released a powerful stream of flame from its mouth, and seeing that it again didn't harm him, he became nervous. MC thought that breathing fire was just the beginning. Now, its actions were different from the game. The bear asked what power he used to detect his attack last time, and he asked in response if it wasn't too late for him to think about that. The demon chuckled and said that this knowledge wouldn't help him anymore. He was unlikely to cope if they attacked simultaneously. Jinfrey didn't expect this, and the squad members became very worried for him when the bear split into three. MC looked at it in surprise and thought that this definitely didn't happen in the game, after which they dove into the lava. He noted that although there were more of them, their actions hadn't changed. Even though he knew the next attack, it would be difficult to counter. Suddenly, a demon's voice rang out behind him, screaming that he would be the first to die, and he immediately turned around. When he emerged from the ground, he quickly jumped to the side, dodging a blow, and thought that because of the skill, he was now on the verge of life and death. One more attack and he would die. At that moment, a second beast pounced on him, and he, jumping to the side, thought that this whole situation was very explosive. The bear thanked him for entertaining him. Not to worry, his worthless friends would soon follow him. He concentrated, and a third demon appeared right behind him, screaming that he was finished. Jinfrey couldn't react to this, but Freyna arrived to his aid in time. She used a cold explosion spell, piercing the demons with its paw with a piece of ice. After that, she emerged from hiding and asked if it was too low for three to attack one, and who's this worthless one here? He gritted his teeth in rage and lunged at her, shouting that he would kill her, but MC immediately attacked, dealing him a fatal blow. The demon's head flew off, and Jinfrey told the girl that he was repaying his debt, and now they needed to finish off the monster. There were only two left. The system reported that the active skill, Inner Sense, had been activated. The steel bear had been defeated. Arthur clenched his fist and cried out joyfully. It worked. At that moment, the protagonist, holding his weapon, breathed heavily and thought, there are only two left. The next second, the steel bear leaped at him and shouted, how dare you kill my brother? Then the protagonist turned sharply, and the steel bear shouted that it would tear him apart. At that moment, the protagonist held his sword in front of him and blocked its attack, and Freyna, standing behind him, created a magical symbol, also defending herself from the monster's attacks. The protagonist turned slightly and said that she could have used ice magic. She said that her fire magic was at a higher level than ice magic. He asked if it was okay for her to be at such a distance. Wouldn't the fire waves affect her? She replied that she had removed the status with a buff, but it wouldn't last long. He replied that he understood, so she shouldn't move. The next second, he used divine speed and attacked the dungeon boss, shouting that he should receive. Then he ran toward Freyna and plunged his weapon into the monster's chest. He managed to shout, what? The system reported that the active skill, Inner Sense, had been activated. The steel bear was defeated. After that, MC stood on its body and, turning slightly, thought that even though he should have died from the poison, one had managed to hide. With these thoughts, he looked at the lava crater and then turned to Freyna and told her that it was up to him from now on. She should go to a safe zone. She told him to wait. He should let her demonstrate her ability, Solar Flame. She created a magical symbol over the protagonist, and the system reported that thanks to Solar Flame, his attack power had tripled. Fire resistance had also increased, including equipment resistance. He thought his fire resistance was increasing. Then she showed him the magic symbol on her hand and said that because of this buff, she wouldn't be able to cast any spells. That was all she could do for him. She wouldn't interfere anymore. With that, she turned and walked in the opposite direction, and he smiled and said that he was grateful to her, a master of fire magic. Meanwhile, the steel bear was inside the lava and, clenching his teeth in irritation, shouted, damn it! He'd relaxed too much. Now he'll regain his strength, and then he'll crush these idiots into dust. At that moment, he heard a voice ask how much longer he'll rest. Maybe they'll finish this game of hide and seek already? At that moment, he saw the protagonist in front of him and shouted in surprise, what? There's magma here. How could a normal person get here? The protagonist was making a gesture that meant, oh well, he's fine. The monster thought it's impossible for him, a demon, to be defeated by just a human. At that moment, the protagonist cut him into tiny pieces. Meanwhile, the others gathered near the crater, and one of them cried out in fear, an eruption? Freyna. She looked ahead and said, no, this. Before she could finish speaking, Arthur shouted, Jinfrey. At that moment, he climbed to the surface and the others ran up to him and shouted, "Is he okay?" Jitas shouted in alarm, "Is it over?" The man next to him shouted, "They must bring a recovery potion here." He replied, "Aha, it's over." Arthur then asked, "Was the demon defeated?" He replied, "Yes." Then Arthur turned to Freyna and shouted, "Sister." She looked at him and said, "Yes, she heard. Perhaps this will be a reward for father too." The next second, system windows appeared in front of them, saying, "The level 50 steel bear has been defeated. Reward and experience received." The protagonist smiled and said, "Excellent." He thought he was grateful for the 800,000 gold reward. The system window said, "Reward 800,000 gold. A hard bear claw, S rarity. A huge bear fang, A rarity." The protagonist thought, this is what he wanted, a rare claw and fang. Then Freyna turned to him and asked, "Jinfrey, how could they thank him?" Arthur added, "Without him they would never have won. They wouldn't even have reached the top." He was truly grateful. He replied, there was no need to thank him. It wasn't all his doing. Freyna added, "Well, considering their collaboration, she was even ashamed to take the reward for killing this demon." He said no need, she had every right to. The buff she cast on him at the end really helped. She smiled and thought, maybe without it, he wouldn't have been able to win. Then she looked at the system window and added, but she would still like to thank him. From the interesting items, she received a medium homothermal stone, B rarity. The protagonist thought in surprise, "What?" Then he shouted, "Wonderful." She looked at him in surprise. He pointed at the system window with his finger and shouted, "Doesn't she want to exchange this for a hard claw?" She said in surprise, "Exchange. But this item can only be obtained on this continent." MC spread his arms wide and said that the homothermal stone was more important to him. She said, "But if he says so, she doesn't mind. She could just give it to him." He happily asked, "Really?" Then he took the system window in his hand and thought, wow, he got the homothermal stone. Freyna looked at him and thought that he was really hard to understand. Then the system reported, he felt Freyna's favor. Freyna felt sympathy for him. She smiled, looking at him, and then Jitas, looking at him from behind, said irritably, "Damn." At that moment, the system reported, he felt envy. Jitas felt love for Freyna. The protagonist thought, this is an unpleasant situation. But the main thing is that he got the homothermal stone. The next stop is the City of Desires, which is located on the second continent. After some time, he stood on the street of the city and said, here it is. He arrived on the first great continent, the central city, the beginning of the robbery. Freyna stood in front of him and said that they returned to their homeland for the first time since what happened with their father. She suggested meeting again sometime. Arthur came closer and said, "Jinfrey, he will train so as not to lose. He really is grateful to him for many things." He replied, "Yeah, good." Then they said goodbye, and he walked in the opposite direction, and thought that he had easily obtained the homothermal stone with which he wanted to go to the first great continent. Although he still had memories from his past life, he was glad that everything coincided so well. He sent money to his family and the place where he needed to go. After some time, he approached the portal between the first and second continents. People around were saying, didn't he defeat the demon? Could this really be the basic equipment for creating medicines? Yes, that's right. At that moment, the protagonist looked at the system window, which said that the overthrow of the first demon was confirmed. He wants to move to the second continent. Then he went through the portal and began to disappear, and people around him said, he moved. Maybe he just imagined it. After some time, he was on the second continent, the city center. The prison of desires, a second life. MC put his hand in his pocket and said, well, he's here. Then a system window appeared in front of him, which said that a message was received from Amelia. He scratched his head and wondered, what? How did she contact him? Then she appeared on the system window and asked, hello, brother. He asked, what happened, Amelia? She answered, well, how can I say? She was scared when she received such a large sum. Where? And what did he do? It's probably some kind of shady work. He answered, no. He thought he was keeping his decision to become an adventurer a secret from Amelia and his mother too, because they would both be worried. And then Amelia shouted, hey, can he hear her? He replied, yes, everything is fine. It's honest work. She said she hoped he was doing well. The thing was, Mom hadn't been feeling well lately. After a while, he sat down on a bench, puzzled, and thought her treatment would require much more money. He couldn't delay any longer. Mom. At that moment, he saw the guys in front of him talking. He should check out the auction. Were there any rare items? A high elf tier. At that moment, the protagonist thought, a high elf tier? He looked thoughtfully at the system window and thought, this is an item that cures all sorts of ailments, since it contains elements of a universal medicine. It's generally impossible to obtain on the second continent, but if he can get it, he could cure his mother. At the auction on that continent, where the rich gather, a high elf tier would probably be worth millions. Even though it wouldn't be easy to obtain, he still wants to participate in the auction, but he'll definitely need capital to do so. After some time, he arrived on the second great continent. Rank E dungeon, a tawny snowplain. He walked forward, looked around, and said that in order to earn money, it was best to go to a high-level dungeon, but he was there. Then, smiling, he looked to the side and said, oh. He noticed that a level 62 cat had appeared. He took out the items and thought, here it is. Then he handed it an item and thought, using the items he had received on the way here. The cat, noticing the item in his hands, meowed happily. The protagonist knelt before it and offered it a snowy plain vine, a red flower, and a frozen fish. He said that these were all for him. Then he pointed to the item and said that the red flower would make a very soft, comfortable bed. Well, how about him? The next second, the cat happily handed him a coin. The system reported a kitten's gold coin, rarity A. Description: a sparkling gold coin that doubles the amount of money received. The cat held a coin in his teeth, and the protagonist, holding out his hand, asked, is he giving this to him? He was grateful. He thought, great, now he had the kitten's gold coin too. Then he looked at the coin in his hand and thought, this hidden item could be obtained if he cheered up the cat. Now he would earn money faster by killing monsters. Then he started farming, receiving 80,650 gold several times, and 152,000 gold. After killing another monster, he opened the system window and said that he had also killed the dungeon boss and received 1,111,000 gold twice. He said that this was how he had collected the minimum amount. The system reported the amount received, 12,664,000 gold. He smiled and said that this amount would be completely enough for an army. Should he try to increase this upon returning to the city? After some time, the protagonist entered the establishment. He thought, backstage of a casino. People blinded by greed come here and you can find anything here. It's a dark place where there is no concept of decency. The people here are ruthless towards others. Then he looked to the side and noticed a man who joyfully shouted, "Bad, he won again." He took a glass of drink and added, "He always lost, but today looks like his time has come." The system reported he sensed that Entei had earned 10,220,000 gold through dishonest means. MC looked at him and thought, this idiot who wins all the money again. Maybe I should make him my target and make a fool of him? Then Entei looked at him and asked, "What is this, buddy? He will win? He won't cry if he offends him? He's on top now." The protagonist, laughing, approached him and told him not to be too hard on him. Does it matter that this is his first time here? He looked at the rules and seemed to understand everything. At that moment, the worker thought, great, another idiot on the horizon. Entei smiled and said, of course, no big deal. It's just roulette. For now, he'll accept his bets. He's already won 10 million today. At that moment, the system reported that he felt the dealer was about to cheat. He thought, sure enough, the dealer will cheat. This place still amuses him. Roulette is called the queen of the casino. In this game, the ball is thrown twice, and players choose two numbers they like. If the number matches once, they get half the amount. If twice, they get double the bet. If the bets don't match either, they remain the same, and the game starts over. Players can't bet on the same number. Then Entei put his hand on the table and said, well, they'll start. He has to bet first. MC said thoughtfully, red 36 and black 8. The bet is 10 million gold. Entei thought in surprise. What? The dealer wondered. Was he saying 10 million gold? Then the protagonist put his elbows on the table and asked, didn't they hear me? Should he repeat that? Red is 36 and black is 8. He bets 10 million gold. The ball will stop if he doesn't quickly name his bet. There's a rule in the game. If you name your bet before it stops, it counts as a loss. He asked him to quickly name the number. He thought, if he could even name it. At that moment, the worker wondered, what kind of idiotic coincidence is this? Why did he choose the same numbers he had in mind? The protagonist smiled and asked, what happened? The ball will stop if he doesn't answer soon. At that moment, Entei looked at the dealer and whispered, hey, what's wrong? Hurry, he needs to tell him the bet. He frowned and sighed in irritation. At that moment, the protagonist thought, thanks to the divine halo skill, he knows what they'll say before they even open their mouths. The dealer's job is to act as a hunter. The sniper eye he was using is a professional hunter skill that allows him to hit all targets. Then the ball stopped, and the people gathered around it were surprised. Indeed, 36 red and 8 black came up. The protagonist folded his arms and, crossing his legs, said, looks like he's lucky today. He thought the dealer was telling the target person the numbers they'll bet in advance through gestures, but knowing their secret, he could use it against them. Then Entei shouted indignantly, he's gotta be kidding. How did that happen? At that moment, the worker turned around and said, I'm sorry, manager. The man approached them and asked, what happened? Then the worker pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted, cheater, he's cheating somehow. He bet 10 million and guessed both numbers, an incredible stroke of luck. Oliver folded his hands in front of him and smiling, said, well, that could happen. He suggested they discuss it in his office. And MC thought that these words somehow changed the atmosphere. Apparently, he was in cahoots with them. Then the man pointed his hand at him and shouted that they needed to grab him and make him talk. The next second, the protagonist overturned the table. One of the workers came up behind him and shouted that he shouldn't even dare disobey them, but the protagonist hit him in the neck from behind and then looked at the next attacker. Then the dealer pointed a bow at him, and Entei pointed a knife at him and shouted, this is a stinking crook. The protagonist, however, spun around, kicked him, and said that he was the only crook here. Then he turned to the others and asked, who's next? At that moment, Oliver frowned and thought, damn, he's a lot stronger than he thought. Then the man in front of him said, the manager, this man. He asked, what? He turned around and, spreading his arms out to the sides, said, from the description, he looks like that man from the news. This rookie, who set a new record for slaying monsters at the initiation ceremony, 33, Oliver thought in surprise. Is it really him? The others added, and he's already on the second great continent. He's the one who defeated the steel bear so quickly, and why did he come here? The next second, the manager knelt down and, bowing his head, shouted that he apologized for accusing him of cheating like that. At that moment, he chuckled and thought, if it was him on the news, then he still can't win. Nothing but complete collapse awaits him here. At that moment, the MC smiled evilly, and he added, he would also like to say that they are sorry if there is anything they could do for him. The protagonist said, that's how. Then he leaned over and added, he's going to take all the money in this place. Oliver yelled in surprise. All the money? The protagonist called up the system window and added, he'd also like an invitation to the auction. Oliver yelled, an invitation too? The MC asked, isn't that fair payment for slandering him as a crook? Yes, that's what he wants. Then he stood up and, turning in the opposite direction, said, if they refuse, people from the Public Security Association will come to them. They don't want all this fuss, do they? Oliver yelled in fear. He understood. He'd transfer the entire amount. After a while, at the central auction site, Second Life, the protagonist looked at the system window and said he'd collected the required amount. Today, if he's lucky, he'll get a high elf tier. He sat down and reflected that, thanks to the invitation he'd received, he'd been able to easily sneak into the auction to compete for the item he wanted. Meanwhile, Oliver, kneeling, desperately thought, oh shit, he robbed him completely. Then he looked forward in surprise and shouted, head of department. After a while, the auctioneer raised his hand and apologized for keeping them waiting. He offered to begin the auction. Today, they'd also be featuring some very rare items. They could look at the 11 items on display through the display case, and the first exhibit is a huge sword. It's highly prized by collectors, classified as A rarity. With these words, he pointed to the sword and added, the starting bid is 2 million gold. The protagonist thought that in order to make medicine for his mother, he needed 3 ingredients: a high elf's tear, which could be obtained in a hidden dungeon on the 6th continent, an ice dokimera fang, and ancient red earth. He thought it would be great if all 3 of these items were on the list. Then he wouldn't have to fight for them, and could finally calm down. Then he looked ahead in surprise and thought, pure dragon sake? If he had that, he would have everything he needed. Then the host announced the next item up for grabs is an Ice Dokimera Fang. It's an item dropped by a rare S-rank monster on the 2nd continent with a starting bid of 50,000 gold. At that moment, the protagonist placed his bid, and the host said, okay, The new bid is 100,000 gold. Accepted. He bid 100,000 gold. Then the protagonist turned around in surprise and thought, pay 100,000 for this item? Who the hell is he? At that moment, Oliver placed his bid, and MC thought, him. Then Oliver laughed and thought, here comes their benevolent servant. He won't let him buy it back, and he's not gonna keep quiet. The protagonist thought, did that guy take all the money? The High Elf's tier is the last item on the auction block, and that's all he can afford. He needs to save his money for now. Then the host announced, sold. The Fang has been sold to the Blue Snake Guild for 1 million gold. People in the room started chatting, so that means the Blue Snake Guild is participating in the auction this time. They're the richest and most powerful guild on the entire continent. If they've set their sights on something, bidding with them is a waste of time. The protagonist thought, he understands they have a reputation as the richest guild here. Everyone says that it is such a great guild. At this moment, Simon Bloodberry asked, that man? Oliver answered, yes, that's right. He is the head of the casino department, and he is an idiot who will completely ruin him. He added irritably, moreover, he was only able to participate thanks to his invitation. We cannot give him a chance to take advantage of this situation. He said, really, he is not going to give in to a guild that secretly controls the entire city? Well, they will teach him a lesson. Then the host said, the next lot is number 7, Ancient Red Soil, an S rarity item that can only be obtained on the third great continent. The starting price is 7 million gold. MC made his bid. The host said, wow, that gentleman is betting 50 million. Wow. And again, the Guild of Blue Snakes. Oliver made a bid. The host said, he is quadrupling the bet. The protagonist thought in surprise that he understood everything, of course, but he never would have guessed they had so much money to quadruple the bid. The host added, and the Blue Snake Guild took the exhibit again. They had received the ancient red earth, quadrupling the initial bid to a record amount. At that moment, Oliver looked at the protagonist and laughed, and the system announced that it had sensed a worthless soul, about to outbid all his bids. The protagonist thought it would be difficult to obtain a High Elf's tier this way. His opponent was a great guild. In this situation, counting on victory was pointless. No, wait, what if? Then he placed his bet, and the host said, and again, the Blue Snake Guild. This one wins the Mermaid Scale for 40 million gold. The Blue Snake Guild gets the Bloody Assassin's Knife for 20 million gold. And this time, the guild gets Pure Dragon Sake for 300 million. The MC gritted his teeth and said, the entire auction was a one-sided game. Couldn't even an angelic halo help him with this? At that moment, Oliver pointed his finger at him, and laughing said, fool, he can't defeat a great guild with a capital of one person. He will win everything he wants. At that moment, the protagonist laughed and said that he was the only fool here. After that, the host spread his arms out to the sides and said, the next item, the last one in their auction. It is famous for its mystical glow, and it is also considered the most beautiful thing in the world. An amazing item that has captured the hearts of many. The 11th item is the Tears of a High Elf. For the Tears of a High Elf, the first bid is 50 million gold. The protagonist placed his bid and said 500 million. The others were surprised. He was starting with 500 million? My god, that's so expensive. The protagonist folded his arms and thought, if that's what he came here for, he can't give up. Okay, they should just try to stop him this time, if they can. At that moment, Oliver said irritably, well, either way, the result is the same. He'll win if he bids twice as much. At that moment, he placed his bid, and the host said, wow, the Blue Snake Guild bid 1 billion. One moment, he'd reached the bidding limit. The Blue Snake Guild can't raise the price anymore. Oliver shouted in surprise. What? The protagonist smiled, thinking, well deserved. The host looked at Oliver and shouted that he apologized, but the Blue Snake Guild had already reached the maximum bidding level. He shouted indignantly, maximum level? What is he talking about? He raised his hand and replied, according to the rules of this auction, the maximum number of bids is 5. The Blue Snake Guild had already won 5 items, so to prevent him from monopolizing them, bidding was no longer possible. Oliver clenched his fist and shouted indignantly, what kind of ridiculous rule is this? He's always here, but this is the first time he's heard of this? MC thought it was because this auction was unusual. It was a special auction, held very rarely by the adventurer community, something like a secret quest that was overlooked. In any case, this rule was established to prevent monopolization of rare items, and it became absolute. He should have understood, because the items are quite rare, but it seemed he knew absolutely nothing about this special auction from the very beginning. Then he said, what a noob. The host asked, does he understand, sir? Oliver started shouting in irritation, and then the host raised his hand and said, time's up. They were congratulating the guy with the halo. He got the High Elf's tears for 500 million gold. The others started clapping, and the protagonist folded his arms over his chest and said that he didn't want to be called that. At that moment, Oliver, still angry, shouted, those punks provoked him on purpose. He looks down on him, huh? He let him go at the club, but he won't forgive him now. He has to stay where he is. With these words, he pointed his finger at him and concentrated energy in his hand. The man sitting behind the protagonist screamed in fear. Oh my god. The protagonist thought, this idiot. Then he stood up and clenching his fist shouted, he's gonna start a fight, so they have to go out. This is a public place. There's no need to drag innocent people into it. If he wants to beat him up in the street, so be it. Did you hear that, mister? He has to call off the spell. He thought, this is unthinkable. If he hits him, he could die. Then Oliver said irritably, he's an idiot. Then Simon said, go ahead. Oliver objected, but sir, he said that this guy, if they start a conflict, the adventurer community will notice. Oliver shouted, but if they ignore him and leave, the guild's honor will be lost. He turned his gaze on him and said that he wouldn't repeat it twice. They're leaving right now. He should follow. With that, he walked to the exit, and Oliver replied, yes, sir. After a while, MC sat in the hallway and looking at the system window, said, there were unexpected problems at the auction, but even so, he was glad he was able to get the High Elf's tears. He figured that this guy had obtained other materials for the panacea. He just needed to get it from the dungeon, and everything would be fine if he hurried. But the Pure Dragon Sake, it's a shame they took that. It's a rare item that can only be obtained by completing an annoying quest on the 5th floor. If he had Pure Dragon Sake, he could have obtained the secret equipment much faster. Then he sighed and said, nothing can be done now, thanks to these guys. At that moment, Mira approached him and said, this halo above his head. She had never seen anything like it. He sat up and looking at her thought, "Who is this lady?" She said it was a bit rude to ask, considering they hadn't met before. "But what is his connection to the Blue Snake Guild? Does he know the guildmaster?" he asked. "The guildmaster?" she said. "That long-haired man who appeared earlier. He's the guildmaster of the Blue Snake Guild on the second floor." The protagonist extended his hand forward and said that he didn't know him at all. Well, it was a personal matter. But anyway, who is she? She replied that she was an adventurer. It just so happens that she was hunting the Blue Snake Guild. At this moment, the system reported that Mira was investigating the Blue Snake Guild at the request of the adventurer community. The protagonist thought, a community request, wait, she's an adventurer from the League of Eight. The League of Eight consists of 8 S-rank adventurers accepted by the community. Those in the League of Eight receive requests from adventurers in the community and earn huge rewards. Simply put, they are adventurers who have everything: skills, fame, and fortune. The League of Eight, he hadn't heard that name in a long time. A long time ago, he cleared a dungeon and reached their rank. He chose community quests for fun. Then he said, it seems they've left the building. Shouldn't they follow them? She said she'd be leaving soon. But before that, could she ask one question? How did he get that halo? With that, she placed her hands on her waist, and he looked at her in surprise, wondering if she knew about the secret equipment. That kind of equipment wasn't accepted by the adventurer community, and if it was discovered, he'd be in big trouble. You need to tactfully change the subject. Then he scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, that. At that moment, the system reported that he had received enthusiast equipment. Mira noticed his special equipment and became seriously interested in it. Mira thought this halo was so cute. She wanted one too. She continued to stare at him and asked, what? Is something wrong? He held his hands out in front of him and said that it was quite a long story. She continued to look at him and then closed her eyes and, waving her hand, said, okay, she'll find out for herself. She was leaving. With these words, she went down the stairs and he replied, okay. He watched her go and thought that he was shocked that there was enthusiast equipment in the 8 League. Also, just from talking to her, he could tell that she was incredibly experienced, even for an 8 League. At that moment, she turned slightly and thought that she had never seen such equipment, even on the 7th floor. What kind of person was this? Sometime later, on the 2nd floor, an A-rank dungeon, Moonlight Wasteland. MC stood next to the defeated boss and the system reported that he had defeated the level 80 giant goblin boss. He said, yes, loot dropped. A goblin thief glove. A system window appeared in front of him saying, Goblin Thief Glove, Rank A. Description: he can select any item from the inventory of an enemy he stunned and take it for himself. He thought, leveling up is going smoothly. He really wants the Ice Dokamera Fang in the S-rank dungeon. But first, he needs one more hidden piece of equipment. He looked ahead and said, for that, these guys will have to report something to him. He noticed Oliver and the Blue Snake Guild Master standing in front of him. He thought he just needed pure dragon sake to find new items, so he found them using spell detection. Now he was stalking them, waiting for a weak spot. He glanced toward the tree Mira was hiding behind and thought she was here too. Of course, she was hunting them too. At that moment, she peeked out from behind the tree and thought she was stalking the Blue Snake Guild. But this guy was here too. Was he watching them too? At that moment, he thought in surprise, were they going into a wall? A few seconds later, in the secret biotope of the Blue Snake Guild, Simon leaned over a flower, and Oliver joyfully spread his arms out to the side and asked, Master, how was the harvest? He thought that if this didn't cheer him up, he'd definitely be finished. He said that with this amount, they could raise the price. Oliver asked, really? Then they could recoup their losses. He'd bring people to harvest the crop. At that moment, the protagonist asked, is gardening their hobby? He smiled welcomingly and held the flower in his hands, and they turned and shouted, how did he get here? Oliver clenched his fists and shouted in irritation. Damn it, was he following them? He said this flower, the Moonlight Azalea, could be used as a substance to enhance magic. They also shouldn't try to convince him they didn't know about it. This substance can cause hallucinations and, in the worst case, lead to death. The community strictly forbade its use. For what purpose were they growing it? They looked at him silently, and then Simon asked, is he an agent of the community? The protagonist held his hands in front of him and answered negatively. He can't say that. They should give him pure dragon sake, and he'll turn a blind eye if he gets it. He knows they won it at auction earlier. What are they thinking? With these words, he folded his arms across his chest, and Oliver began to concentrate energy in his hands and shouted, how dare he be so arrogant? The next second, the protagonist was behind him, and Mira watched from behind the flowers thinking, a fight. She couldn't make out what they were saying from here. At that moment, MC smiled, put his hand on Oliver's shoulder, and said he wasn't trying to intimidate, but rather negotiate. Of course, he'll pay accordingly, okay? He said he wanted to buy pure dragon sake. In that case, he definitely couldn't sell it to him. He asked, seriously? Then there was nothing he could do. He really didn't want to turn them in, but it seemed he'd have to tell the adventurer community all about the beautiful garden. Oliver grabbed his knife at that moment and shouted at him not to underestimate him. You punk. But at that moment, the protagonist easily dodged his attack and drew his weapon. He then said it was self-defense. With these words, he attacked Oliver in the neck. At that moment, Mira thought in surprise, with one blow, and this was the first time she had seen such a dagger. At that moment, Simon said, what an annoying little thing. How bold of him to bother the underground dwellers. If he died, he wouldn't be able to tell anyone anything, right? Right? With that, he took out his weapon. The system reported Simon, the master of the Blue Snake Guild on the 2nd floor, level 97, class, swordsman. MC smiled and said that he didn't like wasting his time either, so he suggested they get it over with. At that moment, Mira thought, she wants to get a better look at this performance. Then the men looked at each other, and Simon, swinging his weapon, prepared to attack, and their weapons crossed, and the protagonist thought that his level was clearly higher than his. Then they repelled each other's attacks, and after that, they crossed weapons again. Mira thought she already knew this from community resources, but Jinfree, the new adventurer who set a record at the baptism ceremony, has good intuition in combat, but in terms of strength, Simon is clearly superior. Meanwhile, the battle continued. MC jumped back, skidding to a stop on the ground. Simon said, does he know? He's just a rookie. He doesn't stand a chance. Or does he want to fall as a brave soldier and gain posthumous glory? The protagonist rose to his feet and said that he doesn't want to die or become a hero. He just wants to achieve his goals, and he can't give up now. Simon swung his weapon and shouted, battlefield chatter. Only losers do that. He's only good in words. At that moment, the protagonist tried to block his attacks and Simon thought, what is this? Such a strange feeling. He didn't think he'd have to use a special skill when fighting these punks. Then he shouted in surprise. Mira was surprised, thinking, he's fighting with his eyes closed? At that moment, the protagonist actually closed his eyes and deflected his opponent's attacks. Mira wondered if he could really sense enemy magic this way. She'd never seen such a skill before. She also didn't notice him using any items, so his equipment must have a special skill. The next second, MC deflected another attack and declared that he had succeeded. The system reported that Lucifer's Halo third skill had been unlocked. Mira, shielding herself with her hand, wondered what was going on. That thing above his head was glowing. The conditions for unlocking Lucifer's Halo third skill requires raising the secret stat, spell detection, to a maximum level of 252. To raise this skill, the user must use it during battle to accurately deflect enemy attacks. Just like with experience points, the stat points gained depend on the opponent's strength. During the battle with the first demon lord, Jinfrey managed to accumulate enough points for the third skill. The protagonist then smiled and thought, this skill usually takes much longer to unlock, but he was just lucky to have such a strong enemy. Then he looked forward in surprise, and at that moment, Simon pierced his chest with his weapon from behind. He looked at the fallen protagonist and said, don't get distracted during the fight, pathetic puppy. He defeated him because he overestimated his strength. The world is so big, he never thought that there would always be someone better than him. At that moment, the protagonist stood behind him and folding his arms said, hey, mister, who exactly is better? Simon thought, how the hell did he survive? He turned around and wondered, how did he do that? A class skill or a special item? MC asked, what's wrong with his face? Did he fall asleep or something? At that moment, Mira thought something was wrong, and Simon looked at the ground and thought that he couldn't believe that his body had evaporated like that. He had felt the sword pierce him. At that moment, a weapon pierced his chest, and he looked away and thought, did he stab him? How is that possible? No, he didn't move an inch. What's happening to him? He pointed his hand forward, and with his mouth open thought, this kid, what is he doing? He grabbed his face and Mira, continuing to watch them, thought, why did Simon look like he was in agony? What the hell? And the protagonist thought that it was because of the third skill of the Halo Lucifer, a fantastic illusion. He asked, didn't he say that the world was huge? At that moment, the system reported, the weapon is the Halo Lucifer. Skill 3, a fantastic illusion. Causes the one with whom eye contact is established to see hallucinations. 72-hour cooldown. He added that he knew that too. Then he looked at Mira and said, oh, it's her. Did you enjoy following him? She responded, so he already knew she was here. But she wasn't following him, she was following them. He said, oh right, she said she was on a mission for the community. Perfect. Then she could easily arrest them for illegally growing moonlight azalea. He waved his hand and, turning around, added, excellent. He'll leave the cleaning to her. She watched him go silently, and then he slammed his fist into his palm and said, exactly. He almost forgot the most important thing. After that, he called up a system window that said, Goblin Thief Glove, rank A. He put the glove on his hand, and the system announced, Goblin Thief Glove, rank A. Description. He can select any item from the inventory of an enemy he's stunned, and take that item for himself. Then he reached for Oliver's body, and laughing, said that he apologized, but he would take something. He then took the pure S-rank dragon sake and thought, great, this item is his. With this, he would be able to defeat the second demon lord in no time. He thought, Mom, she should wait just a little longer. At that moment, Mira approached him and continued to stare at him. He looked at her and asked, is there a problem? This item is completely legal. She closed her eyes and replied, no problem. She is sure it is all legal. He walked forward and said, well then, he left. He walked to the door. Mira, watching him go, thought there was no hint of a special item during this fight, and you can't tell from the boy that he has a class skill. What kind of spectacle is this then? Maybe it's because of the thing flying above his head. If he'd used something forbidden by the community, it would have been a different story, but that's not the case. This wasn't just equipment she'd never seen before. Jinfrey, he was clearly no ordinary new adventurer. Sometime later, second floor, second life, tavern shop. The protagonist approached the door and said, okay, here we are. He pulled out the items and after looking at them, said he could use pure dragon sake to obtain another secret piece of equipment. At that moment, the man abruptly opened the door and shouted, does he think they're being too nice just because they flattered him a little? A legendary blacksmith, of course. He's just a stubborn old man. After that, they left, and the protagonist, watching them go, thought, the blacksmith here won't even talk to him unless he gives him a gift. Then he entered the room, and smiling, said hello. The next second, he held the object in front of him, blocking the hammer and screwdriver flying at him, and the blacksmith said, just wonderful, another fool. He shouldn't distract him while he's working. He should get out of here. He'll never forge him anything. And the protagonist thought, he's still the same. Taver shouted, hey! He can't just come in whenever he wants. The protagonist, standing by the half-open door, smiled and said that he asks him to listen to him. He stretched out his hands and shouted at him not to say his name, and to get out right now. Then MC showed him the object and said how inconvenient it was, because he brought high-quality sake. Taver shouted in surprise, this, how did he, a ragamuffin, even get to pure dragon sake? He should give it to him and get out. Then he kicked the protagonist in the leg. He thought, what the hell? He shouted for him to wait. He raised the item higher, and Taver shouted for him to put his hands down. He told him to give it up, and the protagonist thought, in the game, you need to obediently hand over pure dragon sake, and then the blacksmith will get so drunk that he will create S-rank equipment. But on the other hand, he showed a system window that said, a B-rank shining stone. He said, a shining stone? He got it from Freyna when they defeated the demon lord. Taver said in surprise, what? After a while, they sat down at the table, and the protagonist poured him a drink and told him to take it. Taver started crying and said that his precious wife loved this drink too. She really liked sake warmed by the shining stone. MC smiled and said, that's right. He thought he'd heard this story a million times before. Then he poured him another round, and thought that this way he could definitely start the secret event. Obtaining S-rank equipment using only pure dragon sake is a great result. but he knows something others don't. If you mix pure dragon sake and the shining stone in this way, you can create secret equipment. The next second, Tavor began wiping away tears and screamed, "What a fool!" If he had come to his senses then, his wife wouldn't. The protagonist thought if he didn't listen to Tavor, then in the morning. When the morning came, Tavor smiled and pointed his finger at him, saying that he did this in exchange for that delicious rice wine. The equipment was his, gin-free. MC smiled and thanked him. He said he understood where the legendary blacksmith's nickname came from. He thought the third secret equipment was ready. At that moment, the system reported, armor, Skanda boots, rank unknown, dexterity plus 20, durability 5000 out of 5000, skill 1, free movement, passive. The player can go anywhere. Skill 2, lightning speed, active. The player can teleport anywhere within a 100-meter radius, can be used up to 5 times per day. Skill 3 is unknown, unlocked under certain conditions. The protagonist nodded and smiled, thinking, okay, time to go. He will do everything in no time. He will capture the S-rank dungeon on the second floor, Grace Castle. The next second, Tavor tossed him a flask and shouted for him to take it as a gift. The system reported, non-alcoholic heated sake, taste of legends, rank A. Description: heated pure dragon sake of the legendary blacksmith. Description: grants the status of very warm when consumed. He pointed at it and asked, he's coming, isn't he? In an S-rank dungeon. The protagonist replied, yes, he's grateful. He then exited the room. Tavor, standing at the threshold, said he must be strong but also cautious. The Ice Demon Lord is a cunning monster. After a while, they entered Grace Castle, an S-rank dungeon, on the second floor. Several people passed through the gate, and MC, cowering from the cold, said, it's cold, he's frozen. Okay, better to drink the wine that old man Tavor prepared for him. He then took out a flask and drank the contents. Afterward, he smiled and sighing said, how warm. The system reported, gin-free, status, very warm. His status will remain this way for 100 minutes. He thought, thanks to this, even thin clothes shouldn't be a problem. At that moment, the people standing behind him began to whisper, oh my god, will he even survive in such clothes? He underestimated the mountains in winter. He should see, he even has a strange halo. Clearly another newbie, he needs winter gear. What's wrong with him? He thinks he clearly didn't have enough for the elixir. The system reported that people nearby thought it was him. He was indignant, saying he shouldn't say such a thing. The system reported a limit of 1 hour, 59 minutes, 45 seconds. The protagonist looked at this and said, it's better to hurry. He thought about the S-rank dungeon on the second floor, which has a 2-hour limit. When the time runs out, he'll be forcibly teleported back due to a severe penalty. Half of his gear and gold disappears. He often lost in the game, and because of this penalty, he had to find more money and equipment. Then he walked forward and thought there was already a lot of magical energy around the Demon Lord's castle. Several more people had arrived before him. He needed to enter the Demon Lord's chamber first to take the Ice Dokamaru's fang to get the medicine. Then several adventurers walked forward. One of them said, even walking is hard. His partner added that if they continued at this pace, their time would run out before they could reach it. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed a huge monster heading straight for them. A level 82 Caniculus stood before them. The man raised his weapon and shouted, oh no, not again. They're on time. They won't even make it to the castle. Then he turned, looked at his partner, and shouted, what is he doing? He should be using defensive magic. But at that moment, he was looking at the protagonist, who calmly flew forward. He put his hands in his pockets and thought how wonderful it felt. He was walking in the air, like in his dreams. The system reported one skill, free movement, passive. He can go anywhere. Then he heard a loud sound and noticed 2 level 82 monsters heading towards him. He then drew his weapon and apologized, saying he was busy right now. He dealt several attacks, cutting through the monsters in front of him. Then parts of the beasts began to fly downwards, and the adventurers below said in surprise, is that the same guy in light clothing they saw earlier? Yes, he was flying? With that halo above his head? He's a ghost hunting idiots. Then they folded their hands in a prayer pose and thought, may God rest his soul. Next to them stood a kind monster, praying with everyone. The system reported, peaked. The protagonist said that if this one said a word, he would break this window. After some time, he arrived at the castle of the Demon Lord Ormud. He flew further and said, okay, he's made it. It only took 5 minutes, not bad. Then he looked down in surprise and shouted, what? Mira walked right up to the gate, and he wondered what the lady from the League of Eight was doing here. He was sure she was looking for secret equipment. He felt that if he crossed paths with her again, he wouldn't let her go so easily. But what would a member of the League of Eight be doing here? She probably cleared out the ice castle long ago. At that moment, she placed her hand on the inscriptions on the door and thought she heard that this guy infiltrated the castle, but the Demon Lord himself lives here. Besides, adventurers can't stay in the castle for more than 2 hours, but this guy seems capable of that. Then the protagonist looked in surprise as she destroyed the gate in front of her. He thought, amazing. The system reported that she had entered the Demon Lord's castle. The protagonist followed her and thought, exactly what you'd expect from an 8. He walked forward and said, incredible. The device on the door is no longer working. Usually it takes an incredible amount of time to enter the castle. How lucky he was. Then he turned around and noticing several monsters, said, them again. And then he used lightning speed. The system reported, skill 2, lightning speed, active. The player can teleport anywhere within a 100-meter radius, can be used up to 5 times a day. The next second he disappeared. The monsters leaped at each other, and he found himself at the gate, and the system reported that he had entered the Demon Lord's castle, the 9th floor of the main castle, the corridor before the frozen room. He turned slightly and happily said, yes, the skill allowed him to appear right here. To ascend to the 10th floor, to the Demon Lord's room, he needed to defeat the mini-boss in the frozen room. He thought he'd never used Skanda boots before. He might as well set a record for the fastest time clearing. Sometime later, Demon Lord Ormud Castle, Annex, 7th floor, frozen room. Loud screams echoed across the floor. Frightened people held their hands out in front of them, and one of them asked, Master, how could he? After everything they'd been through together. The system reported, Garuda Gaston, time limit 1 hour, 26 minutes, 7 seconds. He pointed his weapon at the guy and asked, how could he? They were taking too long. Garuda, class, swordsman, guildmaster of the Blue Snakes. He swung his sword and said, how dare they make him wait? Then he delivered a powerful blow, and the system reported, Garuda, time limit, 2 hours, 42 minutes, 36 seconds. He gritted his teeth in irritation and said, Will they repay him for all the treasures and money he missed because of them? The guy, frightened, pressed himself against the wall and apologized. He spoke, he must listen. A life that is worthless is a sin. All the useless must die to bring some value. With these words, he attacked another guy, and the system reported, Garuda, the time limit is 4 hours 21 minutes 58 seconds. At that moment, he pointed his weapon at the next adventurer. He fearfully begged him to stop. He does not want to die, master. He is begging him, but he still struck. And the system reported, Garuda, the time limit is 8 hours 7 minutes 13 seconds. He smiled and said, in the end, their lives are only worth a few extra hours. Are these all the people who came today? That's not enough. His subordinate said, right. He apologizes. He's recruiting people as best he can, but it will take some time before they arrive. At that moment, Garuda pointed his sword at him and asked, does he want to die in their place? He cried out in fear that he will find him more people right now. He started running in the opposite direction and thought, killing other adventurers can increase his time. How many months will they stay here? How many people is he going to kill? At that moment, Garuda thought, this Simon, ever since he was caught by that lady from the 8, the community has been targeting those in high positions to crush the guild. That's how it was and that's how it will be. But even if they manage to find him, he'll have an advantage due to the time limit. This is Grace Castle, a good place. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord Ormod's castle, the main building, the 9th floor, the frozen room. The protagonist flipped in the air, dodging a monster's attack and slashing with his sword at the same time. He rose up and thought, fighting while flying is even more fun. This equipment is better. But I wonder what the source of that magical energy he felt earlier is. It comes from the 2nd Demon Lord's top floor. But before, in the annex, he felt magical power that was much more dangerous. It's bothering him. But what's more important now is the Demon Lord. He kicked off the ground and delivered a powerful blow. And then he turned around and thought, that's great. This is the last one. Now he can return to the mini-boss. Meanwhile, Mira opened the door slightly, and MC hovered on the ceiling, looking at her and thinking, right, there's more. One magical power that is stronger than the Demon Lord himself. She almost caught him. How is she so fast? At that moment, she looked around and thought, why are there no monsters here? How strange. At that moment, 2 level 92 snow golems appeared behind her. She looked at them and thought, how is it that mini-bosses appeared so suddenly? Then she cast Summon Sylph. At that moment, a spirit appeared behind her, and the protagonist thought, is it a spirit? Only high-level mages can use such a skill. Then Mira pointed her hand forward, concentrating her energy in it, and said that she was afraid she didn't have time to fight them. She directed a stream of powerful energy at them, and then clenched her fist and pierced them with an electric shock. The protagonist thought, she just killed the mini-bosses with one blow. Not one, but 2 at once. She was on a completely different level. Then she turned to the doors, and MC thought, these are the stairs that appear after defeating the boss. This leads to the Demon Lord's room. Then Mira walked forward and thought, it seems I need to check every corner. Next is the annex. The protagonist watched her and thought, maybe she's looking for someone. What a relief. It seems she is not going to fight the Demon Lord. Then she turned sharply and thought that she imagined she was being looked at, but she was probably wrong. Her mission takes priority now. Then MC stopped at the doors. The castle of the Demon Lord Ormod, the main building, the 10th floor, the corridor in front of the Demon Lord's chambers. The protagonist put his hand to the door and then walked inside and noticed many adventurers suspended on ice shards. He smiled, looking at Ormod, sitting on the throne, and said that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The 2nd Demon Lord, Ormod. The system reported that the 2nd Demon Lord, Ormod, was level 100. His special ability was Death's Peak, which reduced all abilities of adventurers in the Lord's chamber by 20%. He smiled and asked what kind of beast was entering his chambers this time. Then the Demon Lord said, he himself will soon become a body. The protagonist looked at the bodies hanging around and thought, considering he couldn't sense any magic, they were all already. No, one was still barely alive. At that moment, the boy with his last breath said he must run, and the next second, several ice shards flew in front of the protagonist. He thought his first attack is the same as in the game. However, as in the battle with Helberus, perhaps the Demon Lord attacks in a way unknown to him. Then he extended his hand forward and said, they, animals, are so talentless, but at least they're tasty. Then he laughed loudly and, concentrating his energy around himself, added, he'd had many visitors today. He was the 10th. It had been a long time since he'd feasted like he did tonight. With these words, he stuck out his tongue, and the guy hanging on the ice thought, unbelievable pressure. What hope did he have against such a monster? They were so stupid. Then the Demon Lord extended his hand to the protagonist and, laughing, said that he, too, would be his dinner. MC then flew past him, using an attack, and the system reported, Skanda Boots. Skill 2, Lightning Speed active. 3 uses remaining. A huge scratch appeared on the Demon Lord's face, and he laughed loudly. And the barely alive adventurer wondered, how did he do that? Then the protagonist scratched his ear and said, he's so noisy, it doesn't even hurt. After that, Ormod laughed and began to heal the wound on his face with ice. He smiled and said, as he already knew, he was smart for an animal. But no matter, this would be his warm-up before dinner. Then shards of ice flew at the protagonist from above, and the Demon Lord, noticing the huge pile of ice in the center of the room, said he couldn't dodge it. He was supposed to die, but the next second, the protagonist attacked him from behind, piercing his chest. The system reported, Centipede, Skill 1, Keen Gaze, active, triple damage when hitting a weak spot. Then the demon knelt and thought, what the hell, he didn't see him move. It didn't look like he was naturally fast, rather he was moving under the influence of something else. Then MC looked at him and sighed, thinking, well, he has 3 secret equipment. Ormod won't be a problem for him. He needed to finish quickly, but he needed to deal enough damage so he wouldn't die and send out an ice Chimera. And then he charged again, and at that moment the body of one of the adventurers appeared in front of the protagonist. Ormod laughed and, holding the guy in front of him, asked, he can't attack him, right? Even though he already killed him, and now he's just a piece of meat? The protagonist thought, that idiot. Then the Demon Lord added, aren't you so enthusiastic now? He laughed loudly, then waved his hand and said, ice puppet. Bodies rose into the air, and the survivor thought, well, his partners. The demon pointed his hand forward and ordered them to kill him. The rebellious people headed for the protagonist. protagonist, and he thought he'd never seen attacks like this before, just like during the battle with Helberus. He doesn't know why, but the demon lords in this world are capable of acting differently from the game. Then Ormid looked at the guy remaining on the ice and said, "This one seems to be still alive." He thought he'd exposed him. Then he concentrated energy in his hand, but MC managed to chop off his hand, flying past him. He pointed a finger at himself and told him not to be distracted. He's fighting him. The demon lord screamed indignantly, "He's cursed." Then the system reported, Demon Lord Ormid has received the deadly poison status. Enemy health decreases by 10 points every second. Then he shouted loudly, "Summon Chimera!" At that moment, level 99 Chimera appeared in front of the protagonist. He looked ahead and thought, finally summoning them. He had been resisting for so long, and then he charged, and Ormid laughed and asked, "What is he thinking? So scared that he can't even hear." Then the system reported, he defeated the level 99 Chimera. The demon lord looked in surprise at the bodies of his subordinates, and the protagonist looked at the system window, and smiling, said, yes, thanks to it, he was able to get the Chimera's fang. He thought about it, the centipede's duration had dropped below 500. Duration, 493 out of 1500. And then he looked at the demon lord and, apologizing, said that he would no longer be able to play. He indignantly asked, "What is he?" Then the protagonist looked at his weapon. The system reported that the prerequisites had been met. A system window appeared in front of him, stating that the third centipede skill had been unlocked. Centipede of unknown rank. Strength rating 66. Duration, 493 out of 1500. Skill 1, Keen Gaze, active, triple strike when striking a weak spot. Skill 2, Speed, passive, increases agility 10 times, activates only when in danger of death. Skill 3 is unknown. Meanwhile, Garuda continued to deal with the people. One of the survivors extended a hand to him and said, "Master." He scratched his ear and said, "They are so noisy. This is a nice place, but the need to kill every day is getting tiresome." He then pointed his hand at the survivor, but then a gust of powerful wind knocked the weapon from his hands, and Mira approached him and said, "So this is where he was hiding, the master of the Blue Snake Guild, Garuda." He looked at her in surprise. She came closer and said, "Murder, human trafficking, fraud, collecting prohibited items. His crimes were endless." At that moment, Sylph was hugging her from behind. She asked, "Is he now killing his own people to hide out?" Then she summoned a spirit, a water spirit, Ondine, a fire spirit, Ifrit, a wind spirit, Sylph. All the spirits appeared behind her, and Garuda thought, spirits are the highest beings that can be summoned. She summoned 3 at once. He asked, "Who is she, miss? Did the community send her?" She introduced herself and said that by order of the League of Eight, she will guide him to the adventurer community. Meanwhile, MC looked at his weapon. The system reported, the conditions are met. The third centipede skill is unlocked. He thought how long he had waited for this. Then the demon lord screamed, "He shouldn't make him laugh. He's just an animal. He won't eat him. He'll tear him apart until there's nothing left of him." He then leaned over and began concentrating energy in his back, from which wings of ice emerged. After that, he rose into the air, laughing loudly as he flew towards the protagonist, saying, "It's always more fun to watch from above." At that moment, the protagonist also rose up and said, "He's right, it's quite interesting." He smiled, looking at the demon lord, and added, "Especially watching a moron like him." He turned around indignantly and, frowning, said, "He can't act so arrogant anymore." He began concentrating energy in his hand, and then an ice trident appeared in his hand. He thought, despair. He swung his weapon and shouted that he would kill anyone who got in his way. But the protagonist easily dodged his blows and said, "The centipede's third skill is melting." The system reported, Skill 3 is melting. The sword blade is molten and can be changed into any shape. Duration, 48 hours. He thought this skill, which melts the sword into any shape, can be used with various techniques. Therefore, the skill has limitless potential, based on the player's imagination. Then the demon laughed loudly and shouted, "He will continue to dodge, and he will make his death unbearable." Before he could finish speaking, he looked ahead in surprise, noticing how MC, swinging his sword, was flying straight at him. But he held his trident in front of him, and the protagonist used Gate of 1,000 Poisons, cutting the creature in front of him in two. He thought, this is how he killed the demon lord in the shortest time. The next second, the system reported that he defeated the second demon lord, Ormid. The system congratulated him. He cleared the dungeon. The remaining time is 1 hour, 21 minutes, 35 seconds. MC, smiling, looked at the defeated monster and said, "Excellent." He set a record for the time. At that moment, the surviving guy looked at the protagonist and thought, is he still alive? Did he really defeat the demon lord alone? Then the system reported, "Richard, the time limit has expired." The next second, he disappeared. The protagonist looked at him and thought he will probably return to the city. He will be fined, but at least he will remain alive. And he received the materials he needed. The system reported, Chimera Fang, S rank. Description: Fang acquired from an Chimera, can be used as an ingredient. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the system window and said, "Okay, all that remains is ancient red soil. With this, he will be able to make a panacea for his mother's illness." The next second, he shouted in surprise, "What was that? Why is everything shaking?" Meanwhile, Mira continued to direct energy at the guildmaster. He smiled and said, "He sees that she is full of fighting spirit." She said, "Breath of fire." The next second, Efrit sent a stream of fire straight at Garuda, who swung his sword, parrying the attack. Mira looked at him seriously, then pointed her hand forward and used torrential wave. The spirit flew forward next to her, and Garuda cut through it with his sword. At that moment, MC peeked out from behind a pillar and thought, is this because of them? It seems this guy is not inferior to her. He is an experienced swordsman. Is this the guildmaster Mira was looking for? Then Garuda slung his sword over his shoulder and asked, "Do you want to play?" And he thought she was special. From the League of Eight. What a disappointment. Then he raised his sword and added, "If you're going to attack, do it this way." Energy concentrated around his sword, and then he charged, and, swinging it, he shouted, "Whirlwind strike!" He cut Mira into several pieces, and the protagonist looked at it in surprise. After that, Garuda put his hand on his waist and asked, "Is that it? What a boring fight. And these spirits were also just for show." And she said, "It sounds like he's a complete idiot, since he doesn't understand how different their levels are." He looked ahead in confusion. At that moment, Mira, sitting on the railing of the second floor, said, "Garuda, a former member of the Eight." He turned around in surprise and shouted, How is she? He thought it was just a reflection. Or a mirage? She said he was kicked out of the community, and he chose this stupid path. Maybe he doesn't know, but this is how to attack. With these words, she sent energy forward, and he thought in surprise, what? Sounds like. At that moment, she said, summoning a spirit. Heavenly spirit Kiran. He thought in surprise, can she summon a fourth spirit? Damn. What should he do? There's water on the floor. Then he shouted that she should stop. She asked, when the others asked him to do the same, did he stop? Divine command. The next second, his body was pierced by many different types of energy. He screamed loudly and then fell to the ground. Mira ran up to him and said, what a fitting end for a villain. The protagonist thought, damn, this is scary. She's quite a dangerous opponent. Then she turned her gaze to him and asked, how long has he been standing there? Jinfrey. He turned around with an awkward smile and scratched the back of his head. He thought, damn, she caught him. Then he said, well, she understands. He wasn't trying to follow her. She said, he didn't interrupt her mission, so it's okay. She was in his place when they met the master. He thought, her mission? Then this guy really was the master of the Blue Snake Guild. Then she waved her hand and, passing by him, said that she no longer sensed the Demon Lord's energy. Did he defeat him? He confirmed it. She said, I see. She congratulates him. Well, she's in a bit of a hurry, so see you later. She thinks they'll meet someday. Then she headed for the exit. Sometime later, the Adventure Society headquarters. Garuda was chained up and left behind bars. Meanwhile, Nyx looked ahead, smiled, and said, thanks to her, Garuda was caught. Good job, Mira. She thanked him in return. He said the Blue Snake Guild would soon disappear. This would set an example for other criminal guilds, so the number of crimes should decrease. She said she understood. That would be fine, but he asked if something was wrong. She said it had nothing to do with her mission, but there was one person, an adventurer, who kept occupying her thoughts. He looked at her in surprise. Meanwhile, MC appeared in the teleporter, looked ahead, and said, great, he's on the 3rd floor. He shielded his face from the light and added, once he finishes off the Demon Lord here, and when he finally gets the last material for the panacea. But the most important thing now is this. The system reported, centipede, rank unknown, strength rating, 66, duration, 299 out of 1,500. He took the weapon in his hand and said, if he tries to engage the 3rd Lord, the centipede will probably break, because the duration is low. Better find another partner. He thought, the 4th secret equipment. After some time, 3rd floor, Central City, 3rd Warrior, the Flying Dragon Hotel. The hotel worker looked at the protagonist, said, welcome. Does he need a room? He walked forward and, smiling, said, yes, please. He needs a single room and 2 rooms. The 3rd room from the north and the 4th from the west. He looked at him in surprise and said that he understood. He hoped he likes it here. After that, the protagonist began to descend the stairs and thought about the code he used. He found it after clearing the special event on the 5th floor. And he's so glad he remembered it. Then he noticed the arena, and the system announced, 3rd floor, unknown dungeon of unknown rank, underground fight club. At that moment, the greatest boxer of all time, Mayweather Inoue, turned around and said, oh, they have a new guy. He should get into the ring. He'll show him what he's made of. The protagonist looked at him and thought, he's the same as always. At first, he thought he was an ordinary NPC, but he really is strong. It won't be easy to get the secret equipment, but he can do it. Then a voice said, today's main event, champion Inoue will face off against amateur Jinfrey. Let the match begin. Red corner, standing 184 centimeters tall and weighing 127 kilograms, the champion with 108 wins out of 108 rounds, the boxing god Inoue. Blue corner, standing 73 centimeters tall and weighing 68 kilograms, the new kid with black hair and blue eyes, Jinfrey. The use of weapons is strictly prohibited. The winners will be determined after a 3-minute round. In this fight, participants will earn points by punching invisible points on their opponent's body. The participant with the most points, or the first to reach 100 points, wins. And finally, if a participant falls even once, they lose. Now get ready. It's on. A sound rang out, and Inoue thrust his fist forward, beginning to attack the protagonist. He took a defensive stance and thought, he's so fast for his size. A voice said, fast punches from a champion. He's a rookie, but an amateur rookie can fight back. The protagonist blocked another attack and thought, however, he already knows that Inoue usually aims for the spots with the most points at the beginning of the match. Speed doesn't matter if he knows all his punches in advance. The next second, a voice said, this is an impressive rookie. He's still avoiding the champion's punches. He thought, now a straight right hook. He threw his punch, and Inoue blocked the attack. The system reported, the time remaining is 2 minutes 27 seconds. Jinfrey, 1 point. Inoue, 0 points. The voice said the rookie earned the first point. His punch was blocked, but he still took a point from the champion. Inoue said, hey him, he doesn't think 1 point is worth anything, does he? He answered, of course not. He gave it to him on purpose, didn't he? Stop underestimating him, and he must fight at full strength, champion. He smiled and said that he was interesting. Then, it's his turn. With these words, he delivered his blow and thought, yes, he has an eagle eye, but he clearly lacks stamina. A little more, and he will run out of steam. Then he delivered a few more blows, and the protagonist, continuing to defend himself, thought that he can't attack him. He must wait in defense, even if it means earning more points. In fact, this dungeon is a secret. It's a guaranteed loss event. Inoue's strength and speed increase with each point the player earns. Inoue screamed like he'd earned a point. But now what? He's losing his grip. He cornered the protagonist, and the system announced the remaining time, 1 minute 38 seconds. Jinfrey, 1 point. Inoue, 43 points. The voice said, the champion is in full swing, using his endless combos. He cornered the newbie, and that's it. Inoue landed another punch and screamed. It seems he has no strength left to fight any longer. At that moment, the protagonist cowered in the corner, still defending himself, thinking, the most important thing in this event is the impossibility of winning. He will lose this match, but he holds the victory. To obtain the 4th secret equipment, he must survive in the ring for 3 minutes. Then the boxer looked ahead in surprise, not noticing the protagonist in front of him, who leaned forward and struck his opponent. Inoue wondered how he could move after so many punches. MC landed another punch, and the system reported, 57 seconds remaining. Jinfrey, 9 points. Inoue, 51 points. The protagonist swung his fist, and Inoue thought, now he's attacking. He hadn't enjoyed a fight this much in a long time, but he was the champion. With these thoughts in mind, he delivered his punch, and the system reported Jinfrey, 13 13 points. Inoi, 68 points. The protagonist noticed a glove approaching him, and then his opponent hit him from below the jaw. A voice said, "Wow, the champion used an uppercut. Will the newbie survive? He's still standing." The newbie withstood the blow. "There's not much time left. Who will the goddess of victory smile upon today?" Inoi looked at the protagonist and said that he fought well, but he's finished. He jumped from foot to foot and shouted that he would finish this, but he was surprised, looked ahead and asked, "What?" The protagonist punched him in the face, and a voice said, "The newbie used a counterpunch. They are both obsessed with winning." Then Inoi, smiling, looked at the protagonist and said, "He still hit him. How interesting." He replied, "Does he understand? He can't afford to fall today." Then a sound rang and a voice said, "The match is over. The champion in red earned 97 points. The newcomer in blue earned 49 points. The winner is Inoi." The system announced, "The final, time remaining, 0 seconds. Jinfrey, 49 points. Inoi, 97 points." The voice said, "What an incredible fight. He is looking forward to the next one." Then Inoi stood in a proud pose and said, "He is grateful, Jinfrey. He is the first fighter who survived all 3 minutes of a fight with him. Boxing is a clash of fists, and from him he felt a strong spirit." He extended his hand forward and added, "Here, this is a gift. He must take it." MC extended his hand and thanked him. He gladly accepts it. He wrapped the bandage around his hand and thought he'd finally obtained the 4th secret equipment. The system reported the weapon was a spiritual bandage, rank unknown, power rating plus 150, duration 5000 out of 5000. Skill 1 was fire punches, passive. His fists were engulfed in flames, doubling his attack power, but he lost 1 health point per second. Skill 2 was counterattack, active. It copied the attack thrown at him and then repeated it 3 times stronger against the enemy. Skill 3 was unlocked under certain conditions. After some time, the protagonist looked ahead and said, "Now with the new equipment, it's time to act." He was on the 3rd floor of a rank S dungeon, the Ghost Ruins. As he walked forward, he thought the only monster in this dungeon was a demon lord. This meant that to clear the dungeon, he only needed to defeat 1 lord. However, the chance of encountering him is 0.1%, so finding Jackal requires patience. Besides, most adventurers waste time searching for him among the endless ruins, finding no trace of the demon lord, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted. But of course, he doesn't have that much time. He clenched his fist and thought, so the time-saving operation has begun. He walked further, looking around, thinking, if he can't find the lord, he should attract him. He said, "It must be somewhere nearby." Then he noticed a coffin and said, "I found it. It's a coffin." He pulled it out of the sand, then began to pray, saying that he didn't want to disturb his peace. But he was in a bit of a hurry, so he thanked him in advance. After that, he opened the coffin and the body glowed brightly. A small sphere of bright energy erupted from it. MC thought, "This soul was sleeping, but if I release it." The next second, it flew up into the sky with lightning speed, and the protagonist looked up and the system reported, "The second skill is spell detection, passive." He felt magic. Strong magical power is approaching him. He smiled and said, "Yes, he is here." The next second, the ground in front of him collapsed. A demon lord emerged from there, and the system reported, the 3rd demon lord, Jackal, revealed himself. He looked at him and thought, an S-rank dungeon, the 3rd floor, known as the Ghost Ruins, also has another name, the Tomb of Spirits. They say that the souls of the dead wander in these ruins. Then Jackal asked, was it he who desecrated the grave? The system reported, the 3rd demon lord, Jackal, level 150, ability, Scales of Justice. MC looked at him and thought, Jackal, the 3rd demon lord, serves as the guardian of the dead. Therefore, if someone desecrates them, Jackal said he has sinned and will pay for it with his life. The protagonist thought he would be the first to appear to punish the sinner. Then the demon lord added that his name was Jackal, and as the guardian of souls, he must judge those who commit vile deeds. The system then reported that he donned the spiritual bandage, giving him a strength rating of plus 150, and a duration of 5000 out of 5000. Jackal then held the scales forward and uttered, "Justice." The system reported that the demon lord Jackal had used his ability, the Scales of Justice. His soul stood on the scales. The next second, his soul was torn from his body, and Jackal declared, "My soul is filthy. I must cleanse it and return it to heaven." Then the protagonist knelt, and the system reported that the Scales of Justice had condemned him. His soul returned to his body, and the system added that due to the defilement of his soul, all his abilities were weakened by 30%. The demon lord then said that he must pay for defiling the 6 souls with his body. MC smiled and thought he knew this would happen. Scales of Justice is an ability that weakens the player. It's the price he has to pay for finding it so quickly. But he thinks the penalty is insignificant. All that remains is to destroy it before it acts in ways unknown to him. Then the demon lord used the bullet sign. Dark flashes of energy flew at the protagonist, but he moved forward, trying to dodge them. He thought that the illusions of his halo wouldn't work on the monsters. He would have to defeat them with strength alone. Then he turned to the monster, and it used the bullet sign again. The protagonist dodged it and jumped up, raising his fist to strike, then launched his attack. But Jackal held his weapon in front of him, blocking it. He used the Aspis sign. MC jumped to the side and wiping his face, thought that he felt worse than he expected. He thought that this strength penalty was taking its toll. Then he noticed a system window appear, which said there was an incoming call from Amelia. He thought, Amelia? Did something happen to Mom? The next second, bullets were flying at him again. He began to dodge them and thought that he couldn't answer her now. He needed to end this quickly. Then Jackal used a black vortex, directed it straight at the protagonist. He thought that he couldn't hesitate any longer. The system reported that he used the spiritual bandage skill. Jackal thought in surprise, what is this? Fire from his fists? The system reported that his striking power was doubled. He loses 1 point of health per second. He thought, fire punches. He delivered a powerful punch, and the system reported skill 1, fire punch, passive. His fists are enveloped in flames, doubling his attack power. However, he loses 1 point of health per second. Then Jackal slowed to a stop on the ground and said, it has an effect. To be honest, his fire is quite comical. The protagonist rose into the air and asked, really? It sounded like useless bravado. Jackal indignantly said, he talks too much, human. He concentrated his energy above himself and added that he must make sure he doesn't speak again. The protagonist was surprised and thought, this is an attack. The next second, Jackal used Night Meteor. A huge fist erupted from energy and headed straight for the protagonist, sending him flying back, destroying the building behind him. Jackal asked, what do you think? This is the power of an invisible fist. Then the protagonist rose from the shattered stones and thought, an attack he hadn't seen before as expected. What's going on with these lords? Why are they the only ones acting differently from the game? Then the call from his sister came again, and he thought, she's calling again, I need to answer quickly. Then he said, nonsense. He rose to his feet and the demon lord asked, did he avoid the attack? And he said that he didn't want to hear that from him. His attack was weak. Jackal said, it sounds like useless bragging. Then MC got into a stance and thought that the fire strike doubled his power, but he was losing health. If he didn't end this quickly, he could be in trouble. The next second, the call came again. He thought again. An invisible fist hit him again. He skidded to a stop on the ground and thought that he had a bad feeling. There was no other choice. The next second, he evaporated and Jackal shouted in surprise, where did he go? At that moment, the protagonist found himself on the other side of the ruins and answered the call. He asked, what happened, Amelia? Why is she calling? But before he could finish, Amelia shouted, Jinfrey, where is he? He told her to calm down and looking around, asked what happened. He's a little busy, she said. It's Mom. She suddenly got worse. The healer says she doesn't have much time left. Tears streamed down her face, and she said that he better hurry. At that moment, Jackal caught up with the protagonist and asked how he dared to lead him around by the nose. MC turned around and thought, damn, he already found him. Then he shouted, okay, he'll be there soon. Jackal asked, does he think he can escape after opening someone else's grave? Aren't you ashamed of yourself, human? Then he used another night meteor, but the protagonist suddenly appeared behind him, his fist engulfed in flames. He said that he apologized, but he had more important things to do. This is the end. He used fire punches, but Jackal stopped him with one hand and said how pathetic. Does he think such an attack is enough to finish him off? He replied that it wasn't, but no matter how hard he tried to appear strong, his fire punches dealt good damage. Then Jackal used Night Meteor again, and the protagonist managed to dodge and thought that fire punches doubled his strength and added another skill. He used the second spiritual bandage skill, counterattack. Active. It copies the attack thrown at it, then repeats it 3 times stronger than the opponent. At that moment, MC approached Jackal, and he thought, counterattack. He delivered a powerful blow, and the demon lord flew far back, crashing into the rocks behind him. The protagonist said, this is the power of his double attack, plus the triple night meteor. He also said, this is the end. Then the system reported, he defeated the demon lord Jackal, level 150. He received experience points as a reward. The reward is 3,000 gold. Jackal's soul, rank S, ancient red soil. The protagonist thought, okay, I have the necessary material. I need to run home now. Sometime later, a village on the outskirts of the first floor, Jinfrey's house. MC ran into the house and shouted, Amelia. He asked, Mom? His sister approached him, and then the healer said, she's in the final stages of magic deficiency. Judging by the black spots on her body, she's also fallen into a coma. He looked at her and thought, Mom. The healer added, blood pressure is rapidly declining along with magical power, so the cardiovascular system is seriously compromised. Even high-class healers have lost hope. He feels sorry for their mother. At that moment, Amelia, with tears in her eyes, leaned toward her mother and began calling her. The protagonist placed his hand on her shoulder and said that everything was fine. Mom wouldn't die. She shouldn't cry. He would heal her. The healer looked at him in surprise and asked, excuse me? Amelia asked if he would help her, and he thought he had used everything he had gained from leveling up. The system reported intelligence 145 out of 250. His synthesizer class skill had increased. He thought, now then. He synthesized A-rank Ancient Red Soil, A-rank Dokkamera Icefang, and A-rank High Elf Tears. The next second, an SS-rank Panacea appeared before him. Its effect was that one sip of the Panacea would cure any illness and restore every status. He looked at the elixir and thought, he'd done it, a Panacea. The healer said in surprise, I think he'd seen this in books. Is this a legendary Panacea? Amelia said, Jinfrey, it's true. He said he apologized. He'll explain everything later, Amelia. Then he approached his mother and, lifting her up, thought, when the synthesizer increases intelligence, he can create higher-ranking items. He managed to return in time, even though he wasted time on the necessary skills and materials. He dropped a few drops of the elixir into his mother's mouth and thought, please, she should open her eyes. The next second, she actually opened her eyes, looked at the children, and sat up, asking, what's going on? Amelia cried out in surprise. Mom. She hugged her sharply. She hugged her back and asked, Amelia, what is it? Jinfrey? He said, Mom, how is she feeling? Is she okay? She asked, how is she feeling? She's starting to remember. She's been bedridden for so long. What happened? Amelia said, honestly, Mom, they were so worried about her. If Jinfrey hadn't cured her, she would have. She was surprised. Jinfrey cured her? How? At that moment, the healer raised his hand and said it was true. Her son had made a panacea. She was cured. She asked, a panacea? Such a thing isn't that easy to find, Jinfrey. He didn't become an adventurer, did he? He smiled and said that everything was fine. In any case, he was glad that she was getting better. She shouted that this was not good. He looked at her in surprise and asked, Mom? She pointed her finger at him and indignantly shouted, Jinfrey. He left home so abruptly, abandoned his mother and sister, became an adventurer, and didn't tell her? He put his hands in front of him and awkwardly said, well, he wouldn't say he abandoned them. She shouted that he didn't want to hear it. Then he crouched down reflexively and said, yes, Mom. After that, she shouted, just like his father, ever since he was a child. At that moment, the healer got dressed and, smiling, looked at Amelia and said that he would probably go. Then she went to her mother and asked her to calm down. Jinfrey healed her. At that moment, MC thought that the panacea was really powerful. Then the mother put her hand to her chest and said that she understood. But Jinfrey, what would they do if something happened to him? He said, Mom. She said she was glad he was alive and well, but he could come back when he defeated all the demon lords or whatever. With these words, she pointed her hand at the door. Amelia shouted in surprise, Mom, what is she saying? The protagonist shouted, shouldn't she say something like, he's been gone for so long, we should have lunch together? She shouted, oh my god, she's been his mother for so many years. Then she put her hand to his cheek and added, he has the same look as their father. Does he want to achieve something as an adventurer? He sat across from her and confirmed it. She sat down next to him and said that she understood. Then he better do it. She's better now, so everything will be fine, but he must promise her 2 things. First, he must call her every day so she knows he's alive. He replied, okay, he will call. She added, second, she forbids him to die. He replied, okay, he promises. She placed her hand on his face again and said one more thing. She hugged him and thanked him. She added that they would wait for him at home. After a while, he left the house and said he would return. He thought about the magic deficiency his mother suffered from, an incurable illness that occurs when a monster steals their magic. Luckily, he was able to cure it with a panacea. But there are so many people in the world in similar situations. If he can destroy all the demon lords and create a peaceful world without them, then this illness will disappear too. But even in the game, if you destroy the demon lords, the monsters don't disappear. Maybe there's another one. Maybe the existence of an 8th demon lord, whom even he hasn't reached, is the key to solving the problems. Sometime later, 3rd floor, central area, Colosseum, 3rd warrior, Olympia battlefield. The protagonist walked among the crowd, and a voice announced, "The 11th competition for the strongest adventure has begun. It's time for the battle on Olympia." The people around him screamed loudly, and the protagonist covered his ears and said, "The energy here is as overwhelming as always." The voice added, "Adventurers from all over the world, from the 1st to the 7th floor, are all welcome to participate in the competition. However, their level will be capped at 150, and all their abilities will be scaled to 150. However, there are no restrictions on class skills and equipment." The MC placed his hands in his pockets and thought, if he wants to defeat all the demon lords, he definitely needs to get stronger. The competition's prize money is 1 billion gold. But what everyone here is striving for isn't gold. They want a prize that can only be obtained here, something that will allow them to reach greater heights. SS rank class transfer guide. The next second, the voice announced, "It's time for the preliminary round. During the preliminary round, they will calculate their magical and attack power. The top 8 will advance to the finals. Now pay attention. They must place their hand on the magic circle in front of them to measure their magic power." After a while, a voice said, "The results are ready. Let's look at the rankings." The system window said first place, 1,190 points. Second place, 1,033 points. Third place, 1,012 points. The people around shouted loudly, and the system reported, Jinfrey, 189 out of 289, 72 points. He thought, oh no, he's in last place. He gritted his teeth and thought that he knew the synthesizer didn't have high magic power, but he had no idea it was this bad. He was probably the only one here whose level reached 150. And then the voice said, they will move on. Time to measure their attack power. They must hit the device in front of them as hard as they can. The protagonist looked at the device and thought that he was still confident in himself. He might lack magical power, but he knew he could gain a lot of points now. Then he concentrated the energy in his hand and thought, fire punch. He clenched his fist and thought, this will double his attack power and then some. He thought, a counter punch will triple it. He swung his fist and thought that he would hit using the night meteor, which would make the attack 6 times stronger. Everyone immediately heard a strange rumble and looked at Jinfrey, wondering what he had done. The host thanked them for waiting and announced the results. Jinfrey took first place, Ryuta Factor came in second, Jines Cimarron came in third, Glinzy Mistal came in fourth, and Shibo Flag came in fifth. Cheers erupted from all sides, and the MC sighed with relief. He had been doubting this whole time since he was last in magical power, but things hadn't turned out that bad. Now, having combined both results, the host introduced them to the 8 people participating in the finals. Jinfrey was, of course, on the list. Suddenly, a female voice called out to him. It was Mira. She approached him and asked if he was stalking her. He became scared and exclaimed, how did she get here? She said with displeasure that she should be the one asking. Why was he everywhere she went? He asked her the same question, and she thought he must have used some kind of equipment when he made that punch. She wants to know what it was. The MC heard her thoughts perfectly well. He smiled awkwardly and asked, does she also want to get the class change manual? Her gaze immediately became interested, and she noted that to become stronger, you need to upgrade your class. He thought that since everyone knows the names of the 8 members, she changed her name so that no one would recognize her. In this competition, she is participating under the name Lima Alias. The host announced the start of the finals. It is a competition between the top 8 participants. The winner will receive 1 billion gold and the class change manual. The MC said that if they both make it to the quarterfinals, they will fight each other. It should be fun. The host announced the start of the first round and asked Jinfrey and Lindsay to enter the arena. Mira wished Jinfrey good luck and left, and he noted that this sounded insincere. He entered the arena, and everyone immediately began to take an interest in him, as he was a potion master who had made it to the finals. The spectators began to curse. Someone shouted that the measurements must have been incorrect, and then someone noticed a strange thing above his head. Everyone started laughing again at his halo, while his opponent sized him up. Glinze Mistal, an alchemist and master of the Silver Guild. Having laughed at the foolish potion master, the spectators turned their attention to him. Rumor had it he made all the equipment himself, and his defense was impenetrable. Since everyone was confident of such a brute's victory, they bet on him, while the host announced the start of the game. Glinze asked, is this weirdo potion master his first opponent? He was lucky, but it looked like it would be boring. As soon as he closed his eyes for a moment, Jinfrey disappeared somewhere and immediately appeared right in his face and delivered a fiery blow. After that, he started to deliver multiple blows to his head. Drops of blood flew everywhere, and it was time for the final blow. He hit him in the face, knocking out his tooth, and then he was thrown aside and crashed into the wall. All the spectators were shocked and sat with their mouths open, and then their surprised exclamations were heard. The host was also slightly surprised. He exclaimed that this was incredible. Glinze can't fight anymore. MC at this time scratched the back of his head in confusion, wondering if he went too far. and Mira watched him closely, trying to find out more about these fire gloves. The host declared Jinfrey the winner and moved on to the second battle of the finals. It was Mira's turn. She would fight against Edison Sats. There was a noise from the audience. They were all discussing Mira. Supposedly the Colosseum is a battlefield for men only. Mira did not react to their exclamations, and MC thought that it seems like idiots are also part of the game. The host announced the start of the battle, and her opponent, a nasty old man, extended his hands to her and said she was beautiful. If she let him hold her hand, he would give in to her. She immediately summoned her spirits, Sylph and Ifrit. Ifrit immediately used fire breath, and the old man yelped in fear, apparently getting fried. The audience was shocked that a woman had defeated a man so easily, and the host declared her the winner. Jinfrey noted with surprise that it was easy, and the audience's opinion immediately changed, and they began calling her incredible. The following battles went smoothly, and finally the fourth battle came to an end. Mira and Jinfrey will participate in the first battle of the semifinals, and Ryuta Factor and Jeunesse Cimarron will participate in the second. The MC glanced at Jeunesse and noted that he looked much more experienced than the other adventurers. He could be on Mira's level, or maybe even higher. It was time for the first fight. Jinfrey and Mira entered the arena to loud applause, and the girl, with a confident smirk, said that he could still escape. He responded by saying that this was a good opportunity to find out which of them was the real stalker. Immediately after, she summoned Ifrit, and MC assumed a fighting stance. The spectators delighted in the spectacle, and he thought that fighting one spirit was already annoying, but she summoned more. Undyne and Kieran appeared next to her, and he became slightly nervous, wondering why she summoned 3 at once. 3 enemies besides her was too much. Someone in the audience exclaimed that he had never seen anyone summon so many spirits at once. She smiled and told her opponent that she already knew he was strong, so she would not hold back. This did not frighten him at all, and at that moment, Undyne used the Dragon Wave skill, sending a powerful stream of water at him. He jumped to the side, dodging the attack, and Mira immediately struck him with lightning. Kieran's lightning bolts flashed past him. He looked at the spirit in surprise and thought that the attack was fast. A bright flash erupted in the arena, the impact leaving a dent in the ground, and Jinfrey worriedly noted that it was close. If it had hit him, he would have died. And then, Ifrit attacked him with blazing fire. He immediately turned around and struck the ball with a fiery fist, dispelling the magic. Because of this, the girl clicked her tongue in irritation, and MC exclaimed, "Is she seriously trying to kill him?" Mira remained silent and thought that he might be an oddball, but he was experienced, so she should always be on her guard. She said that he was more desperate than she thought. Perhaps she overestimated him. He chuckled and noted that given that she summoned 3 spirits and made them fight for her, perhaps he was also mistaken about her. It's a good thing they always miss. The spectators started rooting for the girl and betting on her victory, insulting Jinfrey along the way, which he didn't particularly like. Someone even said he'd earned his way to the finals with money. After listening to them, he sighed heavily, trying to calm down, and thought they were starting to irritate him. Mira, meanwhile, thought that she knew the Colosseum was famous for such upstarts, but this was too much. She smirked, and MC realized she was looking down on him. Mira suggested he get it over with and summoned Kieran, using her divine command skill. A stream of lightning immediately headed toward the guy. He ran to the side, but Undyne immediately appeared in front of him, already preparing a spell. He turned to Kieran, who was blocking his escape route, and thought that fighting 3 spirits at once was even more annoying than he thought. He didn't even have time to attack back. He ran past them and thought his blood was already boiling, but Mira didn't give him a break. He glanced at her and thought that she left Ifrit behind because she knew he could counter his attack with fire strikes. Was she planning to strike him while those 2 distracted him? Since the best defense is a good offense, he used his skill and abruptly disappeared, which confused Mira. While she was looking for him, he appeared very close to her and immediately struck her with a fire fist, thinking that she was finished, but something made him stop. The system informed him that he had fallen into Mira's trap. She pointed her finger upward and used the skill Storm Wind. Somehow she managed to summon Sylph while he was busy with the other spirits, and right now she was attacking him. He looked up at the spirit in surprise and realized that she had used herself as bait so that the 4th spirit could catch him off guard. A powerful gust of wind lashed out at him. The spectators leaned forward with interest, peering into the smoke, and Mira thought that this time he definitely wouldn't escape. And when the smoke cleared and she saw that he was still standing, she was greatly surprised. Despite this powerful attack, Jinfrey managed to hold his ground, and the spectators roared with delight. He cleared his throat and noted that she almost caught him. If not for his lightning speed, he would have been finished. His skill is now active, with 3 uses remaining. Mira became wary, and at that moment MC pounced on her, shouting that it wasn't over yet. Watching him approach, she thought that she hadn't known it was possible to use skills in such a sharp sequence. Does he even have any limits to his skills? She sharply waved her hand, directing Ifrit to attack, and the spirit immediately blocked Jinfrey's path. Their fists clashed, the flames immediately died down, and Mira noticed that Ifrit seemed to be able to block his fiery fists. He smirked as he told her that he could see it, then struck her a few more times, and she exclaimed that it didn't matter how much he attacked. He knew better than she that fire against fire would be useless, but he had a different plan. He pretended to swing his fist, then took off his gloves and pulled out a dagger, smirking as he said that it was a poison-infused weapon and he couldn't block it. Immediately after that, he dealt with the spirit and ran towards her, using the melting skill. Now his dagger blade was molten and could be changed into any shape. The steel took the form of a centipede and began circling around the girl, causing her to become confused. Before the centipede disintegrated, MC grabbed the girl with it and lifted her off the ground, then began squeezing her. She tried to break free, but he was squeezing her so tightly she couldn't even give orders to the spirits. She started choking, kicking her legs, and Jinfrey sighed with relief. A little more, and he would have been too late. The centipede's effect was almost up. The host said that Lima Alias could no longer fight, and Jinfrey was the winner. He put away his weapon and deftly caught the girl, after which applause was heard from all sides, and Mira said that she hated losing. He remarked that he was surprised that she wasn't very angry, to which she said that she admitted that his skills were high level. He handed her a vial of antidote and told her to drink it, and he did it himself. She silently accepted it and he left, after which she thought that he had skills that ordinary synthesizers could only dream of. It was impossible not to take him seriously. After that, a system notification appeared in front of the MC. Mira greatly admires his equipment. He smiled crookedly, and she thought he used teleportation and fire fists. And what kind of skill does this weapon have? She had never seen a sword that could change shape. She wanted to know so much that she was already burning with curiosity. It was time for the second battle of the semifinals. The host called Ryuta and Jines into the arena. They stood opposite each other, and Ryuta said with a grin that he would deal with him quickly, to which he replied that he couldn't wait. As soon as the fight began, Jinfrey, who had just gone to the rest area, heard a roar. He immediately turned towards the arena. Jines defeated Ryuta with one stunning blow and became the winner. He was a swordmaster, and MC was to fight against him in the next round. He met his gaze and thought that he knew there was something unusual about him. Afterwards, the host announced that the two people who would face off in the final battle were Jinfrey Vanraid, a potion maker with unexpected power, and Jines Cimmerian, who destroyed his opponents in an instant. The competition was drawing to a close, and it was time for the final round. Mira mocked Jinfrey, telling him not to die, and he irritably told her to shut up before entering the arena to the roar of the spectators. They didn't exchange a single word, and when the fight began, Jines immediately went on the attack. He began to drain powerful energy and declared that he was finished, to which he smiled and said that he looked cold and aloof, but was actually blazing with fire. Mira, meanwhile, thought that it seemed they were a match for each other. This meant that Jinfrey would have to try to finish him quickly. He used his third skill, befitting his title. The system informed him that during a 3-minute round, each of his stats would be doubled. If he didn't win within 3 such rounds, the spiritual bandage would disappear. All he had to do to get the third skill was use the first 2. This skill would make him stronger, but if he lost, he would pay dearly. In the first round, all his stats would be doubled. In the second, tripled, and in the third, quadrupled. Jines drew his sword and invited him to fight, then used the skill, quickly approaching MC, which even surprised him slightly, but he was able to react in time and jump back an instant before the blow. The guy quickly caught up with him and began striking again, and he became nervous because he knew this skill. This guy had already changed his class. This is a way to upgrade the adventurer class to a better version, after which he gains access to even more powerful skills, and his stats increase even more. He dodged the enemy's next blows, then jumped, and the guy's blade flashed right under his feet. Having increased the distance between them, Jinfrey immediately rushed back towards him and ignited his fist with fire. But before he could strike, Jines used acceleration and took a step back. He measured him with an arrogant look and asked, "Is that all he has?" He was slower than a snail. He remained silent, thinking that this skill was only available to swordmasters. He wouldn't be able to defeat him the usual way. The system informed him that the first round was over, the second had begun, and all his stats had been tripled. Jines immediately noticed the changes in him and rushed into battle, glad that he had at least slightly increased his strength. Now he wouldn't be able to cope with him. The guy smirked and noted that he had become faster, but he was still slow. He decided to go for a counterattack and suddenly appeared in front of him, remarking that it was so sad. MC couldn't react. The guy attacked, causing an explosion that sent him flying. Mira worried about him, while he sighed heavily and thought he was stronger than he thought. Suddenly, there was a flash, and Jines extended his sword toward him and used a skill, accumulating a clot of light on the tip of the sword. After that, a beam of light shot at Jinfrey and slammed into the wall with a crash. Luckily, he managed to jump and was right above the spectators' seats. He returned to the arena and thought that this guy could use even the most prestigious swordsmanship skills, which are considered the most difficult. It's getting more and more dangerous. Meanwhile, the spectators were divided into 2 camps. Some were rooting for the tough guy named Jines, and others for the potion maker. Mira thought that Jines's skills were enough to enter the League of 8, and she was curious to see how Jinfrey would handle him. The system informed him that the second round was over. Now his stats were quadrupled. He concentrated, because this was the last round, and therefore his last chance. He used the Fire Strike skill, and Jines became wary, noticing that something had changed in him. Mira began to watch the fight more closely. The winner would be determined after the next strike. They both rushed towards each other. Jines used the skill, but didn't expect him to move behind him. MC pounced on him just a little more, and he would have been able to strike, but the guy dodged, after which MC quickly turned to him and pulled out a dagger. Jines was surprised. How did he manage to change the weapon? He used the melting skill, turning steel into chunks of ice, and Jines wondered if it was poison. Because he was distracted, he missed a blow to the chest from a fiery fist. The air suddenly left his lungs, and Jinfrey smiled, exclaiming that he had won. But Jines wasn't going to lose so easily, and swung his sword, telling him not to make fun of him. A moment before the strike, MC disappeared again, and his opponent began looking around, searching for him, while he stood frozen in the air above him. He had unlocked a new skill, thanks to the battle with the adventurer who had changed his class. The third skill, Great Dragon, cuts the air to deal an immeasurable crushing attack with a 96-hour cooldown. He immediately used it, and powerful gusts of wind surrounded his legs, which Jines immediately sensed and looked up. A huge wind dragon appeared in front of him and headed towards him, and he tried to escape, but the wind caught up with him and slammed him into the wall. The spectators leaned over to check on him, and since he was no longer moving, the host declared that he could no longer fight, and the competition was over. After several fierce battles, Jinfrey Vanraid was declared the winner. Rejoicing in his victory, he punched the air and thought it was good that he had enough time. If the buff had worn off, it would have been terrible. While he was enjoying the attention, Mira decided to leave to become stronger, and the host said that Jinfrey was the winner of the 111th competition, and as a reward, he received a reward of 1 billion gold and a class change guide. After that, the MC went to the S-class dungeon, the Lebanon altar ruins. He was very happy with his reward. He had been waiting for this for so long. The system asked if he wanted to use the guide right now, and he hesitated. Usually, everyone chooses yes and then changes their class, But there is another way to use this item. He refused to use the guide, and the system asked if he was sure. If he chooses yes, the class change guide will disappear. He clicked yes, and the system window he was looking for appeared. This time, the system offered him to change the guide since he didn't want to use it. He was glad that it worked and clicked yes, after which he got a new item. This secret thing appears only in the ruins of the altar of Lebanon. If you choose not to change your class, you can exchange the class change manual for equipment. The system informed him that the manual had been converted into a commemorative pendant of unknown rank. The pendant adds 700 intelligence and has a skill called Battle Record. With this, he can change his class to the one of the opponent he defeated. He smirked at his success. Now he can change his class to the class of those he defeated. He can change his class depending on the opponent, using the most effective abilities against them. Their skills are also under his control, which is very useful. In addition, he received the pendant and defeated the third demon lord. He decided to continue on and went to the fourth floor. When he entered the room with the portal, he hesitated, slightly nervous, because the fourth floor was unlike anywhere else he had ever been. It was the continent with the highest attrition rate. Pulling himself together, he stepped through the portal and was transported to the fourth floor, which was a resort. He found himself on a paradise beach, which was currently full of adventurers. Some were surfing, others were lounging on deck chairs enjoying the attention of the girls, and others were drinking cocktails. Jinfrey felt uneasy about all this fun and thought that this really was a dangerous place. It was an entire continent resort where people could have fun, forgetting about battles. The only vacation spot for adventurers where you have to carve your own path. Of course, many adventurers get used to this and never return to the dungeons, effectively flying out halfway. He walked along the beach and a girl called out to him, asking if he was alone here. He glanced at her and thought, who is this? A very suspicious girl was standing in front of him, and he, noticing her ears, thought that was unusual. Is she a sea wolf? She introduced herself to him, saying that her name is Kukuru. She is a guide at this resort, and she can take him anywhere. In fact, she has the King of Thief class, which is available to thieves when changing classes. She is a marine species with a special skill, swimming. She asked his name, and he introduced himself, immediately refusing her services, but she ignored him and grabbed his hand, saying she would take him to her favorite places. He said he didn't have time for that, but she stubbornly tugged at his hand anyway, and then suddenly stopped and gave him a displeased look, saying that she was leaving then. She patted him on the shoulder and said goodbye, then quickly ran off. He looked after her in bewilderment, not understanding what was wrong with her, and decided to move on. But first, he decided to check all his experience points, and when he opened his inventory, his eyes widened in surprise. His spiritual bandage was gone. He grabbed the system window and exclaimed in shock, where could it have gone? He immediately realized that the suspicious girl was to blame while she was walking along the beach, rejoicing at her catch. He didn't look like someone with anything valuable, but she still had a great catch. She would get a lot of money for it. In her joy, she didn't notice a woman ahead and collided with her. She immediately apologized to her, and she said it was her fault. Is she okay? It turned out to be Mira. Suddenly, Jinfrey's furious voice was heard from the side. He was running towards them, shouting that he had finally found her. The thief became very nervous, and Mira was surprised to meet this guy again, and suddenly had a bad feeling. She wanted to ask him what he was doing here again, but he didn't notice her at all, as he was focused on the thief. Kukuru started to run, but he caught up with her and grabbed her hand, ordering her to quickly return what she took. She started pretending it wasn't her fault, and he angrily told her to stop playing dumb and confess. Suddenly, a cold cocktail was poured on his head by Mira. She gave him a displeased look and told him to stop. Why was he picking on that little girl? Finally noticing her presence, he was very surprised and exclaimed, is it her again? She told him that she was also glad to meet him. Let him finally let her go. It hurt her. He let the thief go, and Mira asked, what? Is he threatening little girls now? He exclaimed that it was none of her business. She had misunderstood. He wanted to tell her what happened, but suddenly Kukuru screamed, and there was the clanking of chains. Someone grabbed her and somehow managed to shackle her. She didn't even notice how it happened. Some bandits grabbed her and stuffed her in a sack. It turned out they were hunting sea wolves, and while they were discussing their catch, MC looked at them in surprise. Before they left, he told them to stop, since she owed him something, and the guys looked at him with smirks, saying that they had been tracking him for a long time, ever since the Colosseum. They headed towards him, saying that this beast girl was just a bonus. They would pay them much more for him, since he was their main target. He stared at them, wondering how they knew him, and Mira asked, are they adventurer hunters? They make a living by stealing and kidnapping on the fourth continent, and the name of the guild is Kongu. Jinfrey asked with displeasure, so they had been stalking him since the Colosseum? Were they targeting his gold? He remembered them, since he had met them before in the game, and the guy noted that he understood everything himself. They're professional thieves, so he shouldn't even think he can escape. He waved his hand, ordering his guys to tie him up and take all his equipment. As soon as the guys threw the chains on him, he disappeared somewhere, and they immediately started looking for him, and their leader ordered them to grab Mira, since she was in the semifinals of the competition, and she definitely had something valuable. Infrey, hanging from a tree branch, grinned and asked, so, she's a celebrity now too? She sighed heavily, noticing that even when she was resting, she wasn't given a moment's peace, and thought that this was the same troublesome guild that the community was talking about. Perhaps now is the time. She joined the fight, and while she was busy with the others, the guy grabbed the bag with Kukuru and decided to escape. Seeing this, MC rushed in pursuit, but a man blocked his way, and he nervously told him to move away. After which, he thought that even though they were just a bunch of idiots, they were adventurers from the fourth continent. He cannot fight them barehanded. It turns out that Mira had already dealt with her opponent with the help of a spirit, and asked why he was standing there. Let him just deal with him, and that's it. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and answered her that he would like to do that, but that girl stole his weapon. At that moment, The man pounced on him and started swinging chains, and while Jinfrey dodged his attacks, Mira asked what he was going to do now. He was going to chase her? He asked if she had a weapon, and she, looking at him in bewilderment, asked, what kind of weapon does he need? Some kind of flask? He exclaimed irritably, in response. Has she ever seen a synthesizer fight with a flask? He asked her to just show him what she had, and she opened her inventory, asking if he had to be so arrogant. She sent him a picture of her inventory, and her items made him uneasy. So he found out that she was a fan of all sorts of weird things. She had a cursed witch's staff, a shield from hell, everything that didn't suit her class. He thought she was a weirdo, and his opponent, who had been kindly waiting for him all this time, exclaimed irritably that he was just wasting his time. Finally, he found something he liked, and she exclaimed in surprise that it was only for thieves. He wouldn't be able to use it. He told her that everything was under control, after which he changed his class to thief, using the pendant. And his outfit also changed. She was very surprised and thought, did he use a class change scroll? But that's impossible. The classes are too different. He stole a piece of cloth from her inventory, which surprised her greatly, and he, promising to return it to her, said that judging by this weapon, she was a real fan. She, confused, said that it was a large wrapping cloth for sake tasting. She didn't mind him taking it, but this thing wasn't even for fighting. What was he going to do? He made a bag out of the cloth and noted with a smirk that judging by her reaction, she had no idea what it was for. He stuck his hand into the bag and told her to look more closely, and then pulled out a huge spiked Night Demon Club, an A-rank weapon with an attack power of 104. This club, created from the armor of a ferocious hellish ogre, deals powerful blows. She exclaimed in admiration that this couldn't be true. She didn't know this fabric could do such a thing. Since MC now had a weapon, he could easily counter his opponent's attack. He jumped on the man, hit him in the face, and broke his chains. After that, he looked around and said that he had wasted so much time on him. Where did they go? He spotted a town nearby and called out to Mira, asking if she minded if he used it again. She wasn't listening at all, focused on her inventory, or more specifically, her missing item. She grabbed the system window and exclaimed that her muscle axe was missing, and Jinfrey immediately remembered how he'd reacted to his loss, in exactly the same way. He sympathized with her and said it was probably the work of that thief, then gave her a hard look and said they'd have to return it too. Mira ignored him and rushed toward the town, and he exclaimed, where is she going? She asked in return. What do you think? She'd return that axe. This collection was more precious to her than life itself. Time passed, and the guys returned to the guild and presented their catch to the boss. They'd caught a beastman from a rare squad. Kukuru told them to leave her alone, and their second boss remarked that they'd be well paid for her, and his brother agreed. The Kongu Guild is run by two brothers, the Vice Guildmaster, Agyo Bajura, and the Guildmaster, Undyo Bajura. The Guildmaster inquired about their main target, and his subordinate replied that they'd found him as planned, and would soon return for him and bring him here. Suddenly, there was a crash, and Mira kicked down the door and burst into the guild, telling the thief to return what she'd taken. MC awkwardly followed her in and asked if she had to barge in like that. She replied that she doesn't let anyone stand in her way, not even the door. Kukuru was surprised to see them again, and the guild members began asking where their friends were. Mira sized them up and said that if they were talking about those scum, they were probably swimming with jellyfish somewhere near the beach. Now let them return the girl to her, or they will have to say goodbye to their lives. Noticing a sudden movement, she immediately jumped aside, dodging an attack from an advanced mage. It was Agyo. He called out to her disapprovingly and asked why she was barging in here as if it were her own home. She had terrible manners. His brother said it seemed they had missed their target, and he agreed. Looks like they'll have to catch them here and now. Jinfrey noted that it was about to start, and Mira said that they were the Bajura brothers. Everything they did had already been reported to the community. The brothers stood up and said that they already knew. They had plenty of excellent denunciations on them, and she was a beauty, smelling of money, just like their target. Agyo waved his hand, deciding to end this quickly, and launched wooden tentacles at them, which MC immediately dodged with a jump. He cursed, wanting to avoid a fight, but now they would have to fight. Mira rushed forward, thinking that this guild should have been put to an end long ago. She summoned Sylph, and she immediately attacked the eldest brother, but it did no damage, as he took cover behind the earth fortress. Mira immediately realized that the wind spirit was useless against earth magic, and Agyo laughed, saying that such attacks would not break his brother's fortress. At that moment, Jinfrey leaped over the fortress and pounced on Undyo, saying that he had no complaints against him, but since he was standing in his way, he should prepare for battle. Before he could strike, Agyo struck him with wooden vines, sending him flying backwards, and he hit his back against the wall. After that, he laughed, called Jinfrey a laughingstock, and Undyo asked if he was really the best adventurer. They both caught their breath, trying to come to their senses, and Kukuru thought that the Bajura brothers were known for human trafficking, torture, and murder. They were too dangerous and cruel. MC decided to take out all his anger on Mira. He irritably exclaimed that she was a real dream teammate. If she hadn't rushed, everything would have been different. She exclaimed in response, "What nonsense is he talking about? If it weren't for his weak attacks, none of this would have happened." While they were arguing, several fireballs flew at them, which they noticed at the very last moment, and then there was an explosion, leaving only a charred mark on the floor in their place. The guild members and Kukuru cautiously peeked out from behind cover, and the Bajura brothers said that those idiots were dead. They ordered their subordinates to check everything and collect the money, and Kukuru, meanwhile, became very worried and wondered what to do. They died, and it was her fault. The guy, meanwhile, examined the charred traces and said, puzzled, that their bodies were gone. Where did they go? Suddenly, Jinfrey's irritated voice was heard behind the brothers. He exclaimed that he had told her that they first take the stolen items. She told him to stop commanding, and the Bajura brothers turned around in surprise, not understanding how they survived. MC exclaimed, "Aren't she tired of these idiots?" She answered him that of course she was tired of them. As a member of the adventurer community, she couldn't let them get away with everything. She couldn't risk the reputation of the League of Eight. He tiredly clutched his head and asked her to at least listen to his plan, but she ignored him and sent Undyne to attack, which made him very angry. angry. Undyne lunged forward, using the water dragon wave skill, but Unjo immediately erected a wall in front of him. Mira glared at this, irritated. She thought summoning Ifrit was a bad idea, but now was no time for caution. She was about to summon Ifrit, but suddenly Jinfree placed a starfish on her head and told her to wait. This effectively distracted her from the fight and said there was no need to summon him. Tell him to give him the cypress incense stick and toad oil from her inventory, as well as Ifrit's fire breath. She irritatedly removed the starfish from her head and exclaimed, "Will he steal her entire collection again?" He replied that he would thank her properly by doing something special. His offer intrigued her, and she handed him the items, saying that if he deceived her, she would never forgive him. After that, he changed his class to alchemist, and his outfit changed. Mira was surprised again. First he was a synthesizer, then a thief, and now an alchemist. What kind of system does he have? He used his class skill and created a charred wooden sword, coated with oil from the items Mira gave him. This is an A-rank weapon, which adds 10 points to attack. Mira immediately became upset. She exclaimed, "What's so special?" He deceived her. Let him return her collection. He excitedly asked her to wait, after which he changed classes again. This time he became a high-level swordsman, and the weapon in his hands immediately transformed. Now it was an S-rank Efrit sword with an attack power of 149. This sword, enveloped in the flames of Efrit, releases a fiery whip that pierces everything in its path. Mira looked at this with admiration, and MC said that the charred wooden sword, coated with oil, transformed when it fell into the hands of a high-level swordsman. The others were also surprised by this sight, and Kukuru thought it was miracles. The weapon changed right before their eyes. Unjo also looked at him with admiration, and when his brother called out to him, he finally came to his senses, saying that no matter what his weapon, nothing would help him. There was no weapon against their technique. He used the skill Earth Wave, causing a pile of mud to appear under his feet and fly at Jinfree, and at that moment, Mira attacked him with a splash of water. He looked at the wave in surprise and realized it was a trap, after which he began to be sucked into the whirlpool. Mira said that the defense, full of gaps, was powerless to stop the raging torrent. Where had his invincibility gone? Agyo worriedly called out to his brother and shouted in rage that he would tear them to shreds. He sent tree branches at them, and MC prepared to attack. He used a new skill, causing flames to suddenly flare up around him, and then sent a fire dragon at him. Flames immediately engulfed his entire body, and he screamed in pain, while his subordinates ran. Kukuru, meanwhile, wondered who they were. They had dealt with the Bajura brothers so easily. Afterwards, they tied them up and threw them on Kiran's back. They led the thief outside, and Mira said with displeasure that she would let her go this time, but not that she steal from the hunting grounds. Did she understand? She promised to think about it and thanked them both for saving her. Jinfree said with displeasure that he doubted she would stop stealing, and Mira told him that she was grateful to him for that sword. Now she was in his debt. She said goodbye to him, and when she left, he smirked suspiciously. After a while, he reached the portal. It turned out he had managed to discreetly change his class to thief and steal something from Mira. A shark mask allows you to breathe underwater and also has a built-in underwater microphone. This item is disposable and lasts for 30 minutes. He immediately put it on and decided not to waste any time. He headed to the 4th demon. This time, clearing the dungeon would go much faster. The system informed him that an S-rank dungeon would become available immediately after he dived into the sea, and he thought that, frankly, he would have liked something more powerful and cool than a shark mask, but this would do. And then someone's voice rang out, calling him. He turned around and saw the same thief. She excitedly called him master and thanked him for saving her. He thought that the detection system must have deactivated when he took off the halo, and he, putting it on, said that they already figured it out. What was she doing here? He exclaimed that she was in love with his power, and the system informed him that the respect of a demon had been detected. Kukuru showed sincere respect towards him. He looked at her in bewilderment, and she, bowing to him, asked him to make her his disciple. Without waiting for his answer, she called him master and suggested that he quickly go get the Demon King's head. He asked her to wait, and how they had even come to this conclusion. If she wanted to go, then let her go, but on her own. She smiled and said she understood everything. First, he wanted to see what she was capable of. He asked how she even came to such conclusions, and she immediately jumped into the water, completely ignoring him. He looked at her thoughtfully, then put on a shark mask and walked toward the portal. But Kukuru stopped him again. She showed him her catch, a whole bunch of fish, and excitedly asked his opinion on her skills. To get her off his back, he decided to praise her, and the system informed him that the sea wolf tribe specializes in underwater movement. On land, they are no different from ordinary people, but they swim 10 times faster than they move on land. The limit of underwater activity is 30 minutes. He waved his hand, saying that he had nothing more to teach her, and, congratulating her on completing her training, left. She exclaimed after him that he was so heartless, she hadn't even become his apprentice. She climbed out of the water and asked him to make her his apprentice. She wanted to become stronger. He looked at her and realized that arguing with her now was useless. She started pestering him with requests for training, and he finally gave in, saying that he would make her his apprentice only for the duration of the dungeon. She was very happy, and he said that he didn't have time for showdowns, and he didn't want her to steal anything else from him. He would take her, but only for a while. She immediately began to thank him, and he asked her not to call him master. If she did so even once, she would be expelled. She energetically answered him that she understood everything, after which they headed to the portal. A few seconds later, they were in the underwater palace, and MC confirmed that the shark mask worked. He changed his class to summoner, and suddenly Kukuru's voice rang in his head. She exclaimed in surprise, "How did he change his class so easily? What kind of item is that?" He was slightly surprised and looked at the girl with a wry smile, remembering that sea wolves have this feature, an ultrasonic voice. This is how they communicate with each other, like dolphins. He used the summoning skill, and a low-ranking beast, Dendon, appeared next to him, which can paralyze the enemy with electricity. He seemed very cute to the girl, and Jinfree thought that his summoner level was still low, so summoning spirits would be impossible. But this beast was also not bad. He asked Kukuru to lure someone here, and she immediately went looking. He looked at her quickly, retreating silhouette, and thought that it was very convenient when the enemy is too fast. He pointed at Denden and suggested it level up a bit, and at that moment, Kukuru informed him she was done. Seeing how many sea creatures she'd brought with her made him a little nervous. She'd clearly overdone it, but no matter. Denden would now start leveling up. MC told him to go ahead, so he waited for the fish to get close and zapped them with an electric charge. And then Jinfrey himself entered the fray with his club. He began swinging his weapon, crushing skulls while Denden fried them. MC figured the damage wouldn't be too bad due to the large level difference, but the paralysis was pretty good. Kukuru would lure them in, Denden would paralyze them, and he would attack. Denden, as a combat ally, would also gain experience and level up. After a few kills, his level rose to 18, and Jinfrey asked Kukuru to bring more monsters, after which he realized he had forgotten to return the club to Mira. Deciding not to dwell on it, he returned to the fight, and Denden's level rose to 21. He smiled and thought that at this rate, he could level it up to maximum level. Kukuru called out to him, bragging about her find, and he smiled nervously, looking at the huge octopus above them, an evil level 175 kraken. It was a tough opponent, but MC was only too happy. He praised the girl for her excellent work and said that this huge octopus was the mid-boss of this zone. They would defeat it, and the Demon King would appear. She was terrified by what she heard, as she hadn't even known about it. At that moment, the kraken began to attack, striking them with its tentacles, and Jinfrey jumped aside, dodging the blow. Having swum to a safe distance, he grinned and said that he hadn't expected this, but at least it would buy him some time. The shark mask would last another 21 minutes. He called out to Kukuru and said he needed to cut off all of its tentacles. She immediately understood and swam closer to the monster to act as bait. She began to tease him, shouting all sorts of phrases, and he angrily rushed towards her. Meanwhile, MC got busy. Each of its tentacles counts as one creature, meaning they could get the same number of points as for 8 creatures. The Kraken is the mid-boss of an S-rank dungeon, meaning each of its tentacles is of a correspondingly high level. The points, of course, would be higher. Denden used the electric charge skill on one of the tentacles, and it froze. MC took advantage of this and struck with all his might, getting rid of it. His beast's level immediately rose, and with each new tentacle, the number increased. Denden eventually reached level 43, the moment Jinfrey got rid of the last tentacle. Kukuru joyfully exclaimed that he had done it, and he praised his beast for a job well done, then called out to the girl. Understanding what he wanted, she immediately swam towards the monster and began to distract it, while MC sneaked up behind the creature and thought that now that Denden had reached level 40, he had gained a new skill, and he would use it to strike. Thunderclap temporarily adds a thunder charge to any weapon, and he used this skill and applied it to the spiritual bandage, imbuing his fist with the power of lightning. He rose and pounced on the Kraken, shouting that it was time to meet the Demon King. After that, he delivered a powerful blow, pinning the octopus to the bottom of the sea, and it did not move again. Kukuru swam up to the master and happily noted that he had succeeded. Had Denden managed to level up? He confirmed it. He was now at maximum level. Since all the conditions were met, they only had to wait for the king. At that moment, 3 whirlpools appeared nearby, indicating the arrival of the Demon King. MC was overjoyed, but suddenly the whirlpools headed straight for them. He struck with his thunder fist to break the flow of water, and the king declared that anyone who disturbed the peace of the sea would be sentenced to death. Kukuru looked up in surprise, and Jinfrey was wary. Neptune, king of the 4th continent, a level 200 opponent, appeared before them. He possessed one special ability, the mystical god of the ocean, which allowed him to restore health. Kukuru immediately noted that he looked powerful, and MC grinned, confident that he would finish this quickly. All the demon kings he had encountered had acted unpredictably. He doesn't know why, but there's definitely something in this world he doesn't understand yet. He can't wait. He needs to deal with him before he traps him. He changed his class from summoner to mage, and Kukuru looked at him in admiration, exclaiming that he pulled that trick again. Unfortunately, Denden disappeared because of this, and Jinfrey smirked and told her it wasn't a trick. He extended his hand forward and abruptly approached Neptune, then cast a lightning spell and attacked. Neptune defended himself from his spell by simply holding his palm out in front of him, and then MC retreated to a safe distance. The king looked at the sparks enveloping his hand and called Jinfrey a laughingstock, then abruptly reached out to grab him, but he was immediately teleported behind him. He charged and attacked him with his thunder fist, causing him to stagger and then turn around in irritation. But then the next spell, Flash, was waiting for him. The bright light blinded him momentarily, and MC took advantage of this to strike with his thunder fist, then launched a series of powerful attacks, pushing the king away. He looked at his fist in confusion as his strikes weren't very effective, and Kukuru exclaimed that it was so cool. Neptune, meanwhile, chuckled and asked, "Does he seriously think he can defeat him with that?" Jinfrey immediately appeared before him and said he knew his defense was incredibly high, but he was just getting started. He used a skill, and a huge wind dragon pounced on the demon king, followed by a scream. Visibility deteriorated sharply due to the abundance of air bubbles, and Kukuru swam up to the master, asking if he had already defeated him. He told her that was not true, and thought that one final dash was needed for complete victory. If he didn't make it in time, his health would fully recover, and he didn't have much time. The shark mask would last for another 2 minutes. He changed his class to summoner, and immediately summoned Denden, telling it to act. He decided to use an electric ball that would cause a paralysis effect on 100% hit, but as soon as he gave the command to the beast, a whirlpool appeared in front of them, and everyone immediately felt incredible power, which made them slightly nervous. Neptune rose to the center of the whirlpool and laughed, telling the boy he'd caused a commotion in his sea. Unlike other adventurers who wouldn't dare venture here alone, he was impressed that he'd had the courage to fight him on equal terms. The severed tentacles swirled in the whirlpool, something MC didn't expect, and the Kraken's body swam toward the king. Seeing this, he was very surprised. After all, he just killed the monster. Everything was repeating itself. Unpredictable events again. Right before his eyes, Neptune and the Kraken merged into one, and he told him to rejoice. He would be the first one destined to see its true form. The tentacles stretched out in all directions. One of them touched the sea creature, and it immediately began to dissolve. Jinfrey noticed this and wondered if the tentacles were now poisonous. He decided to pull himself together, but at that moment, one of the tentacles attacked. He managed to hide behind a rock just in time, but his cover collapsed, and Kukuru called out to him worriedly. MC was buried under rocks. Neptune laughed at this pitiful sight, while Kukuru swam to the master, as she was very worried about him. She picked up several rocks, and seeing that he was unharmed, was overjoyed. Neptune asked, "So he's still alive? That's impressive." Jinfrey, meanwhile, stood up and thought things were bad. If he touched its tentacles, he would die instantly, and the oxygen was about to run out. It was time to go all out. He changed his class to a fighter, and the system informed him that since he had applied spiritual bandages, the special conditions had been met. 80% of his health had been spent, and the fighter's special skill, Blessing of the Fighting Spirit, had been unlocked. A powerful energy began to emanate from him, and Neptune looked at him closely, while Kukuru, surprised, thought, had he unlocked a special skill? MC figured the condition for this skill was the use of a spiritual bandage, being a fighter. The last attack had knocked him down pretty badly. He hadn't expected that. Neptune laughed and exclaimed, "He's been changing clothes again? What's different this time?" He waved his tentacle in displeasure, saying it was complete disrespect for him, and that he should perish in the depths of the sea, and quickly. Jinfrey jumped, dodging the attack, and noticed that he had become faster, and his blows more powerful. The system notified him that the shark mask would expire in 2 minutes, and he thought he was running out of time. A drawn-out fight is always a disadvantage. He wanted to finish him before his health and mask ran out, but how could he do that? Suddenly, Kukuru called out to him, seeing her swimming straight towards him. He exclaimed, "Has she gone crazy? Let her not come near him. It's dangerous here." But she still stubbornly continued to swim towards him, and Neptune laughed, saying that he would kill them both with one blow. Several tentacles reached out to them, and then Jinfrey suddenly jerked to the side, and Neptune's face became surprised. Kukuru grabbed Jinfrey and swam away with him, after which she laughed at the Demon King, telling him not to underestimate the speed of sea wolves. He would never catch her. MC almost vomited from this maneuver, and Neptune grimaced in displeasure, thinking that sea wolves are the fastest of all aquatic species. He doesn't like all this. Meanwhile, she let go of her master, and he said that she saved him. Will she be able to continue to dodge his attacks? She confirmed this and said that dodging was her main weapon. He could fully focus on the king. He said that they would do just that then. Time was running out, so the next blow would be decisive. When he gave the signal, have her close the distance and then swim further away again. She nodded, showing him that she understood everything, and Neptune attacked again. But this time, more furiously. Kukuru helped Jinfrey dodge, and they swam a decent distance from the Demon King, while he meanwhile looked around, since he had lost sight of them. Noticing a weak spot on his back, MC immediately rushed there, and then began to deliver numerous rapid blows to him with the help of Kukuru. He released tentacles, trying to hit them, and Jinfrey thought that there was no more time. This was his last chance to end this. Clenching his fist, he rushed straight for the monster's face, and then struck with all his might. He hit him on the head a few more times, and he shouted in rage that he would teach him a lesson now. He wanted to attack, but then suddenly realized that the weapon in his hand had disappeared somewhere. Kukuru showed him the stolen weapon and mockingly asked, "Is this what he is looking for? She has one bad habit. She can't control herself." He looked at her in shock and exclaimed, "When did she manage to steal his axe?" At this time, MC looked at the girl with irritation and asked, "Was she serious?" Well, her bad habit still came in handy for something. He praised her, then approached Neptune and began to use all his thunder skills on him, dealing him a series of powerful blows. At one point, he called out to Kukuru and told her to take the axe and get as far away from the water as possible. This weapon restores the king's health. If she doesn't do this, his oxygen will run out and it will be too late. She asked, "She needs to get to land, right?" He confirmed this and said that he would force the king to come out of the water, and she would finish him off with it there, on dry land. Did she understand everything? She became worried, because she didn't know how to use this weapon, and he exclaimed that they didn't have time for another plan. His time was running out. He couldn't handle him alone. She looked at him thoughtfully, then confidently looked up and headed for the surface, saying that she would do everything in her power. Quickly reaching the surface of the water, she jumped out and told him that she was ready. Meanwhile, he charged his fist with lightning, and then punched Neptune with all his might, throwing him out of the water. After which, he changed his class to a summoner and ordered Denden to use an electric ball. As soon as it touched the Demon King, he could no longer move, and MC thought that the paralysis only lasts 1 second. This is the last chance. He told Kukuru to act, and she pulled out a huge axe, pounced on Neptune, and plunged the blade straight into his head. It was a fatal wound. Neptune let out a final roar, and then fell, and the water captured him. Jinfrey rose to the surface and said that the Demon King of the 4th continent had been defeated, and the system informed him that he had received experience and rewards for this. Seeing her reward, Kukuru was very surprised and exclaimed, "Where did she get so much money?" She received 2.5 million gold and a bunch of experience points. MC said that the reward for defeating Neptune was 5 million, and he divided it in half. She excitedly exclaimed that she had barely done anything, so it was unfair. She couldn't take half. He chuckled and asked, "Is she serious?" Stealing was no problem, but dividing the reward fairly, she was embarrassed. She exclaimed in response that stealing was her main skill, but overthrowing all sorts of kings was not. Wasn't she right? He replied that he kind of understood her, but then again, he didn't. Let her take it while she could. Everything was fine. He said goodbye to her, saying that this was where their paths parted, and she screamed in her super ultra-thin voice that he couldn't just leave. She still had a lot to learn, so she would follow him. He almost went deaf from her scream, then gave her a displeased look and continued on his way without further ado, and she indignantly exclaimed, was he ignoring her? Very soon, Jinfrey was already on the 5th continent, the 5th garden. Kukuru, of course, followed him. She looked around the local beauty with delight, and he said that he was heading to a survival game, sudden death. Is she sure she wants to go with him? She excitedly confirmed this and ran forward, and he thought that since she wanted it, he wouldn't dissuade her. Besides, her skill could be useful to him. To defeat the 5th Demon King, you need to win the game and get a secret item. But a lot of people had already gathered in the game lobby, which only delighted Kukuru. Finally, she decided to ask what kind of game it was, and he asked how she could be an adventurer and not know such things. She told him that it just happened that way, and she didn't care about those games at all. He sighed heavily, almost regretting having her on his team, and decided to tell her more about the game. But suddenly, a disgruntled voice was heard. The man yelled at the girl, telling her to stop whining and get out of here, and everyone immediately turned their attention to them. The adventurer exclaimed that he thought she was a high-level elf, but it turned out she was a complete disappointment. She had the chance to change classes, and she chose an alchemist, the most stupid and useless choice. The elf, Levin Luminous, tearfully said that he was absolutely right, but the man didn't let her finish and ordered her to shut up finally. She was no longer needed here. His friend pointed at the guy next to him and said that they had already found her replacement. She nervously said that that was the problem. She didn't have another team. To which he told the men that he didn't care. If she needs a team, then let her go and find one. He pushed her, calling her an idiot, and at that moment, the MC approached her and asked if she was looking for a team. Maybe she should forget about these losers and join them? The girl looked at him in surprise, and the men got angry and exclaimed, who the hell is he? He ignored him and told the elf that the game needed a team of 3 people. They were just one missing. There wasn't much time. What was her answer? She asked if he really wanted to take her on the team. He told her that they were always happy to have new teammates and asked Kukuru for confirmation. She agreed with him and said that if that's what he wanted, then she was fine with it too. At that moment, the system recommended everyone to quickly form a team of 3 people. And Jinfrey told the elf that the game was about to begin. She was happy and asked, so now they're on the same team? She said they would definitely win this game, and Kukuru, patting her on the shoulder, happily agreed, even though she didn't understand a thing. The man meanwhile laughed at MC and called him an idiot, asking if he couldn't find someone more useful. He wished them not to die in the first minutes, after which they all burst into laughter, which made the elf feel uneasy. It hurt her. The system informed everyone present that the time had come. The game was beginning. A heart-shaped icon appeared on everyone's chest, and the system, wishing all the players good luck, began teleporting. A magic circle appeared under each player, and then all the teams were scattered to different points in the garden. MC and his team found themselves right in the middle of the forest, and Kukuru looked around with delight, asking, are they the only ones here? So, what about the rules? Jinfrey told her to listen carefully. He would only explain it to her once. The rules are very simple. The team that collects the most heart badges in 48 hours wins. If your badge is taken, you're out. But your opponent's badges can be used to restore the lives of your teammates. She really liked this game and asked if she needed to steal as many badges as possible, right? That meant it would be fun. She went forward, and the MC decided to get to know the elf, which she was very happy about. After which, he suggested that she get straight to the point. Could she mix him something? She confidently answered him that she was always full of all sorts of potions, and he pointed his finger to the side, asking if she could create an explosive herb and throw it over there. She immediately got to work, and a second later, she had the herb in her hands, after which she threw it at the place he pointed. After which there was an explosion, and the men who were hiding in those bushes were thrown up by the shockwave. They fell right in front of their feet, and the man asked where the explosion came from. Seeing someone's boots in front of him, he immediately fell silent and looked up, and Jinfrey smirked and told them to hand over their badges. These were the same guys who kicked Levin out of their team. Their leader looked up at Jinfrey with displeasure and exclaimed, what did he do? He laughed at him and asked how it felt to be hit by Levin's explosive grass. His furious gaze immediately moved to the girl, and he ordered her not to mess with him. Why didn't she tell him she could do that? They wouldn't kick her out of their team. At that moment, Kukuru rushed past them, took their badges and looked smugly at Jinfrey, asking, is she doing everything right? He was even slightly surprised, and the men only noticed the loss at that moment. MC smiled nervously and wondered, is she giving it her all right away? Should he admire or be scared? These guys were angry. They wanted to take the badges back, but the system teleported them somewhere. Kukuru watched them go, wondering where they were going. Jinfrey told her that since she'd taken their hearts, they'd return to the game lobby. She finally figured out how the game worked, and praised Levin for her excellent work. She immediately became excited and began praising her in return, saying that it was much more wonderful how she stole 3 hearts at once. She said that, in that case, she'd steal even more, and her next target caught her eye. 3 guys were standing nearby. She immediately rushed toward them, and MC called out to her, asking her to slow down. Kukuru approached the 3, already anticipating a successful theft, but suddenly something happened. Her heart disappeared. She froze in confusion, not understanding what was going on, and the guys laughed at her. Jinfrey, meanwhile, touched his face in disappointment and thought, this is what happens when you act recklessly. She turned around in confusion, and the adventurers asked if she'd never heard of theft repellent. Thanks to her, they had gained 4 more hearts. She indignantly told them to give it to her, and one of them said that theft repellent wasn't cheap, and it was only a single use. But with a haul like that, they had no regrets. Kukuru wanted to say something else, but the system transferred her back to the lobby, and MC scratched his head in confusion, thinking that the thief skill was definitely an advantage in this game. But that's exactly why there are so many anti-theft gadgets here. Preparation, knowledge, and the ability to outsmart your opponent are the keys to winning this game. At that very moment, the 3 guys' attention shifted to them. Since they were from that thief's team, they decided that they were nothing special and immediately pounced on them. But Jinfrey deftly and quickly took all their hearts, leaving them perplexed. He said that sometimes speed alone is enough to steal, and suggested that the elf return Kukuru and debrief her on her mistakes. The guys were surprised that he stole their hearts in a second, and then the system transferred them to the lobby. MC watched them go, wondering if it was really necessary to make the icons in that particular shape. Finding a small clearing in the forest, they returned Kukuru, and she fell to her knees asking Jinfrey for forgiveness, promising him that she would be more careful next time. He said that the main thing was that she understood her mistake. It was already getting dark, so they needed to get ready for bed. He turned to Levin and said that he needed her to mix some items again. She was happy to have her contribution again, and soon, night fell. When they had all fallen asleep, the screams of other players were heard from the forest, and MC smiled at the thought of so many people around, even at night. At this rate, they'll have a very good day tomorrow. In the morning, he checked his loot. It turned out Levin had created carnivorous plants yesterday and placed them around the area, thanks to which they now have a lot of badges. Noticing something, he woke the girls. They were sleeping so soundly that it took him a while to realize it was morning. He remarked that they had no problem with insomnia, then pointed towards the forest and said that they had guests, so they shouldn't let them steal their hearts. They were very surprised to see them, and the guy from the other team clicked his tongue in annoyance, noting that they had noticed them after all. He planned to attack while they were sleeping. Jinfrey told the girls to be on guard. They had survived the first day, which meant they were much more dangerous than those they had encountered yesterday. After that, the three approached him, and one of them asked, "So, they have the detection skill?" This was the basic alchemist armor, a decoy for them to relax. He pulled out split teleportation cards from his inventory and used them on them. MC immediately realized they were splitting them up to deal with them one by one. Levin teleported with a girl from their team, and Kukuru with a guy. Jinfrey, meanwhile, was with their leader. He told him they were all now separated. Their strategy was to split the opponents first and then finish them off with his summons. Jinfrey's frustration meter began to slowly fill, and the guy, noticing his frown, asked if he was worried about his teammates. He'd send him to the lobby and meet them there. MC remarked that he was being too talkative, then smirked and said that his teammates weren't that easy to defeat, and that their team would eventually return to the lobby. Kukuru, meanwhile, pulled out her daggers, and Levin confidently assumed a fighting stance, knowing she couldn't afford to lose. Kukuru began to move quickly from side to side. Her opponent's animals lost sight of her each time, and the man noticed that she was faster than he thought. She, who had already managed to climb the tree behind him, exclaimed that it wasn't she who was fast, it was he who was slow. He immediately threw a knife at her. She quickly dodged the blow, and thought that her opponents were this guy and 3 summoned beasts. If she took out the guy, the beasts would also disappear. She decided to follow this plan and rushed at the guy to catch him and take his heart, but as soon as she struck, he put a shield in front of him and said with a smirk that she was fast, but her attacks were very weak. She in turn asked with a smirk why he was hiding behind the shield then. Was he scared? He immediately ordered his beasts to tear her apart, and when they got close to her, she jumped up, striking each one. After which, she climbed the tree and said that they would never catch her like this. The guy got very angry and, calling them mindless animals, ordered them to grab her. But when he looked up at the tree, she had already disappeared somewhere. Kukuru snuck up on him from behind, telling him he was too slow, then using her steal skill, and the moment he turned around, she kicked him in the face, throwing him away. After that, she mockingly showed him the stolen heart and asked what he said about her attacks. One hit was enough for him, and this heart was now hers. But everything was not so simple. The animals surrounded her, and she looked at them puzzled, asking, shouldn't they have disappeared? Or was he not the summoner? She thought he was a cowardly summoner who hid behind a shield. The animals immediately pounced on her and she started to run, exclaiming that she did not expect this. But since she had the heart, she could just run away. Meanwhile, Levin used a search herb to detect magic within 100 meters, but there were no clues. The first time, her opponent hid behind a smokescreen she created, and she lost track of her. The woman, meanwhile, watched her from afar, hiding in the bushes, and thought that no matter what she was planning, she was always on guard. A hunter is a hunter. Catching one such elf is a matter of 5 minutes. At that moment, an arrow flew at Levin from behind. She quickly noticed it and hid behind a barrier plant, then threw an explosive herb in the direction from which the shot came. Her opponent thought it was not bad. She didn't expect that from her. But what's the point if the damage is 0? Levin became slightly nervous when she heard a rustling sound behind her. She immediately turned around and saw the summoned beasts. When they pounced on her, she immediately used a smokescreen and took cover behind a nearby tree, after which 2 arrows were fired at her at once. Fortunately, neither hit her. She crouched and thought that in such a jungle, it would be difficult to track an enemy, while the other woman, meanwhile, mentally noted how cunning she was. But how long was she going to sit in cover and evade her bow and summon beasts? Levin thought the terrain was on her side, but she would never let down those who accepted her as their command. So she concentrated and created a decoy herb that could attract the summoned beasts using scent. She raised it above her head, and the beasts' gaze immediately fell on the herb, and when she tossed it to the side, they ran after it. Her opponent was amazed at how quickly she dealt with the beasts, and Levin, meanwhile, happily said that they could forget about them for a while. Now they were alone. The woman chuckled and asked, does she think she's the smartest? She dealt with her without summoned beasts. Levin asked, is that why none of her attacks hit her? Her opponent irritably ordered her to shut up, which was a warning, and she, creating something again, said that she still couldn't lose. She threw up a super bright grass, emitting a blinding light, causing the woman to immediately jump out of her hiding place and roll down a small ledge, thanks to which Levin quickly found her. She immediately approached her and tore the badge from her chest. After which, she said with a smile that while she was blind, she took her heart. Not to worry, her vision will return soon. The woman immediately checked the spot where the badge should have been, and when she said she was leaving, she nervously extended her hand and asked her to wait, after which she was teleported back to the lobby. The last member of the team remained, their leader. He laughed and told Jinfrey not to show off. All his beasts were high rank and quality, so he had zero chance. He chuckled irritably and told him to stop this monologue already, but he was grateful for the extra time. The beasts suddenly stepped forward, which surprised the guy greatly, because he hadn't given them any orders. He asked how he did it, and when the beasts began to fawn over him, he became very indignant and exclaimed, "What kind of skill did he use?" MC stroked the bird sitting on his shoulder and said that it seemed they liked him more. Don't you think so? The system window shows 20 hours of continuous use of this skill remaining. The conditions have been met. Lucifer's Heavenly Wheel skill has been increased to level 3. Skill 3 transforms from the Garden of Illusion to the Garden of Illusion. Julian was stunned by what he saw, and the protagonist pointed his finger at him, shouting for the monsters to grab him. At that very moment, they obeyed their master's command and rushed to attack Julian, who managed to open his magic book, summon another monster for battle, and shouted, "Forward." The monster, much larger than the beasts they had encountered, began to destroy the remaining beasts, spilling their blood. As the monster defeated its opponents, it breathed angrily. Julian laughed loudly and shouted, "This is what happens when monsters turn against their master." But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something was wrong and looked ahead questioningly. The monsters regained their strength and began approaching him. Julian wondered what was happening. How could they have been revived? He was incredibly frightened and screamed, "What's going on? What skill does Jinfrey have?" Jinfrey replied that he had more allies than he did, but they were equal now, right? Julian was dumbfounded by this, and numerous clones of the protagonist formed around him, causing him to become terrified. Did he really use the split skill? This is completely unfair. The protagonist is underestimating him. After these words, Julian used his summoning skill and summoned a giant orc. This creature wielded an incredibly majestic and sharp weapon, and began to destroy many clones with a single swing. Julian grinned when he saw the clones destroyed on the ground and laughed again, then asked, "What happens now? Is he making more fakes?" Suddenly, the clones actually came to life, and Julian let out a loud cry of fear. The clones said they'd had enough talking for today, that it was time for them to go to their own, so he suggested they finish. Julian was terrified, sweat pouring down his face and trembling all over. His monsters lay on the ground, destroyed and bloodied, when suddenly, right in front of him, an incredibly terrifying monster of enormous size appeared. Its brain was visible from its skull, and it was approaching Julian. After a while, a loud scream was heard in the forest, and Julian lay on the ground, attacked. Jinfrey smiled, amazed at what a wonderful skill this was. The advanced Heavenly Wheel skill, Game Garden Misty Illusion, allows one to induce hallucinations in multiple targets simultaneously, namely humans, summoned beasts, and creatures. The requirement for unlocking the skill was 20 hours of continuous use during combat. Only in SSG can one maintain such a long combat duration. Jinfrey reached into Julian's pocket and pulled out several heart figurines. He collected quite a few. He wondered how his team was doing. It was time for the protagonist to return to them. After a while, he approached the girls, and Kukuru, holding several hearts in her hands, raised them high and shouted that she had done well, and they should praise her. Levin asked if they were hurt. Kukuru continued to rejoice in her success and paid no attention to what was happening. The system announced that time was up. This was the end of the SSG, and all participants would be returned to the lobby. The participants met in the lobby, overjoyed at their success, and chatted emotionally with each other. Among them was the protagonist's team. The results were announced. Third place received 46 hearts, and was a team called Dalgo. The friends from this team rejoiced and raised their hands in joy. It couldn't have been any other way. Second place received 55 hearts, Team Jessica. The friends weren't surprised either, but they were still overjoyed by what was happening. Everyone around them started shouting, "Isn't 55 hearts first place?" They'd beaten the previous record of 50 hearts. It was Jessica, the Shadow Slayer herself. That was true, but then who would win? And now the honorable first place would go to the team that collected 108 hearts, Team Jinfrey. The friends were delighted and perplexed. Everyone around them also shouted in fear, 108 hearts? That's an incredible result. One of the participants had heard about it on the news. Another was also surprised by what was happening and said, "Is that really him? This is the first time he's seen Jinfrey in person." For winning the SSG, Team Jinfrey would receive 100 million and a locked treasure chest, rarity rank F. When the friends were alone, Levin was surprised and asked if they were absolutely sure she could take all 100 million. Kukuru shouted back that she preferred to take, not receive. Let her take it and not refuse the money. Jinfrey said he didn't mind either. As she'd said, she had no desire for the chest. It wasn't of any interest to her. Her main concern was the money needed to gather more rare materials. Jinfrey replied that in that case, they had a deal. Then he remembered. Right, could she create one last thing for him? He'd already collected all the necessary materials during the game, and all that remained was to combine them. After this conversation, Jinfrey and Kukuru said goodbye to Levin, who was feeling awkward. That night, at the inn, Jinfrey and Kukuru settled in comfortably. Kukuru snored loudly as she slept, sprawled across the bed, and Jinfrey went outside during the night and opened the system window. He called Kukuru a chatterbox, and said she was already asleep. The protagonist decided to open the system window and look at a closed treasure chest of rare rank. This chest, without which it is impossible to open anything, was sold for a large sum of money. He decided not to delay and obtained Skill 1, a battle record, and a class change from Alchemist to Summoner. Summoning Dendon. He can only obtain a closed treasure chest by collecting more than 100 hearts on SSG. You might think it's completely useless, but in fact, it is. Dendon used an electric ball, and now they decided to take what Levin created. Flame-spewing plants, Alchemy rank A, description, a plant that attacks the enemy with fiery spit. Ice-shooting plants, Alchemy rank A, description, are plants that attack the enemy with ice crystals. If someone affects the chest with 3 elements, fire, ice, and lightning, the chest will open immediately. The system congratulated the protagonist as the locked treasure chest had been opened. He received the left hand of the destroyer of an unknown rank. Jinfrey took it in his hands and smiled. Another piece of the secret weapon was on him. The left hand of a destroyer had the following stats: rank unknown, attack and defense plus 50, durability 7500. Thrust force +1, super push. This chest pushes the target away from the character, the strength fluctuating depending on the level. Skill 2 requires fulfilling the conditions to unlock, and skill 3 requires fulfilling special conditions to unlock. So another piece of equipment was in his hands. Normally, he would have gone straight to the dungeon, but there was something troubling him. It was Kukuru who always demanded the next task with delight. When the friends decided to have lunch the next day, Kukuru asked the protagonist, "What are your plans now? Will there be a new game? Or a dungeon?" Jinfrey grinned and asked her to give him a moment to think about what they should do. Frankly, he had no time to worry about Kukuru right now, especially in S-rank dungeons, but she couldn't even fight demons, so he suggested she prepare for training. Kukuru asked fearfully, "Training awaits her?" The two friends found themselves in a forest, and Jinfrey pointed towards it. He opened the system window and, pointing to Kukuru's screen, asked her to go get those materials from that mountain over there. She was surprised and realized it was quite a lot. Jinfrey explained that they were needed for the next dungeon, and of course, stealing them was forbidden. Kukuru screamed, "What is he talking about?" So she'd have to spend forever collecting them. Jinfrey ignored her excuses and said that if she refused, that meant no more training here, so they would disperse immediately. He wished her luck, and Kukuru became overly sad while she realized they were needed for the dungeon. Then she cried out in displeasure, "Fine, she'll collect them. Let him wait for her here." Jinfrey stuck his tongue out at her behind his back, and as he watched her go, thought how naive she was. Finally, he could enjoy solo play again. At that moment, the system announced that he had arrived at the 5th continent's S-rank dungeon, a teleportation portal. He stepped onto the magical field with his foot and thought, "I hope Kukuru doesn't misunderstand, but this is all for her own safety." A moment later, he had already arrived in the game zone, and as he fell from the sky to the ground, he marveled at the landscape he saw. He also felt a strong current of air. The system announced that he was in the 5th continent's S-rank dungeon, a sky island, a floating island in the sky. The dungeon started right here, and he needed to somehow land on the island. Suddenly, he saw a terrified guy falling next to him, tears in his eyes, unsure what to do. He screamed in fear and asked, "What's going on?" He didn't want to come here. Inexperienced adventurers couldn't survive here. Even if someone had known and prepared, there was no guarantee they'd make it out. Another guy falling nearby laughed loudly and shouted that he was an idiot. A parachute was what he needed here. He immediately used his parachute and shouted, "Let him look at his perfect landing and be envious." The main character didn't answer, and the guy looked into the distance in surprise. It turned out that a multitude of terrifying monsters had formed around him, their sharp jaws already open, and they were attacking the guy. He screamed in fear that they shouldn't do that, and the monsters continued to roar. The protagonist understood that with or without a parachute, skill was essential. It was a good thing he hadn't brought Kukuru with him. Meanwhile, Kukuru was in the forest, tearfully lifting a large mushroom above her head, overjoyed at finally finding it. Jinfrey looked around carefully and noticed monsters approaching him. He extended his hand and, using his magic bracelet, directed it at one of the monsters, creating a magical flash of light that caused the monsters to self-destruct. The system reported that the left-right hand of the destroyer had one skill, Super Knockback, which pushed the target away from the player. The protagonist believed this skill was worthy, and secret items were truly overkill. But now it was time for him to begin, and holding his hand out straight, he shouted, "A stream of fast wind." This stream began to approach the island floating above the water. The system reported that this was an island of destruction and creation. Inside the temple were numerous strange cube structures. When Jinfrey landed, he thought he'd finally arrived and found what he needed. He stood in front of the mirror when suddenly a multitude of dark monsters with bright red eyes appeared behind him. As soon as someone invades the temple, menacing inhabitants appear. The monsters began to approach the protagonist and growl when Jinfrey suddenly waved his hand and used his super knockback skill again. After this skill, the monsters were smeared across the walls, their blood dripping everywhere. The protagonist wondered if this was all. He hid his halo and decided to examine the mirror. As he approached, he noticed an unknown stone figure in the mirror. This mirror showed the opposite of what it saw. Jinfrey was surprised when the mirror spoke to him, then smiled and realized the mirror only opened after defeating those monsters. He turned his attention back to his bracelet and realized that now, if he showed the mirror the left hand of the destroyer, then... But before he could finish his thought, he suddenly clenched his fist with incredible force and began to dissolve into the mirror. The mirror saw the left hand of the destroyer and granted the protagonist the right hand of the destroyer. Jinfrey watched the magical beam appear before him, and it turned out to be a golden bracelet with bright red and green stones. The system informed him that he had received the right hand of the creator of an unknown rank. The mirror bid him farewell, and Jinfrey, grabbing the bracelet, smiled and realized that he now had the right hand of the destroyer and the right hand of the creator. He would soon find a bracelet for his right hand, and the system informed him that this bracelet's attack and defense were increased by 50, its durability was 7500, and its one skill was super attraction, which drew the target to it. Power depends on level. The limit is 5 uses per day. To unlock skill 2, he must fulfill the same conditions as skill 3. Jinfrey looked around and announced that there was still another stage ahead, so he needed to press on. He still had to defeat the heavenly dragon guarding the dungeons of the 5th continent, the Bahamudon demon. This demon had incredibly large bat-like wings and glared terrifyingly at the protagonist, declaring that it had been a while since humans had come here. Jinfrey spread his arms and, with a halo over his head, prepared to attack. The monster looked at him carefully, then began to approach and extend its tentacles. Jinfrey grinned and said that the demon wasn't giving up its ground, as always, trying its best. This was the 5th Bahamudon demon, which had the following stats: level 250, class, Lord of the Skies. Description: while in the air, personal stats increased by 25%, and enemy stats decreased by 25%. The monster smirked and asked, "Have they met before?" He usually remembers everyone who comes here. Jinfrey looked at the monster with a smile on his face and realized he had nothing to grab grab onto yet, but he knew for sure that this monster, like all the other demons, would do something unusual. At that moment, the demon used its dark magical powers and formed a huge ball, a roar of dark flame. These magical powers began to spread throughout the room and approached the protagonist. Jinfrey confidently looked ahead and took advantage of a gust of swift wind. This skill gave him even more confidence, as the monster was stunned for a moment. He decided to take full advantage of this and straightened his right hand to use the right hand of the creator. Skill 1 is Super Attraction, which draws the target to him and has a limit of 5 uses per day. He shouted that it was Super Attraction and, using this skill, directed it toward the demon, who trembled slightly in surprise. Had he really used gravity-based attraction skills? The protagonist clenched his fist with terrifying force, creating flames around it. He shouted, "Fiery Fist," then struck the monster, and the one on the other side used Fiery Fury to attack again. The monster realized it couldn't move away from the protagonist, as it was an interesting technique. The protagonist constantly shifted from one place to another, and when he reached a high point, he used the dragon god's whirlwind to kick to the side. Thus, he created a new monster, shrouded in this magic. The demon was surprised by what was happening, and the protagonist used his new monster to defeat the enemy with the creature's arms. He watched the battle closely until suddenly everything around him was covered in dust from the battle, and he couldn't see anything. This surprised him, as suddenly in the midst of this dust, a demon approached him. After a moment of silence, it said that it wasn't bad at all, and offered to show him something else. Jinfrey paused, confused, and realized that the difference in their stats was now 50%. His special skill giving him trouble. The monster appeared directly above the lonely Jinfrey, then used a bright red magical force and begged its opponent not to die yet. This was the power of the Dark Flame Dragon Bomb. Jinfrey found himself amidst these energy streams and, gritting his teeth from several defeats, suddenly shouted, "Super Knockback." The demon asked him again, did he really think that was enough? Jinfrey carefully watched his opponent's actions, who used Dark Flame Execution and once again enveloped the protagonist in magic. He was dumbfounded, and the demon continued attacking his opponent, when suddenly, something puzzled him. When the monster looked down, he saw the protagonist use another skill, creating a protective barrier around himself. The demon was impressed, as he had managed to reduce the damage with the gravity skill just before the attack, but it was still not enough, so the monster cast the Heaven's Roar spell. After this spell, a large amount of magical energy began to converge on the protagonist, who shielded himself with his hands, and a moment later, a bright flash of light formed. The protagonist jumped aside and screamed in anger. His opponent was stronger than he thought and continued to fight. Suddenly, the protagonist was stunned by what he saw, and the system reported that the conditions had been met, unlocking the skill of the left hand of the destroyer and the right hand of the creator. After using his new skills, he realized that everything was going well and joined his hands. This was what he was waiting for. Jinfrey smiled and shouted a black vortex spell, and a magical orb formed between his hands. The demon was stunned when he saw what was happening and wondered what was happening. Had this magical orb really absorbed all his attacks? The protagonist said out loud that all the demon's attacks would now land directly here. This was the left-right hand of the destroyer, skill 2. A black hole that absorbs enemy attacks. The monster wondered if this had really absorbed all his attacks. He paused, confused. Was this really possible? Jinfrey smirked and asked again. He's scared, right? The monster replied that there was nothing to fear, then with a sharp movement appeared right next to the protagonist. He was surprised when the magical forces approached his face and covered his head with his hands again. The monster asked again, "What's wrong? Can it work?" Apparently it doesn't work on all attacks. For example, he used physical attacks just now. Jinfrey realized that this demon had decided to test the capabilities of his hands. The demon remarked that dragons are renowned for their powerful bodies and shouted for his opponent to die. Jinfrey was dumbfounded and suddenly vanished. The demon looked at his disappearance in surprise and wondered if he'd actually teleported. He needed to look behind him. From behind, the protagonist had already created a magic ball and aimed it at the demon to attack. The condition for unlocking the second skills was the simultaneous use of the first skills. He stared ahead, thinking about how one hand created a black hole, while the other allowed him to release absorbed attacks. The system reported that the creator's first hand had skill 2, white hole, which released absorbed attacks. After seeing this information, the protagonist shouted a spell, Spiral of Wrath. The monster was terrified, and the protagonist used this technique to destroy it. The demon realized that this technique was his roar of heaven. But before he could fully consider this thought, he suddenly began to scream loudly in pain. Jinfrey managed to damage the demon and paused for a moment, after which the demon began screaming even louder and pausing, cried out that it was all just an imitation. Jinfrey smiled and asked again, "Is the monster sure about this?" After these words, he pounced on the monster again, and the demon screamed, "What's going on?" The protagonist asked, "Imitation or not, can it withstand an attack 3 times stronger than his?" With these words, he pounced on the monster with fire magic, and the demon hit the ground and began to roar loudly. When it completely collapsed and lay motionless, the protagonist clenched his fist, and the system announced that he had defeated a level 250 demon and was receiving a reward and experience. Sometime later, a discussion took place in the Adventurers Association and the League of 8 building. Someone said he apologized for having to distract him from important matters, and all 4 of them would be unable to come because they were on missions. There were several heroes at the table, and one of the guys suggested that the president talk casually. He would come as soon as he received an order from him. This guy was a member of the League of 8 named White Deng, class shield bearer. The girl across from him smirked and said that he was being too serious as always. She was free. That's why she came here, so she suggested getting straight to the point. This girl was a member of the League of 8 named Maria Jenny, class Saint with a shift to healer. Among them at the table was another member of the League of 8, Mila Goldland, class Summoner. She sat silently at the table and said nothing. Nyx smiled and said that then they should begin. They had recently received several disturbing messages. Wyatt asked again, was this the unrest about the bandit guilds again, or did he mean the monsters? Nyx sharply replied that this was not the case. Neither guilds nor monsters were connected to this event. Mira looked at him questioningly, as did the other 2 guild members. and Nyx reported that they had received a message from the previous day about seeing a black ghost. Meanwhile, the protagonist found himself in the city and joyfully declared that he had now defeated the boss of the 5th continent. His reward had been received, and he was feeling fine. Now he could head to the 6th continent. Suddenly, he remembered Kukuru and realized that training would take too much time. But before he could finish speaking, he remembered that in the meantime, she had been collecting all the necessary tools for the dungeon, knee-deep in water, holding an unknown creature in her hand. Looking into the distance, the protagonist wondered why everyone was crowded there. He approached the screen where the crowd was gathered and asked, "Did something happen?" The people asked him again, "Is he also a seeker?" The portal to the 6th continent isn't working for some reason. The protagonist was stunned by this news and wondered how this could happen. Even the game itself had never had such bugs. The conversation among the league continued. Nyx said that over the past 2 weeks, they'd received several such reports of a black shadow, a black fog, and so on. The protagonist scratched his head and wondered how much longer they had to wait for the portal to open. When would they be able to fix it? Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong and, grinning, looked ahead. A dark shadow formed nearby, and he realized it was definitely not human. Nyx took a sip of coffee and continued to explain that it wasn't a demon or a monster. This creature appeared suddenly and attacked people. This very creature was now standing just a few steps away from the protagonist, who silently watched the events unfold. They didn't know what it was or what drove it, but it was a real threat to humanity and the world. He had a bad feeling. Bright red eyes appeared in the dark shadows. Nyx said that they had to do something urgently before the situation got completely out of control. Meanwhile, the creature with bright red eyes was already among the ordinary conquerors. The protagonist was dumbfounded when he saw what was happening, and Nyx continued to say that they didn't know who they were, but they didn't have time to sit idly by. Those nameless creatures posed an incredible threat. Meanwhile, the magical shadow approached the protagonist and began to smile. Jinfrey was dumbfounded and hunched over when suddenly the shadow grew to incredible size. The people around screamed in fear. What was that? Was it a monster? What was that creature doing in the center of the city? The monster emerging from the shadows began to roar loudly. The protagonist wondered what it was. He felt like he'd seen something similar before, but it wasn't in the game. What was going on? The surrounding people began to flee the square and scatter in fear. One of the frightened players fell to the ground, screaming in a trembling voice for help. The monster pointed its claw at the player, and suddenly the protagonist used his magical powers, realizing things were bad, and he had to help. He used his super knockback skill and created a magical sphere that pushed the monster some distance away. The frightened player fled the scene without even thanking him. The protagonist carefully examined the monster and wondered, was this monster alone? Definitely not. They don't appear in cities. The monster pointed its claws at the players again and created a magical sphere of green light, which he aimed at Jinfrey. He tried to defend himself by crossing his arms in front of his face, when suddenly, opening one eye, he looked ahead and screamed loudly from its knockback power. When he stopped, he wondered what was going on. The monster just used the fighter skill, Sphere Destruction. Why does it have the same skills as the adventurers? The monster suddenly turned and began growling at the other people, who scattered in different directions. The protagonist realized something and shouted for it to stop. He was afraid he wouldn't make it in time, and suddenly took advantage of a gust of fast wind. A skeleton in armor appeared in front of the monster, holding a large sword. The demon looked questioningly at this creature, which didn't move at all, and didn't move from its place. The monster decided to pounce on it, but was suddenly struck, its blood spilling. The skeleton managed to cut the monster into several pieces. When the demon fell to the ground from the blow, the protagonist's jaw dropped in shock and realized they were dead. Nyx was standing next to the dead man who had destroyed the shadow. The protagonist noticed this and continued his observation. Nyx announced that it was too dangerous for people to be here and that they should follow his soldiers to safety. His soldiers are an army of skeletal corpses. People looked at these soldiers in shock and fear. Those around began to guess that it was Nyx. This meant they were saved. The protagonist thought about the League of Eight and realized that it meant he was Mira's ally. Nyx turned to the protagonist and said that thanks to him, no one had gotten hurt, so he thanked him for that. Jinfrey replied that it didn't matter, because they needed to find out what kind of creature it was. Nyx opened the system window and asked for a little leeway. White was in contact and reported that they had found a target at point 1. Maria also reported that point W4 was the target in their sights, and the trigger was ready. Mira was also in contact, and they had found a target at point S2. Nyx replied that this information had been received. Each of their people had encountered this something. The protagonist asked again, something? Is that what they call these creatures? Wait, that means it wasn't the only monster. Nyx asked his comrades to deal with the rest of the monsters. Afterwards, he turned to Jinfrey, addressing him by name and asking where they had left off. Jinfrey asked how he knew his name. Nyx chuckled and said he was much more famous than he thought. Would he like to join the League of Eight? The protagonist looked at him dumbfounded, then scratched his head and said he was declining the offer, thanking Nyx. He preferred free adventures. Nyx replied that he was very sorry. Mira had told him about him. He really was different from the other adventurers. His equipment alone spoke volumes. He extended his hand and asked permission to introduce himself. His name was Nyx, and he was the vice president of the Adventurers Association. Nyx was friendly and smiling. The protagonist lowered his gaze and wondered if he was the vice president. This means he's the strongest of all the league members. The boys shook hands, when suddenly the shadow of the newly reformed monster appeared above them. The boys turned around in fear, and Nyx explained that they had been warned about this creature's endurance. His soldiers were top-notch. But before he could finish speaking, he turned to Jim and said that these creatures were nothing like ordinary monsters. They called them something. They knew nothing about them or their origins, but they knew one thing for sure. If these monsters weren't controlled, they would eventually become a global threat. At that moment, an army of newly arrived soldiers ran up to him, and the fight began. The monsters chopped the demon into several smaller pieces again, and the monster quickly fell to the ground a second time. The protagonist watched in fear, and Nyx declared that if he encountered one, he must finish it off immediately, and there was to be no mercy. Nyx was also confident that he could deduce that Jinfrey had the necessary skills to eliminate this enemy. The main character thought, here he is, the leader of the strongest group, a strong and confident guy. His class is Necromancer, a special class of advanced mage. Sometime later, at point N, there was another fight with this something. This monster opened its wide maw and pounced on Wyatt, who managed to protect himself with his special shield. The monster roared loudly and continued to try to inflict damage. Wyatt carefully examined this creature and thought that it had amazing abilities. In terms of level, it was clearly above average, but suddenly Wyatt decided to use a mirror spell, which reflects an enemy's attack, and struck the monster. The something remained unharmed, and Wyatt declared that even with such skills, the monster could not defeat him. With such confidence, Wyatt shouted, "Shield Strike!" It was a skill that deals a blow equal to its defense. The monster screamed in pain, and smoke began to billow from its body. A moment later, it fell to the ground and was attacked. Wyatt announced that the endurance test was complete, and he needed to contact the president. Meanwhile, at point 4, the monster was still standing. Maria was fighting it, holding a cigarette in her mouth as she spoke. "The evil and impure flesh that brings destruction to this world, no, or rather, that defies it, must be destroyed." She stood confidently before the monster and, snapping her fingers, began to rise upward. When she reached the required height, she swung her enormous cross and screamed at the monster to perish with a terrifying smile. A moment later, the monster's blood spilled, and the creature fell to the ground. The system reported that this was a prayer of power skill, which grants a random weapon depending on the prayer recited. The worse the situation, the higher the weapon's status. Maria smirked, still smoking, and told that monster to go to hell for wasting her precious time. Meanwhile, the protagonist replied to Nyx that he understood. Does this mean the situation with the nothingness isn't resolved, and that portals won't work anywhere else? Not just on the 6th continent? Nyx replied, exactly. The protagonist considered the fact that there weren't any nothingnesses in the game, then remembered he'd heard of something similar before, but he'd never encountered them in the game. But if they were indeed the ones in question, did that mean he could now obtain that secret item he'd been unable to obtain before? Nyx, chatting with his friends, saw the results of their work and replied that it was impressive. As always, they'd done a good job. The protagonist wondered in surprise if they'd already defeated the monster. Mira was on the line and said she had bad news. The target had disappeared. Nyx was stunned and wondered inwardly, Mira, the strongest of them, allowed the target to escape? That's quite strange. He replied that he understood and asked, is she injured? Please let her report what happened in detail. Mira fled with the spirits and replied that she was fine. The target had escaped, but she was tracking it with the spirit. That something was moving toward point S5. Nyx replied that he understood everything and would immediately go to where they would meet. Mira replied that she heard him, and the protagonist, turning to Nyx, said that he would go there too. He needed more information about the something and its power, since closed portals were a big problem for him. Nyx paused briefly, then said that everything was correct. They still didn't know what they were capable of, and so his help would not hurt, but he should leave all decisions to him. They had a great responsibility to preserve their lives. The protagonist responded, okay, and thanked him for it. After this conversation, the guys set off. When they arrived at point S5, the monster continued to flee from Mira and her spirits. They shouted at the monster to stop, and she asked if it wasn't shameful for a monster to run away from its opponent. This creature couldn't get far anyway. They couldn't lose sight of that. Suddenly, Maria appeared in front of the monster, blocking the creature's path. She grinned and asked if she had forgotten how to fight. They were wasting her time again. Wyatt turned to her and said that no one is immune to such incidents. Besides, how could they not worry about each other and support each other? The friends surrounded the demon from different sides, and at that moment, Nyx arrived with the protagonist. He remarked that they worked well together. Mira was about to say something when she suddenly noticed Jinfrey and shouted angrily, what is he doing here? He grinned and scratched his head, saying it just happened somehow. Nyx suggested they chat later, as they needed to figure out the target first. Mira turned to the vice president and said she'd learned something new. It could talk. Nyx and the monster were stunned by what he heard, and after examining it, he wondered if it could talk. But it wasn't even a demon. Jinfrey was stunned by what he heard, and the system reported, attention, a large number of unidentified enemies have been detected. He shouted that they needed to retreat immediately, and the girls turned to him in surprise. The monster grinned broadly and shouted that there was even more prey. Let the other monsters get them. The team of friends froze as they realized what was happening. At that moment, these terrifying creatures began falling right on top of them, and Maria, clutching her staff, screamed, Mira! Mira has used Ifrit's powers, Flash. Her spirit extended its arms in front of itself and, using magical power, repelled several monsters who fell to the ground from the impact. They roared loudly and, moments later, were destroyed. Everything around was in flames. Maria said, it turned out it wasn't so difficult. They were weaklings after all. Mira replied that she couldn't believe she'd let that monster escape, just because it spoke. Nyx replied that a creature speaking human language was truly something. He didn't think all of them could speak, but it was getting much more serious. It meant they had intelligence. The entire team pondered the situation and spent several minutes in silence. The protagonist suddenly realized something and said that a strong magical flare had been detected deep in the forest. There was something else. Those around him noticed his words, and Wyatt asked how he'd figured that out. The protagonist scratched his head in confusion and tried to reply, when Nyx suddenly said that he must have undergone training in magic recognition. Jinfrey was surprised by Nyx's reaction and shielded him from unnecessary questions, then said that they couldn't let this monster escape. He turned to Jinfrey and asked if he could guide them. The protagonist confidently answered, of course. After this conversation, everyone followed Jinfrey, who walked ahead and led everyone through the forest in the right direction. When they reached a clearing, a magic circle formed there. The protagonist said that magic was especially strong here. Nyx examined the magic circle and realized that this gate led to another dimension and was the work of some being from the sage class. Mira expressed her opinion that they now knew for sure that nothing could steal the adventurer's skills. The protagonist had no doubt he'd heard the same thing in his past life. If that were true, then they, like adventurers, could also level up and become stronger, meaning the situation was only getting worse. Nyx smiled and said that as long as they were all together, especially with such a skilled recruit, everything would be fine. Maria asked again, a skilled recruit? Wyatt also asked, is Jinfrey the guy from the news? Maria smirked and said, so that's what he's like. Mira Asura stared at him silently, unresponsive. Nick suggested going there together, and the protagonist felt a strange sensation. He didn't know why, but the guy's aura slightly frightened him. A portal formed around the team, transporting them to another location. One of the team members wondered what this place was. There were only doors here. Wyatt replied that he would lead them in the right direction and asked them to follow him. Maria addressed the protagonist as a newcomer, asking him to trust the shield bearer and follow him. She would cover his back. He was surprised and accepted her offer. When Wyatt approached the central door and grabbed the handle, he opened it and entered. Looking around, there was absolutely nothing there. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound nearby and turned towards it. The door slammed behind them. The rest of the team found themselves behind the gate, and Maria screamed, "What's going on?" The door slammed shut and the grate descended. Nix asked loudly, "Are they all right in there?" Jinfrey grabbed the handle and tried to open the door, but nothing worked. They were trapped. Wyatt added that everything was fine, but why did this even happen? Suddenly, a bell rang behind them. They both turned around and saw something. Where did it come from? The others were wondering what was going on. Wyatt shouted back that he confirmed the target's appearance and that they would begin the battle now. Wyatt turned to Jinfrey and asked him to leave the monster to him. After saying this, he let out a loud cry, struck his shield, and the entire room lit up with his magical powers. He attacked the monster, which began to roar loudly in fear and was destroyed, falling to the ground. Smoke was coming from the creature. The protagonist examined it carefully and wondered if this monster was around level 150, right? In Wyatt's case, one hit was enough to destroy the creature. Nix grabbed the bars and started shouting, "What's that noise? Are they okay?" They answered confidently, "Yes." Something had appeared here, but they quickly dealt with it. Suddenly, a strange-looking girl appeared behind the protagonist and asked if these were the Lost Seekers. The boys turned to look at her in fear, realizing that her level was clearly much higher than those creatures. Frightened, Wyatt immediately opened his magic circle and shouted, "Shield strike," when suddenly Jinfrey shouted at him to stop. Magical forces formed around the half-naked girl, and laughing, she extended her hand, creating a bright beam of light, and screamed, "Shield shatter!" Wyatt was stunned by the spell, and a moment later, was attacked and slammed into the wall, shattering it into several small stones. The protagonist turned around, unsure what to do. The girl addressed the boys as poor seekers, and announced that her name was Shabad. The system window reported that she is at level 285. Her skills included Hunter's Eye, D-rank Hunter skill, Shield Break, S-rank Swordsmanship skill, Vital Strike, S-rank Swordsmanship skill, Fire Arrow, D-rank Hunter skill, Clone Summoning, and A-rank Summoner skill. The protagonist realized she had used a swordsmanship skill. She had several skills from different classes, and until recently he had been certain, but now everything was confirmed. Shabad laughed after what she had done, and asked them if they were scared. Wyatt became wary and cursed at his distraction, then extended his hand to cover Jinfrey, and asked him to stand behind him. Shabad told them not to worry, as she would eat them slowly, savoring every bite. Afterwards, she noticed a smile on Jinfrey's face and asked, "Did that amuse him?" Jinfrey considered the possibility that if what he'd heard was true, there were only 4 named ones, including hers. They were called the Holy Four. He'd also heard that if he killed all 4, he could obtain a legendary secret weapon he'd never obtained before. He decided to put his hopes on hold this time, as this Shabad was a formidable opponent. She smirked and asked again, is he eager to be the first? Fine then, she'd start with him, breaking him into smaller pieces to make them easier to digest. After saying this, she grabbed her sword and charged, but in one swift movement, she was unable to land a blow, as a barrier formed around the protagonist. It was the shield bearer's sacrifice skill. The sacrifice skill allows the shield bearer to absorb attacks aimed at the target. Be warned, if the damage from the attacks taken exceeds the shield bearer's health, they will die. Wyatt asked again, "They're not finished yet, right?" Shabad grew angry and screamed, "This idiot is bothering her." The protagonist was horrified and cried out, "How could he possibly master such a skill?" Wyatt shouted back that it was fine. As long as he was a member of the League of 8, no one here would touch Jinfrey. He smiled, and Shabad remarked that this was too promising for someone who looked so weak. She always ate the best food first, so he should get out of the way. The fight between them began again, but Wyatt used Fire Arrow and directed his powers at the enemy. The heated arrow releases a powerful stream, engulfed in flames. Then he shouted, "Shield Zone." A bright flash of light appeared right in front of Shabad's face, causing her to pause. The Shield Zone skill blocks all attacks within a 10-meter radius of the shield bearer. Wyatt repeated that he had already said that Jinfrey would not be harmed. Shabad yelled back, growing even more enraged. If he was so eager to die, then she would strike him right now. Let him get what he deserved. The Vital Strike skill significantly increases the chance of a critical hit, while the Score Crash skill reduces the effectiveness of shield skills. When Shabad used these skills, Wyatt tensed in surprise and raised his shield again to defend himself. Shabad yelled at him that they had no time to be surprised. Shabad used Fire Arrow again, and a bright flame struck Wyatt's shield. He wondered if she was too good at fighting. A moment later, Shabad cast Fire Arrow again, and Wyatt, stunned, asked again, "What's going on?" That couldn't be right. Those arrows had at least a few seconds of recharge time. After the final strike, Wyatt began to fall to the ground, his grip becoming strained. Falling to his knees, he marveled at Shabad's strength, remarking that he'd made a good comeback and wasn't so hopeless after all. Suddenly, another copy of Shabad appeared before his face, surprising him. Were there really 2 of them now? Jinfrey smirked, using the summoner skill, Double. Shabad shouted that he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this time, and used another double-sized fire arrow. Wyatt watched the arrows approach him, and wondered how that was possible. Could copies use skills? So the previous arrow had been from a copy too. Dealing with 2 shooters at once would be difficult. A moment later, a bright flash of light illuminated the entire room. The 2 Shabads watched intently and heard a scream. At that moment, the protagonist used his magical powers and protected Wyatt, standing before him. Wyatt's mouth dropped open in shock, and he thanked him for saving him. Jinfrey replied that he'd already told him he didn't need any sacrifices, and that he should cancel the skill. Wyatt replied that he couldn't do that, and Jinfrey was surprised by this answer. Wyatt continued to say that he was a very worthy ally, otherwise the vice president wouldn't have invited him to join them. This meant he was now part of the team, and he would protect them even with his life. After all, he was the team's shield. He rose to his feet and began to glow with magical powers. He looked confidently at the bifurcated enemy, and the protagonist began to think about how they had no problem reloading, and even with protection from Wyatt, they wouldn't last long here. What should they do now? With these thoughts, Jinfrey cracked his hands, preparing for battle. Shabad smirked and said they were so boring, and she was terribly hungry. She suggested they end this fight already, opening her mouth wide to reveal her fangs. The boys looked at her in surprise, as Shibad had created a third clone. Could there really be 3 of them now? Wyatt remarked that it was simply impossible, since it was impossible to create more than 1 copy. The protagonist wondered if they could all use fire arrows. Could the copies also summon copies? How terrifying. They could split into 2 infinitely. Shibad asked again, what had happened? Were they really scared already? After all, they had only just begun the duel. Several arrows were aimed at Wyatt again from 5 of Shabad's copies. The boys were frightened, realizing that there were now 5 enemies in front of them. A moment later, the spirit used the Ifrit's flash, causing a fiery explosion. He was still outside the room, but he was able to influence what was happening inside. Mira was upset when she realized it was all futile, and they were getting nowhere. Nyx frowned and watched the scene. He realized there was no scratch from the swords of his undead soldiers here. What kind of door was this? He really hoped they were okay. Meanwhile, the protagonist shouted that Wyatt should get up right now, that now was not the time. Wyatt lay unconscious on the ground, motionless. His eye was destroyed and blood was pouring from his head. The protagonist screamed at him in fear, when suddenly he heard Wyatt's voice trying to call him. He was glad Wyatt was alive and that he should keep quiet, as he had thrown himself right into the hail of arrows. Wyatt replied that he was a member of the League of 8 and that was his job. Meanwhile, the clones were watching the guys, and Jinfrey, turning around, realized he was in dire straits. He had run out of gusts of fast wind, and even his right hands wouldn't help. That terrible hail of arrows had seriously worsened their situation. Suddenly, he cried out loudly in pain, and his blood spilled. He realized that the last damage had exceeded Wyatt's health. Wyatt trembled, saying that he was very sorry, he should have protected him, but now he was leaving him alone in such a dire situation. At this point, the girls remained silent, watching the events unfold, until Jinfrey suddenly fell silent, realizing his health was already critical. When he stood up, he told Wyatt he had a favor to ask of him, and he would gladly entrust it to him. The protagonist thanked him for relying on his strength, and Shebad asked again, how long are they going to cry? What kind of drama have they caused here? Okay, reload time is up. Another volley. He must die. Several magic arrows were aimed from behind, directly at Jinfrey, and a huge amount of blood spilled. It was the blood of Shebad's clones, who was surprised, not realizing what had just happened. The protagonist held a sword in his hands and uttered a terrifying voice. It's their turn. He used a centipede weapon of unknown rank, with a durability rating of 420 out of 1500. The body of a destroyed copy was already lying around the protagonist, and Shebad smirked and wondered when he'd managed to move. Did he really believe in himself, kid? He should die right now. The clones focused all their strength on destroying the enemy, when suddenly the protagonist leaped into the air and went to destroy another clone, who looked at him in fear. He easily severed her head with a single blow. He also used skill 3, which liquefies the blade, turning it into a liquid and easily changing shape. The remaining clones looked at him in surprise, and the protagonist repeated that he'd told them to get ready, because there would be no more tricks. He used the liquefaction skill again and continued to destroy one girl after another. A moment later, he destroyed all the clones and Shebad herself, and the system reported that he had defeated her, level 258. He received the reward, a black 4-leaf clover, leaf number 1. When the card with this reward appeared before the protagonist's face, he silently looked at it and turned toward the destroyed Wyatt. He walked closer to his friend and looked at his ruined face. As he was dying, the protagonist said he had a request, a weapon he wanted restored. Wyatt grinned and asked again, transferring a weapon's soul, right? A skill an adventurer can only use once in their lifetime. Perhaps there was still hope for them. Wyatt replied that he understood, and would gladly entrust him with the soul of his weapon. When an adventurer's life comes to an end, their weapon, which has shared all their ups and downs, returns to the heavens. But if there is someone willing to imbue it with memory, the weapon's soul can be transferred through a special transformation process. He fully accepted this memory and Wyatt's will. He suddenly realized the door had opened and heard the screams of his teammates. Nyx was the first to burst into the room, shouting, Jinfrey? They saw at the same moment that he was standing around a multitude of destroyed, bloody bodies, facing the dead Wyatt. Maria began to scream in realization. Wyatt, no, what happened? What happened here? Wyatt was unconscious, and Maria, using her magical powers, screamed at him to hold on, that she would help him now. Nyx turned to Jinfrey and said that he was covered in wounds himself. Let him tell them what happened here. Jinfrey looked down and said that Wyatt had blocked him. Nyx said nothing, turning back to the multitude of destroyed bodies and trying to comprehend the situation. Maria screamed in fear for Wyatt to get up right now. What was he thinking? Sacrificing himself was terrible. He was just an idiot. Mira turned to Maria, clasping her shoulder and trying to tell her that Wyatt no longer needed help. Maria bowed her head in sadness, and the others stood in horror. Maria tried to accept this loss, and Nyx said that Jinfrey had told him everything. He was the pride of their League 8. May he rest in peace. Mira and Maria, like Jinfrey, stared ahead with a united gaze. They decided to take Wyatt home, using the skeletal corpse. When they left the room, they noticed another door. Nyx said that this time he would go first. The door opened, and they all entered the room and looked around. Maria said the door didn't even close, which was strange. Nyx noted that everything was correct, but too many monsters had formed in front of them now. These freaks wouldn't leave them alone. The friends prepared to fight, and Nyx said that everyone should retreat now. He would deal with them. Maria asked, what's he talking about? She needed to let off some steam right now. Mira replied, turning to the vice president, and Nyx said they were right. They were all very angry right now, and using the army of the undead, They immediately began fighting the new monsters and their confidence in their own strength. Maria shouted that she would take care of all the forgotten souls. Nyx watched the battle unfold, hoping that no one would get hurt this time and that they needed to deal with them together as soon as possible. The protagonist stared ahead, thoughtful. Nyx asked him again, "Is he all right?" The protagonist replied that wasn't quite right. He was thinking about how reliable their team was. Nyx asked again, "Did he just talk about Wyatt?" Jinfrey was stunned and after a long silence, said that because of him, they had lost one of their best fighters. Nyx lowered his gaze and addressed him by name. Did Wyatt blame him for his death? Jinfrey was stunned and replied, "No, he was smiling." Nyx replied, "Exactly, that's the kind of person he was. He'd accepted him as a member of their team and was ready to protect him until his last breath. So, keeping him in his memory was the best thing he could do." Jinfrey didn't answer, when suddenly the boys looked ahead and Nyx noted that the girls seemed to be finished, so they should move on. Jinfrey silently followed the team. As they walked out into the corridor together, they reached a point where the paths began to split. Mira wondered what they should do now. Splitting into two teams seemed like a bad idea to her. Nyx knew it was best for them to stay together, but if there were traps ahead, they would all die together. What should they do? They couldn't screw up against enemies like that. After considering the idea, he finally decided to split up. Even though it would significantly weaken their strength, they couldn't all perish together in some stupid trap. Maria turned to the newcomer and said he would be with her because she couldn't fight so freely with those two boars. The protagonist didn't understand what kind of argument this was. When Maria entered the new room, she noticed the fat monster. Her hands even began to itch with anticipation of a fight. He sat on the throne, spreading his legs wide, and asked, "What's wrong? Did the prey come to him on its own?" It was the second of the Holy Four, named Bubeka. When Mira and Nyx also entered their room, the monster grinned and addressed them, saying that, as they had said, these people smelled like fine wine. He was sure that with such skills, they would definitely not disappoint him. Nyx asked Mira if she was ready. This monster was the third of the Holy Four, named Abadek. Mira confidently answered that she was ready, and all the team members, confident in their abilities, decided to begin the fight. The protagonist and Maria closely watched the actions of their monster, which the bloodthirsty one gnawed on a meaty bone. Jinfrey suspected that this monster was much higher level than Shibad, and probably stronger than a demon from the 5th continent. First, they needed to find out how this monster would attack. Suddenly, something alerted him, and his eyes widened in surprise. He saw Maria rush back into battle and wondered what she was doing. This was unacceptable. Maria, with a bloodthirsty expression, screamed that no one in this sinful world deserved forgiveness and shouted, "This is an order." A huge weapon appeared in her hands, with which she began to attack the monster and approach it. Bubeka looked at her questioningly, and a moment later, a bright explosion occurred in the room. This weapon was a mace of obedience to the command. The skill order transformed into various forms depending on the wielder's prayer. The protagonist didn't even have time to move, silently watching as smoke rose from the destroyed enemy. He wondered what kind of prayer this was. Suddenly, he stopped, and Maria yelled at Bubeka to slow down, calling him fat. She'd help him lose weight. Bubeka fell off his chair and landed on his back. Jinfrey watched Maria's actions and was incredibly surprised. He thought she was acting as she pleased, but her attacks were incredibly accurate. It wasn't for nothing that she was in the Great League of Eight. Suddenly, Maria focused her attention and realized she'd recited the wrong prayer. She could have made an axe and finished the monster with one blow. The protagonist smirked to himself and thought he was taking back his words. She was just an incredibly strange girl. A moment later, Bubeka stood up and grinned, saying that there was a strong man here, and that man would be his dinner. He rose to his feet, drooling from the sensation of imminent gain. Maria wondered if Bubek's skin was so thick he didn't feel the blows, or had he managed to return just before her attack. They shouldn't be fooled by this monster's appearance. He was very high level, and now she understood why Wyatt was suffering so much. At that moment, she decided to shout a prayer. Merciful God, she serves his divine will and will serve him this demonic delicacy of the unholy undead. After this prayer, a loud scream was heard, and Maria turned around, knocked the main character down with her weapon, and apologized to him for it. She said that if he got in her way, he would fall under her axe, so he should be on guard. Jinfrey was simply shocked by what was happening, and gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't understand what she was doing as he watched her rush at Bubek again. After a short wait, the protagonist decided he had no time to waste, and must engage in combat. He leveled up the centipede spell and grabbed the sword. Maria, dumbfounded by this, turned to him. She screamed that he'd arrived just in time and should lend her his back. Jinfrey didn't understand what she meant, and asked, "What?" Maria pushed off the ground, then used Jinfrey's back to launch herself into the air, swinging at the monster from above. When she struck Bubek's head, a multitude of stones flew across the room. She slammed her weapon onto the floor and screamed. How did the monster dodge? The protagonist, meanwhile, collapsed face first from a powerful blow to the back. Sitting up, he couldn't believe Wyatt had always protected this crazy girl. Maria was filled with anger and sadness. Jinfrey began to rise and simply watched as Maria dealt several more attacks to the monster. Her gaze was confident. Everything became clear to Jinfrey. He remembered Nyx's words about remembering Wyatt being the best thing he could do, and he realized that this was how Maria was grieving over Wyatt. Maria called out to him, and the protagonist was dumbfounded. She screamed that he shouldn't come here. He should protect her rear. Jinfrey's mouth dropped open in surprise as he struggled to stand. Realizing she was right, they didn't know what this monster was capable of. Attacking both at once without a clear plan was too dangerous, and in this case, instead of mindlessly attacking the monster, he would try to cover this madwoman's back. Maria suddenly kicked off the ground again and leaping high, swung her sword at Bubekis, shouting that he should repent for his sins and perish in hell. Amen. Bubeka smiled broadly and glowed with magical light. Meanwhile, Mira and Nyx were also working together against Abadek. Mira shouted a spell, Kylan, a roar of thunder. She extended her hand in front of her, and the entire room lit up with magical lightning, directed toward Abadek, who was sitting on his throne. The monster was so relaxed that he was crossing his legs and suddenly shouted, Huko. He raised both hands and rose from his throne to deflect all attacks. Mira was stunned by what she saw and tensed. Abadek also looked at her attentively, then scratched his forehead and remarked on the pleasant tingling sensation he felt, how light his body felt. Nyx addressed Mira, and she turned to look at him attentively. After their gazes locked, Mira drew on the powers of Indin and Kylan and extended her hands in front of herself to cast an aqua charge. The entire room glowed with a magical blue wave, and Abadek fearfully realized that this attack was several times stronger than the last one, and that things were bad for him. Suddenly, he was surrounded on both sides by undead skeletons, and Nyx calmly adjusted his glasses and asked, no matter how strong Abadek's body was, did he really think it could withstand such damage? After asking the question, Abadek laughed and asked, don't people respect their elders? Nyx replied that it was true, but only if that elder wasn't a man-devouring monster. He shouted forward, Blood Knight, and suddenly Abadek was frozen with horror. Moments later, he was attacked, blood pouring from his mouth. He screamed loudly in pain, and a hole appeared in his chest. Nyx adjusted his glasses again and said that even if he killed Abadek, it wouldn't bring back his comrades, and especially if he died in the abyss of suffering for his sins. Abadek fell to the ground and lay motionless in a pool of blood. When the friends completed the task, Mira turned to Nyx and said everything was clear, and she was curious about Maria and Jinfrey. Nyx replied that now was the time to join them, and as they turned toward the exit, they noticed something was wrong. Hearing a strange sound, they turned around abruptly and noticed that Abadek had disappeared from the scene of his defeat. But where had he gone? Abadek suddenly appeared behind the heroes, leaped high into the air, and defeated Nyx from behind, severing his arm. Mira screamed in fear. Vice President, Abadek replied that it was wonderful. He was delighted with their skills. They were so delicious. Mira reported that he had just used the thief's stealth skill and resurrection, perhaps the fighter's immortal soul skill. At that moment, using magical powers, they began to restore Nyx's arm. He considered the situation carefully and said that he must be stealing the skills of defeated enemies and using multiple skills simultaneously. That's his true strength. He asked Mira to be on guard, and Abadek shouted again that it was his turn. The system reported Abadek's stats. He is at level 333. His skills included Immortal Soul, a fighter skill that allows him to revive even if his health drops to 0. The Thief skill conceals the user's presence, and the Rapid Strike skill, a swordsman skill, deals a swift blow, so they had to defeat him. The friends had the same confident look and continued the fight. Meanwhile, Maria continued to fight Bubeka and struck him in the head with her sharp weapon. Bubeka shook in pain and glowed with a fiery light. Maria paused and, along with Jinfrey, watched intently. She struck the monster right in the center of his face, but Bubeka only smiled and said it was a strong attack, but he didn't care at all. Maria grew even more enraged and backed away slightly. Bubeka rose to his feet and confidently continued the fight. The protagonist realized he had used the mage's Art of Perfection skill and knew he wouldn't have time to dodge, so he increased his defenses with a buff. Maria grew angry and screamed, will he just keep hiding from her? Nasty turkey. Bubeka shouted at her to come here and fight again. He shielded his face with his hands from the bright light from Maria's fiery attacks, causing him to growl. He easily parried the attacks, and Maria shouted that he was incredibly insolent. He shouldn't even dare growl at her. A moment later, with a bright flash of light, she was able to attack her opponent, who fell to the ground. It was a merciless strike with her mace. Jinfrey watched closely, and Maria realized she needed to create one more strike to finish this monster off, so she asked the protagonist to help her. He replied, okay, and realized he was also angry about Wyatt's death, so they couldn't let that monster escape. But he also knew something was wrong. As soon as they entered, he felt an incredible flow of power, and it seemed to him that Bubeka was only defending himself. But that wasn't true. He was hiding some kind of trump card. He was clearly plotting something and waiting for the right moment. When Bubeka rose to his feet again, he angrily declared that Maria had played too much. He wouldn't let her leave here alive, so he would tear her to pieces and devour her right now. The protagonist tensed, and Maria began casting magic behind him. Her entire body glowed blue, and she screamed, Aqua Volley. After the spell was cast, a magical stream of water formed in the room. It was a mage skill, a powerful water strike attack. Bubeka raised his hand and pointed his finger at this magical orb. A wide grin appeared on his face, and he shouted, let his prey get what they deserves. He aimed his magical powers at his opponents, attempting to destroy them, but suddenly stopped and looked ahead in bewilderment. The protagonist used a magic ball to absorb all of the monster's power with his left hand. The destroyer's skill number 2, a black hole that absorbs an opponent's attack. The monster screamed, what did he just do? The protagonist grinned and said, so that's the monster's trump card, and he's sorry it was useless. The monster was dumbfounded by what had just happened and wondered what that skill was. The protagonist shouted back, let the monster give it to him. A moment later, he severed the opponent's arm with his new weapon, and the monster screamed in pain and horror when he saw the splash of blood. His body shook, and he said in a trembling voice, the prey is starting to act up, but he can heal himself. A moment later, his hand returned to its place thanks to the healer's healing skill, which allows him to easily heal his own wounds. At that moment, Maria replied, everything is ready, newbie. That was excellent. A child of no pure flesh. Her entire body glowed with magic, and suddenly she began attacking the monster. He shouted an order. The buff won't work. He needs to run away from here. But why couldn't he move? Jinfrey did his best, directing his magical power toward the creature and delaying its movements. Addressing the monster, Jinfrey asked, it doesn't like to move, does it? Where are you going? The system reported that it was the destroyer's left-hand skill, Super Repulsion, which pushes targets away from the user. The creator's right-hand skill, Super Attraction, which pulls the target toward the user. Using both hands simultaneously, he easily holds the target in place. But this only works on one target at a time. At that moment, Maria leaped high and swung her sword, screaming loudly as she unleashed magical powers. She sliced the monster in half instantly, destroying its enemy. The monster's body shook, and Maria begged the Lord to accept this offering from her. She then addressed the monster as a fat creature, telling it to go to the afterlife and eat as much as it wanted. The system reported that they had defeated Bubek, level 299, and had received a reward, a black 4-leaf clover, leaf number 2. When the card appeared in her hands, Maria wondered what it was. Wouldn't she be given any coins? It was some kind of trinket. She tossed the card aside, and the protagonist, noticing this, tried to catch it in surprise. Now he had 2 cards, which could be considered half. Maria turned to him, musing that something had mysteriously prevented their enemy from moving at the end, and she believed that everything they were saying about him wasn't just rumors. Well, now that all the enemies were defeated, it was time for them to leave. The friends tried to escape the room, but found themselves at a dead end. Jinfrey thought she knew the way, as she walked so confidently that he didn't even bother to argue with her. They simply needed to reach the place where they had split up. But where was that place now? Maria became very angry, and, running up to Jinfrey, shouted, "Newbie, he should have been in charge of the route." He wondered why he had to do this. An awkward silence fell between them, and suddenly they began to dissolve into space. This surprised them, and they didn't understand what was happening. A moment later, they found themselves in an empty room. Having moved there, they didn't realize they had been teleported. Maria wondered what was happening and where they were. Suddenly, they noticed something was wrong, and Maria exclaimed, "Vice President." Nearby, Nyx and Mira lay motionless and unconscious on the ground. Maria screamed, "Mira!" Jinfrey rushed to her to try to lift her, and when he took her in his arms, he shouted for her to wake up. "Is she okay?" She opened her eyes slightly and said in a trembling voice, "Jinfrey." Suddenly, someone grinned and said, "Welcome." It was Abadek, standing confidently before them. He said that their allies were so weak that he had to teleport them here. The protagonist was dumbfounded by what he heard and realized that this meant teleportation was one of Abadek's skills. But he knew where they were. Everyone in this place was under their control. Maria, meanwhile, ran to Nyx and screamed, "Vice President!" His hand was severed, and he said in a trembling voice, "Maria." She screamed at him to hold on because she would heal him now. He shouldn't move. She was just about to return his hand, when suddenly she was attacked through and through, paralyzed by the pain. The protagonist, along with Nyx and Mira, realized the situation, and everyone was horrified. Maria's blood spilled, and all her friends screamed in fear. "Maria!" The attacked Maria fell face first to the ground, motionless. Everyone on the team was incredibly frightened, and Abadek turned around and said he almost succeeded. There were no healing tricks here. He approached Maria and, extending his magic finger toward her, laughed and used a light strike, a mage's skill, namely a powerful beam of light. Watching what was happening, he realized what he was doing. Nyx, meanwhile, was screaming, "Maria, is she alive?" She tried to answer in a trembling voice that she was apologizing to the vice president, as she had let her guard down. He shouted at her to be quiet and not to worry, that she needed to focus on herself and heal herself as soon as possible. Maria tried to move, but she realized she couldn't. Her hands were shaking, and she couldn't use her skill. Abadek laughed again and asked everyone to look. Maria looked up, noticed Abadek holding her weapon, and shouted, "What's going on?" "This is hers." The main character realized that he had taken the mace of Maria and stolen it. But how had he done it? Maria was still alive. Wasn't the opponent's death the main requirement for stealing a skill? Abadek twirled her weapon in his hands, telling them to look at his new possession. He laughed at Maria, and she screamed for her weapon back, but suddenly began coughing up blood. The protagonist realized things were bad, and they needed to figure out what was happening later, because first, they had to help Maria. Abadek continued to laugh at the team, telling them not to be such bores. Did they want him to tell them something? If they could defeat it, all its skills would be restored to their owners. How could they handle such a turn of events? It was a good chance, right? The protagonist cursed his opponent and realized he couldn't act openly until he understood what this monster was capable of. But they didn't have time and had to trust Abadek's words. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed to attack the creature, but froze, noticing something was wrong. Abadek directed his magical powers at him and told him to calm down, creating his own barrier. Jinfrey realized it was the Emperor's Aura, an advanced fighter's skill. This skill immobilizes the target for a set amount of time, 1 cast per target. Nyx said out loud that they had already lost Wyatt and he wouldn't let him take Maria too. He shouldn't underestimate them. With these words, Nyx used the Shadow Cliff skill. A bright flash of light approached Abadek, who moved a little further, and said that it was doubtful. He had already said that they should respect their elders. Mira expressed her opinion that a scoundrel like him was unworthy of any respect. She used the powers of her spirits and the triple explosion spell, directing her magical powers towards the monster. She waited for a moment for the result, but Abadek easily said that this was more interesting and he thought 5 would be enough. He extended his hand in front of himself and deflected the attack with incredible ease. It was the Iron Curtain skill, blocking enemy attacks. Having easily blocked the attack, he was confident in his abilities, and Mira was stunned by this. He'd created multiple shields. The skill itself isn't particularly strong, but with so many, it was easy. Abadek interrupted his thoughts and said it was great to be young. He had so much strength and expression. Suddenly, he conjured a huge iron monster above himself and told them not to worry, that this was how they would be remembered. At that moment, Mira became frightened and, using her 3 spirits, shouted for them to unite their powers around the creature's sword. This was the Iron Curtain skill, blocking enemy attacks, and Abadek stood silently, taking no further action. Nyx declared that no one would respect someone who threatened all of humanity. A moment later, a fiery explosion erupted in the room, and the smoke from the struggle took a long time to clear. The guys waited, wondering if they'd succeeded. Nyx said that it wasn't clear yet and they shouldn't relax. Suddenly, a bright blue wave appeared between the guys. They turned sharply to see it and were stunned. Nyx thought it simply couldn't be happening. Mira also wondered in her mind, could this really be the vice president's skill? It was Shadow Climb. Abadek easily survived the attack and found himself back among his opponents. Stretching his hand out in front of him, he motioned for the guys to try and steal his power. The protagonist watched the unfolding battle and still couldn't influence the course of the battle. He wondered how he'd stolen that weapon. He still couldn't move. Suddenly, he noticed Abadek teleporting again and shouted at the guys to dodge. Mira shouted to the Ifrit spirit to protect her, and they managed to deflect the attack. Nyx fell to the ground, and Abadek, rising from his knees, laughed and asked, "She covered herself with her spirit, which also attacked?" That was good, as he'd missed. Meanwhile, Maria, with a trembling voice, told him to stop using her skills so filthily, the vile old man. Abadek, with a wide grin, said that now he would take her skill too. He approached Mira, and Nyx, noticing this, loudly shouted her name and told her to run. The weapon was already pointed at her, and Nyx couldn't do anything. He simply shouted Mira's name, who looked questioningly ahead. The same thing happened near Nyx, and they didn't understand what was happening. Why were they being pushed back? Suddenly, a bright beam of light shattered the room again. Abadek missed when he struck the ground with his staff, where Mira was no longer standing. It all happened thanks to the protagonist, who was able to use his magical powers. He used skill 1, super attraction. Abadek asked, so he can move now? He wondered what that skill was. Nyx was surprised and asked, so it was him? He thanks Jinfrey for protecting him, and the protagonist asks them to group up and stand in a safe place so he can deal with the creature. Nyx looked at him, stunned, and tried to argue, but Jinfrey said the conditions he needed to meet to steal a skill were to see the skill and injure the owner. Nyx realized this when he thought about injuring. That's right, he sees everything that happens in this dungeon, and all he needs to do is injure the owner of the skill he wants to steal. That's why Mira's skill didn't suffer any serious injuries while it remained in her possession. And if that's true, the more they fight it, the stronger the monster becomes, and they become weaker. Nyx thought for a moment, and Jinfrey realized that if his guess was correct, they still had the advantage. Nyx agreed, but realized they were still at a dead end. But if they timed his attacks correctly and took his calm demeanor into account, they might have a chance. Nyx said, okay, as the leader of the League of Eight, he's ashamed to say this, but he's leaving Abadek in his hands. Jinfrey began attacking the enemy and said everything was fine. Abadek, meanwhile, smirked and asked if he really thought he could handle him alone. He was incredibly naive. Jinfrey looked at him silently, and Abadek recalled his skills and realized he was impressed. He'd played it safe and used the Emperor's aura, but it seemed like things were much more serious. Maybe he should attack first? Jinfrey came closer and said they'd clear something up first. If he killed him, would all his skills really return to their owners? Abadek asked. What? As long as the owner was alive, he borrowed their skill, so yes, that must be it. He'd just never been killed before and couldn't say for sure. After that, Abadek smiled broadly, and the protagonist, with a confident expression, began to think. Of the four, he and one other remained. Maria wouldn't last long in this state, and they had no time to waste, so he had to act quickly. At that moment, Abadek leaped high into the air and was about to attack when he suddenly screamed. What was going on? Why was he so tense? He shouldn't be afraid. He'd eat them all up. Jinfrey smiled and asked if he was rushing things too much. He shouldn't underestimate him. At that moment, he used a magic ball and repelled the enemy's attack. Abadek was repelled by the magical wave and screamed, then landed nearby, somersaulting. Jinfrey used his super repulsion skill again, and Abadek thought he'd first used attraction and now repulsion. What a hassle he was, but that makes him look even more appetizing. With a terrified expression, Abadek continued to fight and tried to rise from his seat when Jinfrey suddenly used new magical powers, and Abadek tensed, realizing he'd used his attraction skill again. Jinfrey clenched his fist, and Abadek froze. The protagonist used his centipede weapon and struck Abadek, causing him to stare ahead in confusion. For a moment, his face was filled with an unreadable emotion, but then he suddenly smiled again and managed to protect himself by backing away. In his opinion, this was a good thing, as this attack was even more powerful than the last one. Jinfrey silently watched his opponent's actions and realized that things would be very difficult for him, as his defenses were stronger than he thought. The risks were too high, but he couldn't let Marius die, and this was a 1 in a million chance. He had no choice, so he needed to act now. Jinfrey began to dissolve his weapon into thin air and turned to Abadek, asking him to listen. The monster looked at him in surprise, confused as to why he was putting away his weapon. Jinfrey asked again, was he going to apologize to those whose skills he'd taken? Abadek asked in surprise, was he really asking him about an apology? Was he even in his right mind? He loved watching their faces when he killed them with their own weapons. Such was the fate of weaklings. The rest of the team listened silently to his speech, and Abadek shouted that he should be happy, not apologizing. Jinfrey, without any emotion, replied that he understood everything, so he shouldn't feel sorry for this enemy. At that moment, he used the class change and changed his class to swordsman. It was a commemorative pendant, a battle record. The skill was used, and the class change from alchemist to swordsman occurred. Nyx, like the rest of the team, was dumbfounded. Jinfrey appeared in a different form, and Abadek asked, what kind of trick is this? The protagonist replied that he was actually their master of magic, so he shouldn't expect any mercy from him. He would kill him without hesitation. At that moment, Abadek teleported and began attacking his opponent from behind. He realized his opponent was behind him, but didn't move. Abadek shouted with a grin that these were cheap threats, and that he should say goodbye to his life. He would take his blood, let him die, and become his weapon. Suddenly, Jinfrey spun around and managed to parry the attack, but a scratch appeared on his face. He realized he had wounded him, and Abadek laughed loudly, then suddenly froze. He looked at his hands and wondered what was going on. Could he really not take this? His body began to morph, and Jinfrey realized that he had thought so. He could only steal class skills, while item skills remained intact. After this, Jinfrey smiled and shouted again, centipede. The system reported that the centipede had been activated by a swordsman, with skills 1 and 2 unlocked. Specifically, the long-range poison fang attack was unlocked. Specifically, the skill 2 Heavens 1 style was unlocked. 2 centipede swords formed in Jinfrey's hands. Nyx was surprised that he now had 2 identical swords, and Abadek became enraged, saying that no matter how many weapons he had, he still couldn't defeat him. Suddenly, his body shook, and he froze. Abadek was completely unaware of what was happening. Had poison really been applied to him? The system reported that Jinfrey had used a long-range poison fang attack. Skill description. Any target within range is paralyzed by the centipede's poison. The affected target cannot use skills, but the user's health is reduced to 1. Jinfrey knew that if he landed 1 blow, it would be over. He wouldn't be able to use his skills. Abadek screamed that it was simply impossible, and Jinfrey rushed to attack him, shouting, let him die and apologize now. The system reported that he had used the skill 2 Sky 1 style, meaning the user's weapon is doubled for 10 seconds. If the user is near death, all attacks are affected by the mind's gaze. Damage to vital points is tripled. Abadek began to scream loudly in pain and horror, having been defeated in one blow. All his blood began to spill out, and he collapsed in a pool of his own blood, completely immobilized. The system reported that Abadek, level 369, had been defeated, and the reward, Black 4-leaf leaf number 3, was also received. Jinfrey carefully examined the card and shouted, "Maria?" She was able to regain her strength, and Maria, smirking, said that everything had happened as he said. He had returned. She thanked Jinfrey for what was happening, and he remembered everything she'd said in their previous fight. Maria was so happy that she said everything was great and offered to heal. Turning to the vice president, she asked for his hand, and then she would move on to Jinfrey. Nix replied that he'd wait, as the ladies had to move on. He hinted at Mira, who said, "Here he goes again." He was in much worse shape than she was. Jinfrey happily watched his team chatting after the victory. Suddenly, he noticed Nix approaching, who said he had a lot of questions for him, but they would talk about them a little later. He thanked Jinfrey again and said he was eternally grateful. Jinfrey scratched his head and said he couldn't do otherwise, and besides, it wasn't over yet. A new gate appeared before them, emitting dark magic, and Jinfrey realized there was another monster, much stronger than the others. This creature was a level 400 creature, named Eric. Eric said he didn't think they could deal with all three, but everything was so slow and boring that he had to come himself. When he entered the room, the whole team was a little confused. Maria asked, "Is it a child?" Jinfrey replied, "No, something's wrong here, and they should be more careful." At that moment, Eric quickly moved to Jinfrey, and all the guys were stunned by this. Eric turned to the protagonist and said that he was the strongest here, so he invited him to play. His mouth dropped open in shock, and Nix thought he hadn't even had time to react. The protagonist asked again, "Does he want to play?" Eric replied, "Yes. He likes playing with strong people, but weaklings like the ones behind him bore him to death." Maria tensed and screamed. He was calling them weaklings? Mira shouted her name to stop the onslaught, and Maria continued talking obliviously. Who did he think he was? Ares said she was being too loud, and a moment later, everything around her glowed with his magical powers. He grew angry and said he wasn't talking to her, and that she shouldn't interrupt him. The team found itself in his magic circle. They realized it was a curse barrier. The system reported that it was a sorcerer's skill that trapped the target inside, gradually reducing their health with a curse. The target inside the barrier couldn't use skills or items. Jinfrey realized it was a curse barrier, and that was very bad. A magical hourglass formed above them, counting their time. Jinfrey realized that if he didn't get them out in time, their health would drop to 0. Eri asked him if he saw how easy it was to calm them down. He was incredibly bored. Let him forget about them and play with him. Does he agree? Suddenly, Jinfrey tried to strike him sharply, but Eri, with incredible speed and agility, managed to jump aside. Jinfrey shouted that he wasn't going to play with him, so he should release them now. Eri chuckled, saying that he was very fast, and he wasn't wrong, because he really was the strongest here. Or maybe he should stay here forever. They'll have fun until he gets tired of it because he really misses his friend. In his opinion, Shibad was completely hysterical. Bubeka was fat and clumsy, and Abadek was too old and, more importantly, too weak for him. But what would he say about that? They would have so much fun. He suggested living here and playing. Jinfrey got angry and shouted at him to stop talking such nonsense. Suddenly, Eri found himself on his throne, one leg crossed over the other. He addressed him as a fool and said he had no choice, as he would play with him until his limbs came apart at the seams, and once that happened, he would eat him. Jinfrey smiled and said he was just a sick freak. Eri rose up and laughed, saying he would gladly help him, but now it was his turn. He cast the thunderclap spell, and a magic circle formed above the protagonist. This skill unleashes a powerful lightning attack. Jinfrey grinned, but suddenly backed away in fear when a bright flash of light appeared near his feet. Eri laughed and told him to run away, because if he got caught, he would be roasted alive on the spot. Jinfrey tried to avoid the attack, constantly moving from one place to another. Eri sat quietly on his throne, and the protagonist thought he was just having fun, but he was truly very strong and shouldn't be underestimated. Besides, Maria hadn't managed to heal him, and his health was still at 0. He knew that if he took another hit, he'd be dead. With these thoughts in mind, he continued to fight, when suddenly Eri was surprised. The protagonist had formed a magical sphere above his head using the black hole skill. Eri smirked, returned, and said, "Yeah, he used that against Shabad and Bubek. Let him show him more." Jinfrey asked again, was he really just making fun of him? Maria screamed that she should have healed Jinfrey first. They had to get out of here now. Nix thought about how the curse barrier couldn't be broken from the inside, only if the caster themselves cancelled it. The guys watched in fear as Jinfrey alone moved from place to avoid enemy attacks. Eri caught up with him and shouted, "Can he absorb this skill?" It was a double sword technique. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger and continued to fight without giving up. He swung his sword to avoid the attack, but he realized the situation was worsening. He was maintaining a curse barrier and attacking very hard, and each of his attacks was deadly. Eri laughed loudly and shouted that objects couldn't be absorbed, so he asked, "What about this skill?" It was a quadruple fireball, a sniper skill. Description: a hall of 4 fireballs. Jinfrey shouted that he could handle it. Eri spoke, "Mirror summoning, doubling. This summoner skill doubles the effects of one of the signs." Suddenly, more magical flashes appeared in front of Jinfrey's face, and Eri watched intently. He suddenly smiled, chuckled, and used the separation skill. It was a sage skill that completely deflected one attack. Jinfrey, meanwhile, channeled his magical powers and used the white hole skill. Eri addressed him and said that his thing had absorbed his fireballs, and now it was releasing the thunderclap it had taken back then, so he was absolutely delighted. Did he want Eri to show him something killer cool? At that moment, he used the fusion attribute skill. It was a mage skill that added the selected element to an attack. Everything around him glowed with a bright magical green light, and Jinfrey realized that his right hands alone weren't enough. With only health, he had limited options, so he had to find a way out of this situation. He began to think about this more thoroughly, because even if he changed classes, his skills would be basic. The Gust of Swift Wind is still rebooting, and the Illusion Garden won't work either. The level difference is too great. What else can he come up with? At that moment, he stood tensely opposite Eri, who was ready to fight and shouting, "Why is he taking so long? Let him cheer him up right now." The system reported that the Grey Wave skill had been used. It's a fighter skill that strikes at those imbued with light and darkness. Suddenly, A bright beam of light formed between the opponents, and Jinfrey realized, this is it. He fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Eri smirked and said, he can do much more. Don't lie to him. He was getting tired of provoking him, so let Jinfrey act now. Jinfrey grew angry and said how tired he was of him. He was completely powerless and bowed his head to the ground. Eri smirked and asked, what's wrong? Is he giving up? He was incredibly disappointed. This was utter boredom. Jinfrey smiled and replied, yes, disappointed isn't the right word, because he thought Eri was much stronger. What a waste of time. Eri was stunned by what he heard and waited. He asked again what he had just said about him. That was completely wrong. He had been pushing him around all this time. He was strong. What made him think he was weak? Jinfrey laughed and asked again, was he serious? He was just a kid. A truly strong person is one who possesses all 6 elements. And what does he have? Just thunder, fire, and wind. Well, and darkness and light, right? Right. He only has 5 elements, so things are really bad for him. Eri got angry and shouted that he would regret his words. At that moment, Eri raised his hand and began to spread a water blast. It was a mage skill that unleashes a powerful water attack. Jinfrey smiled and was expecting this attack, when suddenly Eri froze and looked ahead questioningly. Jinfrey completely absorbed the attack with his skill and chuckled at his opponent's fall for such a trap. He couldn't believe it. After all, he'd responded to such a cheap provocation. It was a good thing he was still a child. Eri realized he'd neutralized his water blast. He couldn't even withstand his weak attacks. Jinfrey smirked and replied, yes, but did he remember his gray wave of blows? He just feigned injury to make him let his guard down. With full confidence in his abilities, Jinfrey began using his new abilities, and the system announced that the conditions for unlocking skill 3, left right hand of the destroyer and right hand of the creator, had been met. Jinfrey was completely confident in his abilities, and Mira watched the proceedings. The entire team watched intently, and Jinfrey told his opponent out loud that he was strong, but his childish carelessness was his weakness. Even if he'd come up with a good strategy involving taking his friends hostage, he wouldn't be alive by now. Eri was stunned by what he'd heard and screamed angrily. He had to stop. Hostages were boring. He'd still win, and they'd be spectators in the front row. The guys were watching closely through the barrier, their faces terrified, and Eri continued screaming. They weren't done fighting yet, after all. Jinfrey replied that they were finishing up and that he'd already won. Eri was surprised and screamed at him to stop, as he was really annoying him. He'd chop off his limbs and eat him before their eyes. Jinfrey created a magic ball in his hands and addressed the universe. A moment later, Eri found himself inside this magic ball and was stunned by what he saw. Complete darkness enveloped him, and he was incredibly scared and isolated. The conditions for unlocking the universe skills required absorbing at least 6 different elements. The skill is extremely powerful and takes 720 hours to recharge, or a whole month. Eri continued to scream from the portal. What was this? He couldn't do anything. Jinfrey replied that the universe was the ultimate skill, capable of absorbing anything. He had already said he had won. Eri was dumbfounded by the realization, and magical creatures were directed toward him. He was completely consumed by darkness and reached out to Jinfrey, asking him to play with him a little longer. This was a darkness where no one else existed, and he couldn't stand the loneliness. No. A moment later, the portal dissolved into thin air, and Jinfrey said, let it remain there forever, child. The system reported that he had defeated Eri and received the reward, the black 4-leaf clover, leaf number 4. The barrier's timer for his friends ended, and the entire team escaped unharmed. Maria realized the barrier had disappeared. Had he really defeated it? Jinfrey confidently replied, yes, he was now somewhere far beyond their universe. They would never see him again. Maria shouted that she understood everything. Now let him come here. She grabbed his shoulder and said that this time she would definitely heal him. Nyx also addressed him and said that he had saved their lives so many times. Jinfrey replied, no, they had saved him. He was fully restored, and Maria said about restoring Nyx's powers. Mira said that she really couldn't sense anyone anymore, and Jinfrey replied, that's right, Eri was the last one. He couldn't sense anyone either. All those creatures should have disappeared along with the boss. Suddenly, Mira became frightened and screamed, Vice President! The portal they had entered through vanished. The team of heroes looked at the wall that had descended, dumbfounded, and he replied, it really is so. Maria screamed in fear. Are they really stuck here? Jinfrey realized it was Eri's doing, inviting him to stay here forever and play. If this dungeon followed the general rules, then after defeating all the enemies, an exit should appear. Wait, what if this is what he thought it was? He grabbed the system window, and Maria asked, what's wrong? He replied that there was a possibility, a way out. She asked hopefully, is that really true? He replied that he wasn't sure, but if he trusted his intuition, he could influence it by collecting all the 4-leaf clover. If they combined everything he dropped after defeating them, and added what the 3rd Demon King had dropped, he'd be able to use the alchemist class change. He shouted, synthesis. The system reported that Anubis's soul had been combined, producing a secret weapon, a death scythe of unknown rank. Jinfrey held the new weapon in his hand, and the others were stunned by what was happening. The death scythe is the 8th weapon. Jinfrey had only heard about it, but he didn't know it was true. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, and someone's voice said that he hadn't been here for a long time, and it was such a wonderful feeling. The voice came from the weapon, and they all looked at it in surprise, and Mira, confused, asked if it had a built-in radio. Maria was annoyed that it was yelling so much, and asked Jinfrey to turn down the volume, and the weapon exclaimed that it wasn't their radio. He turned his attention to the one holding it and asked, so it was he who summoned it? He laughed, happy with his new master, and MC thought that he had heard a little about it, but he never thought that he would ever hold this weapon in his hands. The spirit of the weapon began to spin and chatter furiously, and Jinfrey thought that, of course, it was incredibly powerful and all that, but it would be better if it remained silent. The weapon said he couldn't wait for their first battle, then the whole world would know about them. Having cut through space, they returned to the city, and Maria said with relief that they had finally escaped. The Death Scythe has an attack power of 444 units, and 3 skills, of which only one was unlocked, Soul Reaper. With this skill, one can can destroy anything that does not have a physical form. The weapon told Maria that it could sever anything, everything except love relationships. He was a gentleman after all. MC ordered him to shut up, after which he hid the weapon, thinking that such a skill would be useful. At that moment, someone was watching them from the roof of a nearby building, and Jinfrey immediately felt someone's gaze on him and looked towards the stranger, but no one was there. While he was wondering if he had imagined it or not, Nyx called out to him and said that they could not have done it without him. They should go back to the association as there was much to report, but wouldn't he like to go with them? He was slightly surprised by his offer and said that he was the main witness here. MC became nervous. He had said earlier that he had a lot of questions for him. If he went with them, he would start asking about the secret weapon, and there was the whole association there. They would give him a real interrogation. In the worst case, they would confiscate everything he had. Maybe he should escape? Nyx said that besides that, the association president himself was inviting him. He asked, so the president himself wanted to see him? Nyx explained to him that it was all because this matter with something was a serious problem. They weren't insisting, but they would be glad if he stayed with them for a little while longer. Jinfrey thought for a moment and grinned. Meanwhile, the pursuer arrived on the 8th continent with a report that all 4 of the Holy Four had been destroyed by humans. The 4 lords remained silent, and he told them that among those people was the one who received the divine item. They immediately began to discuss it. Someone said he hadn't heard that name in 1,000 years. Do they want to contact them again? This time, they will definitely accomplish what they have been working towards for so long. Anyone who stands in their way will lose their life. Meanwhile, MC and the others went to the association and first went to the president, Kingsman. He praised them all for their excellent work, even those who had left their ranks. Nyx lowered his head, and the old man said that he was very sorry about how everything turned out. Both for the association and for him personally, Wyatt's death is a terrible loss. He turned to Jinfrey and thanked him. The entire association is also grateful to him for his efforts and contribution to the good cause. MC thought, so this is Gingsman, the president of the Adventurers Association? His aura is much more powerful than that of an ordinary adventurer. He is very strong. Gingsman said that the reason he invited him here is not only because he is a valuable witness, but also because this is not the end. His subordinate snapped his fingers, and a screen appeared in front of them, showing them the monsters attacking the city. Maria exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? Jinfrey was also puzzled, because no matter how difficult the continent is, the cities are always protected by walls impenetrable to monsters. Maybe this is a consequence of the appearance of something. Gingsman said that as they see, immediately after their defeat of something, a huge number of magical creatures appeared in the city of the 6th continent. They immediately sent the rest of the League of 8 members and a special force there, and they managed to evacuate most of the city. Nyx said that this means they need to go there and help them. The association president confirmed this and asked if they can do it. He answered him that thanks to Maria, they all recovered their health, so there is no problem. Gingsman apologized for not giving them any time to catch their breath, but it was urgent. Finding loyal fighters he could rely on wasn't easy. He knows it's a lot to ask, but he needs them all to go there. MC remained silent, and Maria lit a cigarette and said that judging by the pictures, there were a lot of monsters there, but not a single something. Gingsman clarified that there were no signs yet, and she said that was very good. If there were something, there would be nothing left of the city. He noted that it was still too early to relax. Perhaps they simply hadn't been spotted yet. They could appear at any moment. Or, worse, this was all a trap. Jinfrey immediately remembered Nyx's words about them being intelligent, and he asked what they had heard from the rest of their fighters. What were they reporting? The old man told him that, according to the latest information they'd received from them and the special forces, Ruluka had destroyed a C-rank dungeon boss, and all the monsters associated with it had disappeared. Mira asked, so they should target the bosses? Maria became inspired, and said that if they cleared all the dungeons on the 6th continent, all the monsters would disappear. The president said it wasn't that simple. The question was why only creatures from the dungeons were able to enter the city. Until they knew the answer, the bosses would continue to respawn, as would the creatures associated with them. She sighed with frustration, and Nyx noted that it was still unclear whether this had anything to do with anything. All they could do now was clear the city of monsters. Kingsman agreed with him and said that after the C-rank dungeon, Ruluka would head to the A-rank dungeon. Leon was currently clearing D-rank, Gigant was clearing B-rank, and Ryu was clearing E-rank. Nyx said he understood, leaving F-rank and S-rank dungeons. He turned to the others, telling them to hurry, and they headed for the exit. MC glanced at the president, surprised he hadn't asked about the secret weapon, but suddenly he called out to him and asked him to stay. Jinfrey flinched in fear, then returned to Gingsman, who thanked him for saving his people. MC immediately became nervous, and the girls sighed heavily, saying it was his habit again. The old man suddenly began to radiate energy, making Jinfrey uneasy. Gingsman apologized to him and said that despite what he had been told about him, he had to see his power himself. MC thought he was stronger than anyone he'd ever met. He was far stronger than those 4 combined. Even with his weapons, he couldn't defeat him. Despite this, he smiled and prepared himself, and the old man immediately noticed his attitude. Before the fight even began, Nyx shielded the guy with his body and said excitedly that now was not the time for that. Gingsman laughed and patted Jinfrey on the shoulder, apologizing for his habit. He would be glad to see him on their side. The association needed such steadfast, strong people. After that, he thought he definitely had talent. He single-handedly took out someone Nyx and the others couldn't handle. It would be a shame if they lost him. MC said he didn't care about the association, but he owed them a favor, so he would help them. Nyx called out to him worriedly, and he confidently stated that he could be sure he would give it his all. There was only one way to prove his abilities to him. He'll take on the most dangerous dungeon, rank S. Gingsman smiled, pleased with his answer, and then said he agreed. Jinfrey suggested they hurry up and then headed into the dungeon, thinking that something could return at any moment. so he needed to get the next secret weapon as soon as possible. Mira went into the dungeon with him, where they encountered a bunch of monsters, which Mira immediately fried with Ifrit's flame. When only bones remained, she sighed heavily and noted that there were more of them than usual. They were killing them, but they weren't ending. They needed to find the boss and deal with him quickly. She turned her gaze to Jinfrey. He had dealt with his share of the monsters in a few hits, and judging by his smile, he was clearly enjoying the process. Mira noticed that he was practically fluttering. All for the president's recognition? He told her there were other reasons besides that, and she asked if he was up to something again. He asked her not to make a criminal out of him. It was all for the good of the association, and everyone benefits from that, right? She remained silent, after which she received a call, and MC, meanwhile, thought that he needed this material for his next weapon. But the chance of it dropping was incredibly low. He'll have to patiently slash monsters and wait, but with so many of them, his chances are definitely increasing. The president was on the line with Mira now. He asked if everything was alright, and she told him there was an endless stream of monsters. She heard Jinfrey slashing monsters behind her and silently asked him to be quiet. And Kingsman asked if it wasn't hard for the two of them. The others were planning to join forces with a special squad. MC approached the girl and told him not to worry. If they couldn't figure it out themselves, he wouldn't be able to prove his strength to him. The old man grinned and said he trusted them with it, and Jinfrey, thanking him, got back to business. Mira watched him go, thinking he was as much of a weirdo as the president, but she acknowledged his strength. The president decided to quickly report to them what he knew about the other dungeons. Leon, Gigant, and Ryu were doing well. They were almost finished with the dangerous bosses. Nyx and Maria are also fine. They have their skills. She smiled at the good news and remembered about Raluca. She inquired about him, and he told her that, as usual, no contact. This made her worried and thought that Raluca was as eccentric as Jinfrey and the president. Kingsman said that the last time he contacted them was before the dungeon. She knows him. He decides when to report to them. He is sure he is fine. She agreed with him and thought that he is the strongest in the league, and the president ended the call, telling her to contact him if something goes wrong. After that, MC approached her and asked if she was finished. Seeing that the system window disappeared, he realized that the call was over and suggested that she go on to the boss. Meanwhile, the president contacted another group and asked how the situation was. Leon, simultaneously beating up monsters, answered him that everything was fine. They were quite weak. Ryu remained silent, and Gigant told the president that everything was fine and they were going to see the boss. He smiled and remarked that it sounded good, after which Raluca finally contacted him and asked how everyone was doing. Kingsman asked if he had finally deigned to call him. He wanted to ask him the same thing. The guy laughed and said that he would tell him everything now. He was at the entrance to an A-rank dungeon and would soon go inside. The president asked in surprise, was he just at the entrance? Too slow for him. He agreed with him, and glancing sideways at the body behind him, said that he had encountered someone unpleasant and had to deal with him. But now everything was fine. The president asked him to immediately report to him if anything went wrong. He answered with a smile that he understood everything, after which Leon laughed loudly and remarked that he was so impudent, but he even liked him. Ryu remained silent as always, and Gigant said with displeasure that this was complete disrespect. How can one speak so brazenly to the president? He's too arrogant. Kingsman smiled and said that he might be a little cocky, but he's a good man. In any case, let them all stay in touch and return to their tasks. He wished them luck and ended the call, while Raluca smiled and thought, was it that newcomer Jinfrey who had interested the president? Now he himself was very curious. Meanwhile, Jinfrey and Mira reached the boss. He sighed heavily upon seeing his dead subordinates, and asked if anyone had actually managed to get through the entire dungeon and find him. He was a level 400 Iron Golem demon with one ability, Iron Fortress. With this, he can dramatically increase his defense. Only damage that exceeds a set threshold is effective. Mira became slightly nervous, and MC apologized to her, but he wanted to deal with him himself. She agreed to this without any problem, and at that moment, Raluca appeared next to them, saying that he was just in time. They were both surprised by his arrival, and he asked, he's Jinfrey, right? He came to see what he could do. Meanwhile, he was wondering who he even was, and felt that his strength was on a completely different level. Was he on the same level as the president, or even stronger? Mira called him by name, and asked what he was doing here, and MC immediately remembered how the president said that Raluca was currently in an A-rank dungeon. He quickly realized that he was from the League of Eight, and Raluca told the girl that he heard about a newcomer who challenged the association. He was curious, and here he was. She asked, so he came to see him? The guy looked at Jinfrey with a smile, and Mira said that the president told them that he was clearing the dungeon. He confirmed this, and added that he was already finished there. He had nothing else to do. She looked at him in surprise, and while he was getting acquainted with Jinfrey, she wondered if he had finished and came here so quickly. It had been very little time since the president's call. This guy is unusual. Suddenly, a huge rock flew towards them. Fortunately, it did not hit them. The golem that threw the rock at them asked irritably, did they come here to chat? Let them not underestimate him. Raluca laughed and apologized to him, then took a higher place to watch the fight, and told them to begin. He was ready. He wished Jinfrey luck, and Mira asked discontentedly, did he seriously come here just to watch? He confirmed this, and MC with a serious expression told the girl to also stay away, and she asked perplexedly, does he not scare him at all? But he ignored her, an aura emanating from the two of them, now saying that no one can interfere. The golem asked, did he think he could handle him alone? He had told them not to underestimate him. Although even with this girl, their chances are slim. He accepted his challenge, and Mira, angered by his words, immediately walked up to him and asked what he said. Jinfrey asked her to stay back, and when no one else interfered, he prepared for battle. Raluca, meanwhile, thought that they only had one way to defeat the S-rank dungeon boss, and he wondered what the newbie would do. At that moment, MC rushed to attack, and the golem ran towards him. He growled in displeasure and slammed his fist on the floor, and MC jumped high, ending up above his head, and then struck. The golem blocked it and thought that he had killed all the monsters in this dungeon, but was still full of strength. After that, Jinfrey began to land one blow after another, and thought that he was having a hard time. Is it all because of something? Typically, the level of such bosses is not higher than 350, and now it's 400. But even at that level, he's much weaker than the 4 of them. Noticing that the golem's legs were trembling, he rushed to attack again and struck him in the chest, causing him to lose his balance. MC increased the distance between them, and Mira thought that he, as always, was fighting with all his might. This boss's attacks are no match for those of the 4 of them, but his defense is a real problem. It's practically impossible to penetrate his armor. Jinfrey continued to strike him, and Ruluka, looking at his attempts to defeat the monster, asked in disappointment, "What the hell is this?" The old man is so interested in him, and he came to see why exactly, and all he does is dodge. He was very upset. It was a very boring sight. This was the first time he'd seen a newbie get this far, even with Mira's help. He was definitely much stronger than an ordinary adventurer, but still, what did the old man see in him? And then, Jinfrey finally showed his abilities. He pounced on the golem, and the guy's eyes widened when he managed to pierce its armor all the way to the mechanical heart. MC glanced at his opponent with a smile and thought that he wasn't even sure he could do it. He thought he would spend even more time on this. Ruluka, meanwhile, leaned forward with interest and whispered to Mira, asking if she taught him this. She answered that it was not so, and he thought that since he was a newbie, this was his first boss of such a dungeon. How did he know about this method? Jinfrey, meanwhile, glanced at the heart and thought that the boss of the 6th continent had a core inside, and the reward the adventurer would receive depended on this core. He smirked, and since the centipede was enough, he took out his death scythe to give it his all and show what he could do. The weapon was overjoyed that it was finally his turn, and seeing Mira nearby, he asked his master, "Why is she standing there? Were they on a date? Did they want some variety?" The girl indignantly exclaimed that that wasn't the case at all, and Ruluka thought that, on the other hand, if he'd been hammering the armor for so long, it would have opened anyway. Maybe it was just a coincidence? This is where the most important thing begins. Will he be able to claim the S-rank reward? So far, the only ones who have succeeded are he and the old man, and a couple of others. Upon seeing the enemy, the weapon spirit laughed and remarked that this time he was downright huge. The second skill was unlocked, as the conditions for engaging a target whose level is 200 or more higher than Jinfrey were met. The posthumous skill deals 1 blow equal in strength to the sum of all the target's stats, and can be used 4 times. MC smiled and thought it was a good thing he was now at level 400, which was only to his advantage. He swung his scythe, and Ruluka, noticing this, looked at him in surprise. He then struck with all his might, slicing through the mechanical heart. The golem screamed loudly. Ruluka smiled, finally seeing its power, and Mira seemed to have been expecting it. After that, the golem's body fell to the floor with a crash, and Jinfrey received his S-rank reward, an engraved stone. Death Scythe laughed and asked, "Did he see how he killed him? This is just the beginning. Next time, he will teach him such flirting that his girlfriend will simply go crazy." Before he said anything else unnecessary, MC quickly put it away, and Ruluka smiled nervously and thought, what kind of weapon is this? Did he save the best for last? He can't believe he succeeded, and he even broke his record. He even felt a little offended, but at least they got the reward. All that remains is to return to headquarters. All the adventurers gathered in the president's office, and he said that thanks to their combined efforts, they completed the task perfectly. He praised them for their excellent work, after which Leon laughed and exclaimed that he could have handled them alone. Gingsman called out to Nyx, who showed them all the awards they had received that day. Leon looked at everything with delight and noted that it was immediately obvious that their entire league had worked hard. Maria agreed with him, and Nyx said that Jinfrey's award remained. He immediately approached them, and Gigant asked, "So he's that insolent, tactless man? Let him remember something. He had no desire to ever deal with such an ignoramus, and in general." The president told him to stop. Jinfrey was their key figure. The old man remained silent, and MC said that he didn't care. He promised the president he would give it his all, and that's exactly what he did. After that, he took a reward from his inventory, put it on the table, and everyone present immediately looked at him in surprise. It was a reward for defeating a demon from the 6th continent, and an S-rank one at that. Gigant exclaimed, "Did he really achieve the same as the president and Ruluka?" He couldn't believe it. The guy confirmed it with a smile and said that he and Mira had been there. The newbie turned out to be not so new. Ryu's gaze became admiring, and Leon told Jinfrey that he was such a cool guy, after which he patted him on the shoulder in a friendly way, which made Gigant angry, and the president laughed joyfully. After that, he said that he cleared an entire dungeon and achieved such wonderful results, for which he was honored to choose the reward first. Looking at the cards, MC thought about it. There was a lot here, but he quickly found what he needed. He took the tail of an F-rank goat monkey, and everyone was surprised by his choice. Leon laughed and asked why he needed such junk. Maria was also perplexed. This item couldn't even be sold. The president asked if he was sure of his choice, and when he confirmed it, Ruluka immediately realized he was clearly up to something. Gingsman said that if he liked it, then no problem. And of course, he couldn't resist inviting him to join the League of 8. What would he say to that? The League members froze, waiting for his answer, and he said that he wasn't a team player. He was better off alone. Ruluka whistled, and the president noted that he was the first person to refuse such an offer. After that, Jinfrey left, thinking that the next time something strange happened, he thought they would contact him again. For now, he had to go get the next secret item. Meanwhile, the 7th Demon King came to his master, Grimoire, and he said with displeasure that they had given the 6th demon power so that he would collect as many souls as possible to resurrect Lord Abyss, but he had failed them. He was nothing but a pathetic coward. The 7th demon flinched at his threatening tone and nervously said that he was absolutely right. His master said that he needed to concentrate on the ritual, let him collect souls to the last, and not spare himself. He nervously promised him that he would direct his powers to collecting souls. He would personally kill that man and take this weapon. Grimoire sized him up and descended to him, saying that their duty was to do all the dirty work. They were not capable of more. He reached out to his head, and then a sharp surge of energy hit him, and he said that he was the 7th, so he should not dare screw up like the 6th. Did he understand? The demon slammed his fist on the floor and confidently replied that he understood everything. Time passed, and MC had already collected a couple of items in high-ranking dungeons, and now he could synthesize them together with the item he took from the league. Having combined all the items, he obtained the 13th rank ACAP vision mask, which he immediately tested. He had a perfect view of the entire dungeon, but there was one thing that was different: a line on the floor. Only with this mask could he see the secret route. There would be a door ahead, and beyond it, emptiness. This room of oblivion, there is nothing here, but as soon as you enter this room, something will happen. The system informed Jinfrey that magical activity had been detected. The item was 10 meters away. He closed his eyes and concentrated, his halo recognizing the only item in this room, the secret equipment. He felt something soft ahead, and the system informed him that he had received the robe of Athena, after which the item became visible and the robe fell into his hands. He smiled and looked at the detailed description of the equipment. Rank unknown, it adds 300 points to defense. The stealth skill allows the user to completely disappear from the enemy's sight, and can be used 5 times per day. For the third and second skills, he needs to fulfill special conditions to unlock them. Since he got what he wanted, it was time to set off for the 7th continent. He looked around at the local beauty and thought that he was finally here. He had been working towards this for so long, but at the same time, everything happened so quickly. At that moment, Kukuru called him and he cursed, thinking he had completely forgotten about her. He answered the call, and she informed him that she had already collected all the materials, and he sent her a new list with additional materials. This made her indignant and exclaimed that she had just returned, and there were now twice as many of them. MC said that the success of clearing the next dungeon depended on it. Well, it looks like they won't get there. She immediately agreed to pack everything and hung up, and he thought that taking her to fight the next boss was even more dangerous. He apologized to her in his mind and headed to the F-rank dungeon. This continent was different from the others. To get into the S-rank dungeons, you had to clear everything from F to A rank, and Kukuru simply couldn't handle that. Before entering the dungeon, he put on Athena's robe and, using his stealth skill, thought maybe he could beat his own time record. He quickly frequented the F to D rank dungeons and headed to C. When he defeated another monster, he looked at his clothes and thought that this skill was so great, he could move as he wanted and no one would notice. At this rate, he could easily finish with a B rank. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side. Right now, a guy nearby was giving orders to his guys, and he, looking at his face, realized it was Leon from the League of 8. Is he here on a mission? Leon told his subordinates that everyone's job was to search every millimeter. Courage and determination are the key to their success. His personal squad, Iron Fangs, answered him in unison that they understood everything, after which they scattered through the dungeon, almost touching Jinfrey. And then Leon smelled something. He sniffed and felt the familiar fresh and burning aroma of courage and spirit, after which he laughed and pointed his finger straight at Jinfrey, greeting him. He was very surprised and thought, is he really seeing him? He's in clothes. The guy laughed and asked why he was embarrassed. Let him finally show himself to him. And then MC realized that it wasn't about his skills. Did he just figure him out by his sense of smell? He took off the outfit and wondered what he should tell him now. But Leon, patting him on the shoulders, asked if he had that skill. He didn't know what it was, but his items were cool. He even envied him. Since he was here, did that mean he was going to the 7th demon? He confirmed it and he vigorously wished him luck. And Leon sighed with relief because he managed to avoid questions. He asked how he ended up here. Was he on a mission? He glanced around the dungeon and confirmed it. 7 adventurers had already disappeared here recently, and they came to look for clues as to where they went and what was going on here. He asked if this was the work of something again. The guy answered him that they didn't know yet, but he should be careful too. If he met one here, he should immediately hit him with all his strength. After that, he laughed loudly and said goodbye to him, and he looked after him and thought that this guy was something else, but he also had time to go. After that, he went to the B-rank dungeon and quickly found the boss, an acid werewolf. Upon seeing him, he immediately prepared for battle, already thinking that he would quickly deal with him. But suddenly, there was a crash. Something broke through the wall, and the boss of the A-rank dungeon flew into the room. The monster stood up, trying to catch his breath, and Jinfrey asked in surprise, where did he come from? Leon followed the monster into the room, filling the space with his loud laughter. He called the boss a coward for constantly running away from him, then smelled a familiar scent and turned toward Jinfrey, glad that he was there too. He was completely confused at this point. Of course, when he left, he said they would see each other again, but he didn't think it would be so soon. And what's going on here anyway? He took off his Athena robe and wanted to ask the guy this question, but he stopped him and asked him to calm down. He was working with his squad, looking for all sorts of clues, when suddenly this thing appeared right in front of him. The monster barked at him, started showing off, but he only slightly intimidated it and it immediately ran away. MC glanced at the monster and thought, is that what he calls mild? He's shaking all over with fear. And yet this is an A-rank boss. The werewolf meanwhile growled, and another boss immediately stood next to him. Seeing this, Jinfrey thought, are they teaming up? This is the first time he's seen this. Leon sighed in disappointment and said that they can't fight alone anymore. He'll awaken some courage in them now. After that, he rushed to attack, took out his spear, and both monsters growled menacingly. He quickly jumped up and appeared behind them, and then used the skill Stab Death Bloom and pierced their heads with one blow, after which he landed not far from Jinfrey. He was surprised that he was able to deal with him so easily, and thought that he was very strong. He has no idea what another boss was doing here, but since Leon just killed the boss of both ranks, does that mean he won't be able to fulfill the conditions for the S-rank dungeon and go to the boss? Realizing that all his efforts were in vain, he became upset. And at that moment, the guy received a call from the president. He praised him for his excellent work and asked how the search was going, to which he replied that there was nothing at all so far, no traces, but he had just defeated the boss of an A-rank dungeon, but he didn't know what he was doing there. The president was also confused. What was he doing in a B-rank dungeon? He told him that he didn't know, and Gingsman, noticing a person behind him, took a closer look and happily said that it was Jinfrey. Had he decided to go with Leon? He nervously answered him that that wasn't the case. They had met here by chance. The president immediately noticed his mood and asked if everything was okay. He seemed a bit tense. He replied that everything was fine and thought that he would just have to stay here and wait for the bosses to spawn again. The president said that in any case, he was grateful to them for their excellent work, but he had an unexpected request. Let them leave the search to the party and head to the S-rank zone together. Leon asked if something had happened, and he replied that nothing had happened yet, but there had been reports that something might appear there. He contacted the rest of the league, but they were too far away, and only they remained. Leon smiled and answered that he understood everything, then stretched and said that he had been wanting to see those somethings for a long time. He extended his hand to Jinfrey, offering him a partnership, and the system asked if he wanted to accept. He thought that if he accepted his request, their dungeon clearing results would be combined, meaning that together they could clear an S-rank dungeon. He accepted his partnership, and the two of them headed there. Stopping in front of the entrance, Leon took a deep breath through his nose and said that it was downright parasitic fun here. MC noted that the number of monsters was breaking all records again, just like in the 6th dungeon. The guy looked at him with a smile and said that this was another reason to believe that something would appear here. Now they would see how tough the monsters here were. After that, they entered the dungeon and began to chop down all the monsters in the area. MC noted that everything here was really like the 6th dungeon. Tons of enemies, and their level was even higher. Leon cheerfully swung his spear, dealing with each monster in one blow, and said that they were certainly stronger than usual, but it was so boring here. He turned to MC and suggested a competition, which perplexed him. The guy said that they would compete for the title of the strongest, and the Adventurers Association and the League of Eight would be the sponsors. Jinfrey felt uneasy about this and wondered if he really couldn't even refuse. Leon said that only they would be participants, and whoever killed the most monsters would win. He started the countdown, then rushed into battle, and MC killed the monster that snuck up on him from behind. Meanwhile, Leon joyfully rushed forward. The monsters rushed after him, but he quickly killed them all and began counting. Jinfrey looked at him and thought that he had thought about this before. But this guy really is one of the strongest in the league. You wouldn't know it at first glance, but his every move is honed to perfection. Ruluka is the same. His aura is unreal. He is strong, but his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden attack from a monster. He immediately turned around and dealt with it, while Leon, with a serious expression on his face, looked at him and thought that they were in an S-rank dungeon on the 7th continent. An ordinary adventurer would not have lasted even 10 minutes, and this guy easily cuts down these monsters, like swatting mosquitoes. Soon all the monsters in the area were gone, meaning their competition was on hold for now. They both killed 775 monsters, and Leon asked enthusiastically, so he was able to catch up with him after all, but he would still win in the end. MC replied that winning wasn't really important to him, and added in his thoughts that he didn't really want to lose either. The guy hid his weapon and asked why he became an adventurer. As soon as he started talking about his poor family, he immediately burst into tears and stared at him in confusion. Leon sadly said that he understood everything. His father had died, his mother was sick, and he had a younger sister to take care of. He felt uneasy and wondered, how did he know all this? Was this some kind of skill too? Just thinking about all the hardships he had to endure made the guy cry even harder and hug him tightly, exclaiming that he had been through so much and that he was so proud of him. He's so young, and he already has so much weight on his shoulders. Jinfrey tried to break free from his embrace, and he said that he actually grew up in the mountains. He has 20 brothers and sisters, a poor family. He left the village 10 years ago, and now he can finally provide for his family on his own. He understands him better than anyone else. He's a real man. MC smiled nervously and thought that he was a good guy, but too emotional. Leon offered to hug him again, and at that moment they heard the sound of stomping. The middle boss of the dungeon, the Crimson Bull, had arrived. Leon smiled and called Jinfrey brother, suggesting that they leave the snotty talk for later and get back to the competition. Unexpectedly for them, the Bull spoke. He declared that they would go no further, and Leon stared at him in surprise, after which he whispered to Jinfrey, "Is he talking? Is this some kind of prank again?" He replied that it wasn't clear yet, but they usually didn't talk. Leon decided not to dwell on it and pulled out his weapon, saying that they both currently had 775, and whoever killed both bosses would win. After that, he immediately rushed to the attack and pounced on the monster in a jump, and he said that the demon Orochi personally ordered him to finish them off, and that it would happen here. He used the stone volley skill, throwing them at Leon, and he immediately realized that this skill belonged to a mage. He spun his spear, deflecting the blows, and MC thought that these were adventure skills again. Now it was clear that the entire dungeon was under the influence of something. He called out to the guy and said that he was not something, but he had their distinctive features. There was no doubt that he was given these abilities. The Crimson Bull said that suffering was useless. They would never reach the demon lord Orochi. He used his skill again, and Leon exclaimed in irritation that he understood everything. He uses the skills he stole from adventurers as he pleases. They don't forgive such things. His body was enveloped in an aura. Stones began to fly off his skin on their own, and Jinfrey thought it was a divine might skill that spearmen use to increase their stats. Leon grinned and asked, does he like his ability? So let him try to take it. He will cut off his head. Immediately after these words, he pounced on the monster and struck it in the neck, causing it to immediately fall on one knee. The bull immediately began to heal the wound and noted that he was not so weak. Leon asked irritably, so he can also heal himself? Did he also steal this from some unfortunate adventurer? He grinned and told him to consider it a small bonus. Now MC understood everything, so this is where the adventurers disappeared to. He told the guy to be careful, because if he wounded him and saw his skill, he could steal it. Leon only smiled broadly and told the monster not to be shy. Let him try stealing something. After that, he fearlessly rushed into battle, causing Jinfrey to worry about him, and dealt several powerful blows. The bull was already having trouble standing. He thought he looked like an ordinary person, but his strength was so great that he had no chance of counterattacking. Leon asked what was wrong with him. Let him take his skill already. That's his job, right? Meanwhile, MC watched him in amazement and thought it was simply incredible. The average boss couldn't even lay a finger on him. It would be even better if he heard what he was saying. You can't use divine power so wastefully. Leon understood what he was thinking and said that his divine power had a special courage buff, and it was even stronger than the usual one. Jinfrey had never heard of such a thing and thought that he still couldn't calmly wave such a powerful skill in the face of someone stealing them. Leon thought that to defeat this demon, he needed to cast aside all fears, but he saw that Jinfrey was nervous, so he offered him a taste of his divine power. He would share it with him. He asked, is it because of the cooperation mode? Did they fulfill the conditions? He answered him that the condition was to kill 500 monsters or more between the two of them. He doesn't share skills with just anyone, but he and Jinfrey are practically family. He winked at Jinfrey, making him feel uneasy, and then said that he would now give him access. While they were chatting, the monster tried with all its might to hold back his attacks, and wondered where he got so much power from. Leon shared the skill with him, and he thought that Divine Might was a highly effective skill that increased all stats. However, to use it correctly, time and extensive training were needed. Noticing his doubts, Leon told him not to be afraid. Everyone starts somewhere. He should not worry and attack as he felt. He told him that he was not worried, and thought that just because the skill was shared did not mean that he could use it as he pleased. It was not that easy. He looked confidently at Leon, and Leon, not noticing his previous doubts, laughed and praised him. But this was only a tenth of the total power. This made him uneasy, and the guy told him not to be shy, to just attack. There was nothing difficult about it. MC thought he was a bad teacher. If he could figure out how the skill worked, it would be a great asset. After that, he closed his eyes to concentrate, but quickly realized he couldn't do it. He couldn't just act on his own. He needed at least basic training. Leon said he was doing it all wrong. He needed to gather all his courage into one blow. He noted that it was easy for him to say, but that took time, didn't it? He told him that was true, and that's why courage was needed to speed up the learning process. Let him try again. Jinfrey remarked that he was crazy. Even courage had its limits. He tried to imitate him, but he failed, and he said he never thought it would be so difficult for him. MC started trying to imitate the guy, but since he couldn't explain anything properly, it was difficult for him. Leon said that he just needed to combine all his ardor with courage, and then add another portion of courage on top. Jinfrey sighed heavily and decided to try again, thinking that he first needed to know what kind of courage he was talking about, but he seemed to be starting to understand it. The energy that had surrounded him all this time suddenly flared, and Leon, rejoicing at his success, said that he was doing everything right. MC felt all his stats increase, and Leon patted him on the shoulder, saying that he had already harnessed 50 million of his power. He thought it was only half his power, but he already felt an incredible boost. A general skill is certainly useful, but control over such a skill depends entirely on personal ability. Only after fully mastering a skill can one know whether it will be useful or not. Now it was time for the second lesson. Leon pointed his finger at the monster and told him to try using divine power in combat against it. Seeing him sitting in a Caesar pose, he was surprised, and Jinfrey realized that he had completely forgotten he was there. Leon called out to the bull and asked him to help Jinfrey, to let him not hold back. The monster cursed in irritation and stood up to fight him, and Leon stepped aside to watch. MC thought that if he could gain control, he wouldn't have to waste his skills, although this was of course a one-time action. The bull, meanwhile, thought that he couldn't let Lord Orochi down. He would cut off his head and take it with him. After that, he pounced on him, wishing him death, and he jumped aside and swung his dagger, cutting off one of his horns. He landed behind him and almost lost his balance due to such speed and strength, and his body was so light. He looked at Leon and thought, so this is how he feels? The bull exclaimed in rage that this time he would definitely finish them off. But then suddenly a loud crunch was heard. A huge demon pinned him to the ground with one hand and called him an idiot, asking what he had done here. He was just a pathetic weakling. Now he would have to deal with them personally. In front of them was the 7th demon king named Orochi, a level 500 monster, class 8-headed snake. During the battle, his level can increase by 50. They were both surprised by such a quick meeting with the king. The bull extended his hand to his lord, and he said that he did not need weaklings under his command, after which the monster died, and Leon noted with annoyance that he had lost his 776th monster. Luckily, there is another one. Jinfrey thought that Orochi was the 7th demon king and the boss of an S-rank dungeon, but he has never seen a boss kill a mid-boss, and his aura is much fiercer than it should be. He noticed that they had apparently tried something here too, and Orochi meanwhile looked at him closely and thought, is this the person he was warned about? Realizing that this was true, he grinned and said that they would stay here forever. MC immediately prepared for battle, and Leon decided to begin the third lesson. Let him use only divine power. He became very nervous and exclaimed that he can't. It's too early for that. The guy responded by telling him that if he doesn't believe in himself, then nothing will work. But if he does this, then everything will become possible. Jinfrey remained silent, since he realized that it was completely useless to argue with him, and he asked, doesn't he want to win? If he takes on this guy, he will win. He nervously gritted his teeth. He definitely didn't want to lose. Orochi summoned the snake Jackly, who immediately rushed to attack them. They both stepped aside, dodging the blow, and instead, the snake bit through the tree trunk behind them. Leon told his partner not to hesitate. Just because he hadn't yet fully harnessed his divine power didn't mean the enemy would wait patiently for him. MC mentally noted that this was coming from someone who hadn't given him any time at all. He decided to throw everything to hell and stepped forward. They dared him, but such a challenge could be excellent training. Leon wished him luck, reminding him that he couldn't use anything but power and weapons, and Orochi sized him up and asked if he thought he could handle him alone. Let him know his place. He remained silent and concentrated, silently telling him that he didn't know what he was capable of, but he wasn't afraid of him. This time, Orochi sent 2 snakes at him at once, and when one of them approached Jinfrey, he concentrated, then swung his weapon sharply, but since he had too much strength and speed, he couldn't stay on his feet and fell. He still couldn't get used to the increased stats. The demon laughed at him and asked, was he that so wrong? He didn't even know if his skills would be useful. He sent monsters at him again, and he immediately jumped back, but one of them almost touched him, and he realized he was too tense. He closed his eyes and thought that he couldn't hold back. He needed to feel his new power. He decided to pounce on the monster in a jump, and Leon immediately realized that his plan would fail. The blow was too soft. Orochi stopped his attack with just one palm. MC gritted his teeth in frustration and descended, and the demon looked at Leon and said that it wasn't he who was strong here, but his skill. He chuckled, and then told his partner that it was quite good for a first time, but they would save the lesson for later. For now, he could use his skills. Orochi said that even with a dozen skills, his abilities were still weak. But when he looked at the place where the man had just been, he realized that he had disappeared. He began to look around and wondered, was this an invisibility skill, part of his divine armor? He would have to use the wide attack skill to find him. At that moment, he felt a searing pain. Jinfrey had inflicted a wound on his chest, which confused him, and asked, he doesn't have insane, frenzied strength like that savage, right? Hearing his voice behind him, the demon immediately tried to dodge, but it was no use. While he was striking him from all sides, he exclaimed that only an insignificant person fights like that. Is he so scared that he's afraid to show himself to him? MC responded by asking if he was the one who said he could use at least 10 skills. Orochi remembered his master and realized he couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't let him down. His body suddenly filled with power. He screamed loudly, and numerous system windows appeared before them, displaying images of their loved ones, causing them to become worried. The demon smirked and asked, people love to admire hostages, right? His snakes only needed to look at them to know everything about them, and now they were heading straight for their families with a small inn in the form of a super explosion. Jinfrey became very worried at this, and then the demon fired several energy balls at them, which they managed to dodge. He laughed and asked, where has their courage gone now? He fired at them again, MC jumped aside, and Leon deflected one of the balls with his hand. Looking at his burned hand, he told the demon not to mess with him, with a serious expression. While Jinfrey thought that the whole problem with the super explosion was that even if they killed Orochi, the explosion would still be triggered, so they needed to do something about the snakes quickly, and only then try to kill him. Orochi noted that they were dodging well, but who said they were allowed to defend themselves? If they backed down from the next attack, he would start killing their relatives, one by one. MC became wary, and Leon called the demon a sick idiot, after which he created several more energy balls and said that he wondered how long they would last. The energy balls flew at them. Most of them collided with Leon, but despite the many wounds, he stood firmly on his feet. Jinfrey called out to him worriedly, and the demon immediately fired at him, telling him not to worry. He would get a share too. Right after that, he got hit. The two of them were thrown back and they fell. Orochi laughed, saying that they were stupid people. How could they sacrifice themselves? MC got up, but Leon was exhausted. Despite this, the first thing he asked his partner was if he was okay, and MC told him that he was fine, then looked at the monster and thought that if they don't come up with something, everything will end very badly. Leon chuckled and said that one extra move and he will start killing. They have no choice but to die. Jinfrey looked at the demon and thought what they can do. Neither kill him, nor stop the explosion. They can't do anything. And then the guy from the death scythe appeared. He laughed and asked if he was in trouble. MC was surprised that it came out of his inventory on its own, and he said that he was a genius. Let him not compare it with his other trinkets. And what is he doing anyway? Did he completely forget about his skill? Jinfrey said that if he wasn't mistaken, he had recently unlocked this skill. The spirit confirmed this, and the guy's eyes widened as he remembered. Noticing this, the weapon spirit laughed and said that it meant he understood. He looked at him puzzled, and wondered if he himself had decided to help them. After that, he stood up and called out to Leon, saying that he would take care of the explosion, and let him take care of the boss himself. He looked at him with slight surprise at first, then grinned and stood up, noting that he was in a great mood. He believed in him. What should he do? MC asked him to attack the demon with all his might, but so that he would stay alive. He chuckled and said that, to be honest, even his death alone was not enough for him, but since he was asking, he would do it. Orochi, meanwhile, smiled confidently and asked if they still had the strength to chat, although, if they died too quickly, even he would be disappointed. A second later, Leon was right in front of his face and swung his spear, telling him not to worry. He was the one who would die today. Orochi clearly didn't expect this. He cursed and exclaimed, doesn't he care about his loved ones? If he kills him, the super explosion will activate. The guy ignored him and hit him in the face with all his might, which threw him high into the air, where Jinfrey was already waiting for him. The spirit of the death scythe said he was ready, and he remembered his first weapon skill. He hadn't even thought that it could destroy skills. After that, he struck the demon, spinning him in the air and throwing him aside, and a clod of energy, his skill, remained on his weapon. He looked at it with delight, glad that he had succeeded, after which he called out to his partner and told him that everything was fine now. Let him finish him off. and not an ounce of mercy. The demon was already flying towards Leon. He looked at him with a smile and praised Jinfrey, after which he told Orochi that he shouldn't have taken their families hostage. Now he would die in agony. Lunging forward, he used his skill and pierced the demon's body, causing blood to gush from his mouth. Then he fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. Leon smirked and called him a weakling, and when MC came down to him, he laughed and said that he was unlucky. He killed that monster. Jinfrey didn't think he was still competing with him in this situation, and Leon said that technically they had killed him together. But according to the rules, the one who landed the decisive blow wins. MC didn't even know such rules existed, and the guy grinned widely and said that he won. Jinfrey didn't care, and Leon patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to lose heart. He was a worthy opponent. At that moment, they suddenly felt a strong aura emanating from somewhere above. Raising their heads, they saw a man frozen in midair, his gaze fixed on the demon. He said that, even with the power granted to them, they are nothing more than lesser creatures. They are all just useless scum. Leon asked Jinfrey who he was, to which he replied that he himself did not know, but he clearly did not come here just to chat. He glanced at him and thought that a crazy aura was emanating from him. Is this another something? The man turned his gaze to them, then descended to the ground and said that he is Grimoire, the code of destruction. He was sorry to interrupt their victory celebration, but he would have to ask them to die. They both stared at him in confusion, and he asked, of course, they would not agree nicely, right? Leon said that this was the first time he had seen someone ask someone to die so politely. Is he also one of the something? At first, the man didn't understand what he was talking about, and then asked, so, what do people call them? It's rude of them to call everyone that, but they have a point. Leon asked what they wanted, and he told him that they were working on resurrecting Lord Abyss. Leon had never heard of him and asked who he was, and the man told him not to worry, that soon everyone in this world would know Lord Abyss and obey him. MC took a closer look at him and thought that most likely this lord was the head of all something. If so, then they couldn't let him resurrect him. He took out a weapon, and the man immediately noticed it and told him not to rush. He noticed his halo and pendant, and then said that the divine weapon had been found. He didn't think that one person could control it. Jinfrey didn't understand what he was talking about and wondered if he meant his dagger. At that moment, Leon ran forward with a loud laugh, leaping at the enemy and shouting that he already understood everything. But instead, his spear pierced Orochi's arm, which surprised MC greatly, since they had just killed him. Leon returned to his partner and exclaimed in surprise, so he was still alive? Jinfrey said that it wasn't him. Grimoire was controlling him. Admiring their confusion, Grimoire smiled, then said that it would be easier to talk everything out, but they themselves understand that talking alone won't do. He spread his arms out to the sides, creating a portal behind his back, and then a bunch of monsters crawled out, pushing each other. He said that this power was on a completely different level from their skills, a noble power granted only to them, the warriors of Lord Abyss. So let them not compare them to the trash who steals and exploits human skills. His face instantly darkened. He extended his hand forward, directing the monsters to attack, and when they surrounded Jinfrey, he used a skill to push them all away. But there were too many of them. They were everywhere, so he couldn't dodge, and so he had to fight. He began to fight off the monsters, and Leon called out to him, worriedly, then ran to Grimoire and exclaimed that he came and did whatever he wanted. He thinks he can get away with everything? He called it something, which immediately angered Grimoire. Dark tentacles emerged from the shadows from under his feet. They reached out to the guy and suddenly stretched out, piercing his body. Seeing this, MC became very worried, and Grimoire said that he had asked them not to confuse him with that trash. But to his surprise, his shadow spike did not touch Leon at all. A second before the impact, he was able to grab it, and now he looked up at his opponent with a mischievous look and said that now it was his turn.